The time similar to the one of slave trade. This operation is what's done apartheid. The gun is the master, citizen slave. The ball of Africa is bleeding. Question: what was the purpose of the liberation when we can't have a peaceful transition? What is the purpose of the constitution when the government disrespect the constitution? Where is my freedom of expression when you charge me because of my expression? Look what you're doing to this nation. What are you teaching the future generation? See our leaders become misleaders, and see our mentors become tormentors. Freedom fighters become dictators. They look on the youth and say we are distractors. We are fighting for freedom. Musi amalaba mutukola chotera. We are fighting for freedom. Nebi pakwachi moroto chadondo. We are fighting for freedom. Padel masindi kabunkara moja. We are fighting for freedom. Oi machiri andongo koti bundi bujo. We are fighting for freedom. Tusituke baboyi atuchimanyi nti okununula eggwanga kitukakatako ffe abaana ba Uganda ffena, era manya nti bw'otunuulira ebikyamu nosirikireyo olidde mu nsi y'olukwe. Naffe abakulwanirako gwe nosirikira gy'oli obeera otusaddaase. Jjukira nti ne bwe bubeera bumyu nga bwakuŋŋanye engo bugitwala terinnya. No matter your age, no matter your sex, no matter your religion, no matter your tribe, whether educated or uneducated, it's a revelation for the generation. Every this, whether you a doctor or a farmer, whether you a teacher or policeman, could have be a tax driver or a student, could have be a lawyer, could have be a soldier. We are fighting for freedom. Musituke baboy, temupoa baboy. We are fighting for freedom. Bana Uganda bali kumawanga. We are fighting for freedom. Abala baboda boda namwe mwebereremu. We are fighting for freedom. Yes man, like Martin Luther said, in the end we remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. tulina omulimu munene gwakuzimba Uganda eryesimiza abaliddawo batosobola kudduka wakiringa otambula bo batosobola kutambula wakiringa oyavula bo batosobola kwavula wakiringa wewalula naye kyonna kyekiri sigabakulomuwenga tewali mirembe gyebagenda kuleetera waka ku sosiyo oba tali mu matibosano kangule ku voisiyo sigala ku kosiyo naye manya raisiyo tolema kukolerera Uganda bwezimba gwangalyo wadde nga bosiwo teyali wa choisiyo wezanya patiyo oba lino gwangalyo
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you tuned in from. Welcome to this online protest against the swearing in of dictator Museveni. Welcome to those of you who are joining us on Facebook. Please click on the links that are on the video and come and join us here on the Zoom chat, where we'll give you the opportunity to speak and tell us what's on your mind. Welcome, Paul Kavuma. Very soon you'll find out what the protest is all about. We are standing in solidarity against the dictator in Uganda. Those of you who haven't yet done so, please invite your friends and invite your neighbors, work colleagues. Let them know that we're standing here in solidarity against the illegalities in Uganda. Very soon we'll start off with the session, allowing each and every one of you the chance to speak what's on your mind.
Beautiful nation, gifted by nature.
Uganda, Uganda,
Let's get together and build up the power. Uganda, 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 Uganda,
good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us from. Welcome to this online protest on this particular day, a day that you could stand and mourn for democracy in Uganda, a day when we see the swearing in of not only an illegitimate president or person, but a person who has raped the democracy of the country that we call home. Thank you so much to all those of you who have joined us. I know that the time may not be suitable for those of you who are far across the pond over in the United States and other places, but so good to have so many of you here this morning. I'd like to encourage all of you to turn on your cameras because that will help us have a very engaging session. And very soon I'll be handing over to one of our colleagues who will start off the proceedings of the day. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm David. I work with the Uganda's Bleeding team to set up weekly protests every Saturday against the injustice and the illegitimacy in Uganda. We hold a protest every Saturday from 2 p.m. UK time to 4. And we thought it would be right and fitting to work with our counterparts in right across the world, NUP members and People Power supporters, right across the world to stand together in solidarity and protest what is happening in Uganda. The theft, the broad daylight theft of the voice of the people, the broad daylight theft and denial of the choice of the people. I'd like to encourage those of you who are following us on Facebook, please click on that link, on the Zoom link, and you can come and join us and come and share your mind. This is an opportunity for you to let the world know that even though the military junta in Uganda insists on having its way, we, the people who spoke, will not be silenced. I'd like to welcome all friends of Uganda and Ugandans who are here today. Thank you for keeping up with the struggle. Thank you for not giving up. And thank you for standing with Uganda during this particular time. Thank you so much. Again, can I remind those of you who are on Facebook, please click on that link and come and join us where you will get the chance to speak to you, those people who are here on Zoom and all those who are following us on Facebook. Okay, very quickly, before we move on to the beginning of this official protest, I'd just like to set out a few ground rules of how this works. So everyone who is on Zoom gets the opportunity to speak. We've got a list and a whole catalogue of moderators who are joining us from right across the world. We've got people from UAE, South Africa, we've got the United States, people who are passionate about what's happening in Uganda. But moderators are only going to help guide the day. This day is all about you sharing with us what's on your mind about what's happening back home in Uganda. And those of you who are joining us from Uganda, please stay safe. But remember, what you are doing is non-violent and it is totally in your democratic right. You have every right to stand up for truth. You have every right to stand up for justice. And you have every right to stand up for the rule of law and ensure that your voice is heard. So what you're doing is perfectly legal. So yes, you will get the chance to speak for 5 minutes as a maximum. But if you want to speak for less time, do not hesitate to speak for that time. All we want you to do is come and share with us your mind. You may want to use the 5 minutes to say a prayer. You may want to use the 5 minutes to say a poem. You may want to use the 5 minutes to reflect on the events that have happened over the last few months, years, however long you've been involved in the struggle. Or you might just want to use the 5 minutes to share with people what's on your mind. We've been doing these on Saturday, every Saturday, and please speak in a language that you feel comfortable with. We will moderate in English and Luganda for those of you who know Luganda. I can understand Luganda, but I don't necessarily speak it. But please speak in a language that you're comfortable with. We've got a presentation from Nico from YouVote, who will be giving us an analysis of the report that YouVote carried out on the back of the results that they tallied and collated right across the country during the elections. We've got our favorite Twitter bombing session, which is going to be a full 1 hour headed by the one and only Faustin Masaba, who I think I've seen here, who is going to help us lead the way in sending over a number of well-coordinated and well-organized tweets that we'll be sending out to all people right across the world. Now, the way that's going to work, unfortunately, our handle on Twitter has been put down, but that does not mean our voice is going to be silenced. So we will be sharing the links on, we'll be sharing the tweets on our chat, on the Zoom, and for those of you on Facebook, we shall be giving you a handle which you can follow. But if you're on Telegram, please follow Stand Up Uganda on Telegram. If you're on Telegram, follow Stand Up Uganda on Telegram. That is where we're going to send some of the tweets, because we were prepared for this kind of blackout where they shut down our Twitter handles, but that will not stop us from getting the message out. Again, I'd like to welcome all of you. So those of you who are here, let's just have a quick skim through and see who are here. Okay, can I ask you to turn on your cameras, please? Duncan, Sharon, Fatu, Jael, Hawaii, please use a name that we can recognize. So good to see so many of you. Turn on your cameras and let's stand in solidarity against the illegal illegitimacy of what's happening in Uganda. Good to see you, Sharon Nkulumbi, Baker, Henry Chitimbo, please turn on your cameras. Omuligo, Grace K, good to see you. Gift Kabuleta, Kabule Gift, yeah, Paul Kavuma, I want to see those cameras on. If you don't want to turn on your cameras, we can understand, because your safety might be at risk. We request that you change your profile picture on your Zoom to that of His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the rightful president, the voice of the people, the leader we selected in January. So please, you have two options. Turn on your cameras or change your profile picture to that of His Excellency Bobby Wine. Okay, well, I think we're now ready to start. Can I ask Dorcas, please? Dorcas, are you there? Please, if you can join us, unmute yourself and lead us in a word of prayer. And Karim, please, can you raise your hand so that we can identify where you are, because I think you're going to be starting us off. But similarly, any of the people who've been contacted about moderating, please be ready to jump in. We need to be quite flexible. We need to be quite agile. We haven't got time to drag our feet. So Dorcas, please unmute yourself.
Hi, David. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just give me 1 minute. Let's give me 1 minute. Let's get you. Hi, Dorcas. Welcome to this protest against the illegal swearing in of dictator Museveni. So good to see you here this Wednesday morning. I know it's an early start for you. I know you've got a lot on your mind, but please, could you lead us in a word of prayer and start off by just sharing with us a few minutes of what's on your mind on this day where we mourn the death of democracy in Uganda. But similarly, we stand to celebrate the leader of the person, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Welcome to the protest.
Thank you. Thank you, David, and thank you, team. Thank you, everybody. Friends, Uganda, I welcome you, Ugandans. Oh wow, I welcome you. So pleased to have you Zoom in. You're on Facebook, whether you're Zoom, Facebook. I do welcome you to this event. Well, yes, like David said, we're mourning the death of democracy. It is really our democracy has been raped by Mr. Museveni. Okay, I actually do not acknowledge him as a president, and I will not acknowledge him. Never will I. He's not the president. We know who the legitimate president is. Yes. So basically, this morning I would actually ask someone in the audience to say a prayer. I think Jael or somebody had mentioned they would do a prayer. Was it in the chat? David, is somebody ready to do the prayer?
My apologies, Dorcas. Can I've just had a message come through for the people who are tuned in from Uganda. We know that the dictator is throttling your internet, so it will help those of you who are tuned in to keep your cameras off, but that should not mean you cannot have His Excellency Bobby Wine's profile picture on your Zoom thing. So those of you who are joining us from Uganda, we understand that even at best of times, internet connection is slow. But today, if anything, if you're able to join us, you're probably being faced with throttled speeds. Yes, please keep your cameras off. It'll help you, but also make sure you change your profile pictures on the name. Dorcas, please, do you mind leading us in the prayer as the schedule says?
Yes, Comrade David. A prayer has been, if you can project that for everybody.
Okay, whereabouts is it?
A general prayer in the moderators, sorry.
Sorry, where's the prayer?
Okay, it's all right. We'll just have in the moderators, sorry. A comrade has posted that and they wanted to share that prayer with us. So
I see. Okay. Okay. Is that JL? JL, are you online? I think I saw you, JL. Did you want to? Sorry. Faustin.
Yeah, it's been posted in.
Okay. Faustin, are you online? Are you happy to? Does Faustin want to take the prayer, or does he want you to read it or me to read it? Please. Sorry,
It's an audio. However,
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Dorcas. Can we just start with a simple prayer? We haven't downloaded the audio to stream it across. Let's not try and complicate things. Let's just a simple prayer, and we'll start off the day. Thank you so much, Dorcas.
Sorry about that. Sorry, viewers. Yeah. Could we just humble ourselves and each and everybody say a little prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for your protection today. We thank you that you're going to protect each and every one of us. And we pray especially for those that are on ground in Uganda. It is really not safe. May you protect each and everybody. And Heavenly Father, may we have positive results. All the incarcerated comrades, may you have them released. May they be strengthened. May they be given the courage and strength to push on in this tough time. All those that are traveling, we pray for journey mercies. All those that are intending to attend this session, may you strengthen them. May they not despair, and may they know that you are God. God, do not be silent from us. You know that we're waiting on you, Heavenly Father. We thank you for each and everything. And we pray that today will be a success. And we pray for our president. We commit all the leaders, all members of parliament, and especially our president into your hands. Heavenly Father, we ask for your protection. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen and amen. Thank you. Sorry about the confusion. It was actually meant to be aired out. A prayer has been done, and I should have communicated that earlier. Sorry about that, David. Anyway, yeah, so friends, international community, friends to Uganda, I welcome you all once again. May today be a brilliant day. Thank you. Thank you. David, I'll be back in a few.
Thank you so much, Dorcas. Much appreciated. And thank you, Patricia, for offering to help us lead a prayer. Okay, so I'd like to invite Karim or Kapalaga. If you guys are online, could one of you raise your hands up so that we can start off with you saying your few words before we proceed with handing the microphone over to those who are available. If you're not online, we will proceed and just introduce the way the format of this morning, afternoon, or wherever you're tuned in from will work. So the way it works is if you'd like to speak, you get the chance to speak for 5 minutes to share with us what's on your mind. We know that there's a lot that's been going on in Uganda over the last few weeks, months, and years, and some of you have been involved in the struggle much, much longer than I, for example. And you have a lot of emotion pent up, you have a lot of thoughts, you have a lot of concerns about what's happening in Uganda. But similarly, you may have visions and ideas of what the future is going to look like. I mean, one of the biggest things that has come out through the themes of all these protests is however little it looks, however small your actions seem, the dictator does not like consistency. So the main thing is that we do not despair, we keep up hope, and we keep believing in the vision that His Excellency has shared with us, which is a new Uganda, a Uganda that is representative of the people's voice. In 1980, the dictator himself went to the bush because he believed that the people's voice was quashed. We have decided to stand up in solidarity, and we are not a violent bunch. We've decided to adopt non-violent means to ensure that our voice is heard right across the world. So there might be people out there who think, what's the point of standing together and doing, having a protest online? It's all about setting your conscience clear. It's all about standing in solidarity with those who are not able to stand up against the dictatorship. It's all about raising your voice when those who are most in need cannot raise their voices. And I call on those of you who are in the diaspora, please, please, please keep banging that beat drum. Keep raising your voices wherever you are, and whoever you can speak to, let them know. You've seen only recently from the Western press the different heads of state recognizing and congratulating His Excellency, the dictator himself, on a sixth term. If we do not let the public know that actually you're congratulating a thief, a fraud, a brutal dictator, then the people who essentially run, who these leaders represent, will be completely oblivious to the fact that Uganda is being led by a bloodthirsty dictator. So keep on sending messages to your representatives, keep on sending messages to the people who represent you in all sorts of chambers, letting them know what exactly is happening back home in Uganda. So today I'd like to invite all of you. There's quite a few of you here on Zoom. I'd like to invite all of you to say something, whatever it is, whatever is on your mind. You're going to have the opportunity to speak. And the way it works is if you want to speak, raise your hands up, and we'll have a whole list of hands of people who want to speak. And if you've got any particular questions, any concerns, this is your chance to speak. Later on, we'll have a Twitter bombing session with Faustin, who will be leading us on that. And we will have a presentation from Nico on the U-vote analysis of the elections carried out in Uganda. Okay, I'm going to start off with Entertainment Kings. I can see your hand is raised up. Entertainment Kings, you're going to get the chance to unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Tell us where you're joined in from. Tell us what brings you here today, and share with us what's on your mind. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you, and over to you, Entertainment. Please give us a proper name as well. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good morning from Uganda. Hello, everyone around the world. Right now, we are having fraudulent regime. We are having a fraudulent regime that is oppressing us. Me, myself, right now, as I speak, I'm on run. Yeah. Whoever plays Bob Wine's music, support Wine's music publicly. Once you have a pick with him, you have a pick with anyone, that is a massacre for you. Right now, they are paying media to say lies, and yet we want the international community to recognize our voices. because we've been holding up now 35 years, you know. It's really, 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 really traumatizing. 35 years of dictatorship, no roads, no schools, no nothing, you know. We have nothing. Even the one which is left for us, that is our voices, are being stepped on, you know. Be good, a dictator, please. Thank you for everyone. I thank everyone who is watching this. I know one day, one time, we are going to have our freedom back. We are going to have a free Ugandan. We are not stopping. We are not stopping. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I'm on and I'm listening.
Thank you for joining us, and I know how challenging it must be for you to join us from Kampala, Uganda, not only because of the internet connection that you guys are struggling with, but just concerns about your safety. It takes a lot for you to be able to stand up and speak. And yes, we're aware of what the regime is doing. Only recently we saw a video of someone being captured on the street, and from what I understand, the people who captured him effectively did away with his life. That is how invaluable the regime looks at Ugandans and Ugandans' life. So I appreciate you joining us. That's exactly why we're here, standing in solidarity with those of you who are back home in Uganda. Thank you so much. Okay, so that was our first contributor and speaker from Uganda. Please bear with those of us who are back home in Uganda, because sometimes the internet connection is challenging. So we may struggle to hear them, but please, if you're in Uganda, you can turn off your camera so that we can hear what you've got to say. Okay, I'd like to go over to Demi. Demi, please unmute yourself.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Demi. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joined in from. Welcome to this protest today. A very sad day for those who believe in democracy. Good to see you here, as always. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joined in from and share with us what's on your mind. Thank you so much. Over to you, Demi.
My name is Demi Kiza. I'm calling from London. Sorry, you can't see me because I'm still in my bed, but I'm following the program. What is on my mind? I feel sick. I feel fed up. I don't understand what international they mean by democracy. They come on to stand with Museveni. They congratulate him. At this moment, all the pictures which are coming out, we have army everywhere. That is intimidation. If Museveni won, they shouldn't have army over the street. And the kidnapping is still going on. The abduction is still going on. And people, they are defeated in a way that they cannot respond, in a way they cannot uprise, in a way they are powerless to do something like this. It shouldn't be like this. We hope that we can come up with a plan and a strategy that within time that we can find a way out. But the way it is, we are helpless. I can't really tell. I feel so, I don't know, I feel so fed up of everything. Museveni, how can he swear in using the Bible when he's killing people? How could other people come to his swearing when they know he rigged? I saw the president of Burundi was using the Uganda airline. That is how desperate Museveni is. However, Ugandans now, it's not the time that we have to lament. It is very sad. It is the time to continue with stand up as we have been doing. Because if we lay down, it's gonna walk over us. So for now, it only carries on. We cannot give up like this, that he's shown in, that everything is done and gone. No, there is always something, but we need a plan and a strategy. programs like this are helping us a lot because we speak out, we meet other people, we join ideas, and we put our opinions across. So that is, I don't have that much, David, to say, but I feel fed up. I feel fed up, and I'm so angry with the international community because they talk about democracy, but how comes when it comes to Uganda, it means something else? They congratulate a dictator, they stand with him, they send him messages. He's going to spend 70 billions on swearing when schools they are under the trees, when there is no medication in hospital, when they said that 85% they are jobless. People who are between 18 and 25 years, they are jobless, 85%. And then our economy is going down. We have 18 billion in debt, and then our financial year budget is 44.1 billion. Our annual income is only 17.1 billion. I feel fed up. God help us. God have mercy. Come up and help Uganda. I can speak all day, but I have to give other people opportunity. But I feel fed up. I don't know what to do to those people who are going to be there. I don't know what to do now. But we are letting Museveni walking away with murder. If we stay home, he's going to come and pick us and kill us. If we come on the street, maybe he can kill about a few, and then later something will have to intervene. So what is our deal? Our deal is to change Museveni, and that is what we want. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Demi, thank you so much for sharing your passionate words and emotional plea about how you feel. You're not alone. A lot of people feel helpless. We feel that we've been betrayed by not only the institutions in Uganda, but also our partners who are supposed to be standing together with us. I think one thing that all this has shown, His Excellency Robert Chagulanyi always said, he's participating in this election to show you and expose the institutions in Uganda and how corrupt they are. But not only has he exposed the institutions in Uganda, but he has also exposed the duplicity and the hypocrisy of our international partners. Germany, France, the United Kingdom. Yes, the United States has said a few things, but with $1 billion worth of an annual paycheck, really, are they supporting democracy in its truest sense? Democracy cannot be a one rule for them and a different one for the people who are being oppressed. Democracy has to be democracy in its truest sense. So you're right, Demi. We have to call our international partners to task. We have to put them to task and ask them, do you really support democracy? Or is this a form of democracy of convenience where as long as your interests are being met, you're happy to turn a blind eye to the brutality of the regime? And that's a very valid point. For those of you who are in the West, who are in the diaspora, in Western states will deal on issues that affect their interests or their security. Their interests may be financial or political interests, but you can lobby them, you can make as much noise, but the biggest thing that helps states change their attitude or stand behind causes is the change in public opinion. Now that might feel like it's a huge task, but each one of you can speak to your neighbors about what's happening in Uganda. And the more we raise our voices and the more we lobby and we write to our ministers, our senators, our representatives, our democratic representatives here in the diaspora, the more we get people who are friends of Uganda, friends of democracy, standing up for our cause. This might be a long journey, but you have to be ready to fight the long journey. Thank you so much, Demi. And I'd like to pass on to someone else to speak. Again, reminding those of you who are joining us on Facebook, please click on the links. Click on the links and come and join us and have your say. Everyone will get 5 minutes. This is a pure open democracy. It's fair, open, and transparent. Whatever you say you will not be judged by it, but it's your perfect democratic right to stand here on this day that democracy is being brutalized in Uganda. Thank you, Demi. I'd like to hand over to Fatu. Fatu, please could you turn your camera around so that we can see you, because right now it's vertical. Thank you so much. And I'm going to give you the chance to unmute yourself.
All right.
And please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining in from. And you've got 5 minutes to share with us what's on your mind. Thank you so much, Fatu.
Okay, my name is Fatu Karoma. I live here in the United States. I'm calling from Maryland. I choose to work tonight. I work in a forensic hospital because I wanted to join this call tonight. I have been part of the protest before Bobby Wine launched his party. I saw him online. I'm from Sierra Leone, by the way. I've lived in the United States probably about 30 years now. But I saw Bobby Wine and I built up trust in him, just seeing him online. And I fall in love with him, and I know he's the liberator, that he will bring down the dictator. And I have the faith in him. This is the man that is going to bring him down. Together we have to stand. Today is a very sad day for us. That a dictator that did not win the election is being sworn in. He's swearing in himself. And just like you were saying earlier, brother, that is a shame that the international partners are standing with the dictator. Bobby Wine movement has not only exposed Museveni, but it has exposed the international world. So we know what we are dealing with. So as Ugandans, as Africans, we have to rally the world so we can free ourselves from this mental slavery and from this dictatorship of the world, the Western world. So with that being said, we have to now think about how we're going to redeem Uganda from the dictator. We have to find different ways. We have to boycott the businesses in Uganda. Ugandans have to do grocery for a day, and they have to be inside the house. No one should walk the streets that believe in democracy, so that we can show the dictator that we are the majority, that pass our voice, that we no longer want a dictatorship. So we have to join together and find different ways that we can bring this dictatorship down. Bobby Wine has done a great job. He has put up a lot out there just to free his nation. We pray for him and his family, and we appreciate him and his leaders in the party. They have really done well, not only for Uganda, but the whole of Africa. Uganda is not the only one suffering from dictatorship. Africa have the youngest population, and we are the ones struggling the most. We must rise. So thank you so much. It's a sad day for us, but it's also a victorious day for us because we are winning. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Fatu, for those powerful words, and always good to have friends of Uganda joining us in this protest. Thank you so much for your words. You are absolutely right. Ugandans have to stand up and stand for what they believe in. We will not get anywhere if we expect our freedom to be fought for us by the people who have been exposed by His Excellency Kyagulanyi. Thank you so much, Fatu, and keep with us, because we're here for the next few hours as we share with people what's on our mind. Thank you so much, and good to have you here. Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. So I think you people are getting the gist of how this works. If you would like to speak your mind for the next 5 minutes, please raise your hand and we'll give you the opportunity to have the microphone and tell us what is on your mind. And can I ask, once you finish speaking, if you can lower your hand so that we can go through the process. Welcoming all those of you who are following us on Facebook, if you'd like to join us. This is an online open protest against the illegal swearing in of the dictator Museveni. We are standing here in solidarity against the brutality of our people, against our people. We're standing here against the regime that has no care or concern for the rule of law, and a regime that has completely done away with all principles of democracy. If you'd like to come in and say your few words in support of the people back home, this is your chance to come and speak to us. Join the Zoom stream, and you'll get the opportunity to speak to us. Those of you who haven't got cameras on, please can I ask you to change your profile pictures to His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Sentamu's picture, because like Fatu said, yes, it's a sad day because democracy has been raped in our country, but it's also a victorious day because we're standing together recognizing the power of the person, His Excellency Bobi Wine, the rightful president of Uganda. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person. Duncan. Duncan, can you hear me?
Hello, David.
Hello, Duncan. Welcome to this protest. It's good to see you. It seems nice and early wherever you are.
Thank you, David. First of all, can I just say that I've heard you wanted us to. I really wanted to keep my picture private, if you don't mind.
Your camera, you mean?
Yes, please.
That's absolutely fine. There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Over to you.
First of all, thank you so much for hosting us. And I'd like to thank everybody for the love and commitment you have shown for your country, Uganda. Secondly, I'm calling from London. It's very early in the morning. I'm just about to go to work in about half an hour. I've got a lot to say, but I'm going to try to put it within the 5 minutes I'm given. First of all, we shouldn't really be looking at today's Museveni swearing as a sad day for us at all, because we know we won the election and Museveni is in power as an illegal president. The second point I wanted to make is I urge our president, or just an idea, that if it's possible, I think we need to organize our president to swear online, because we know he's the legitimate president of the people. So he can actually swear online, and we can make that a special day of the country just to give Museveni a taste of what is coming. We can, when our president is going to swear, we can decide that they won't be working on that day in the whole country. We can just choose any day we want to do that. Okay? And the other point I also wanted to make is that we all have a job to do. We should not despair only because Museveni is swearing. I was heartbroken when Byabakama were messing up with the voting process. To me, that was the point that really hurt me. But the swearing is completely nothing. So we shouldn't despair. We have all done very well. Everybody that's listening to me and the other people that are not online, we have all done very well. And there's a saying in Uganda which says that it makes you stronger. I don't know how I can change that in English. That if something doesn't kill you, it can only make you stronger. You see? So we shouldn't despair. We should actually be working harder. the first job we really need to start with is morale boosting. We need to build our people's morale because we are all different and we all different with issues differently. So there's people out there that believe this is the end of NUP, this is the end of democracy. That is not actually quite true. Yeah, if we work together, we work harder, I'm certainly sure we should be able to change the leadership in our country. I think I've made a fair contribution. Thank you so much.
Duncan, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us in this very late, very early hour of the day. And you make very valid points about the swearing in online. We have NUP people here from different chapters. I hope you're listening to some of these ideas. But I think the important thing you say, Duncan, is we should not give up hope. All the people who are here and all the people you speak to should remember that this war, this fight is not yet done. As long as we stand together, we are persistent, we're resilient, we should be able to see it through to an end. No one knows when that will be, but the fact is, do not give up hope, because what you're standing for is truth, what you're standing for is justice, and what you're standing for is democracy. Thank you so much, Duncan, and I hope you have a good day at work. Remember, you can join us at work, because this is the only protest that you can attend while you're in bed, while you're at work, and when you're out and about. Thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to hand over to Michael Kakande. Michael Kakande, are you available so that we can introduce you to the people who are on the protest? If you are, please raise your hand, and you're ready to speak, please raise your hand and we can take it from there. Okay, I'd like to ask Tyra's iPad to unmute yourself. Tyra, can you hear me? Tyra, can you hear me? I've given you the chance to unmute yourself. Are you able to hear me? Okay, we don't seem to be able to. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Tyra. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to this online protest.
Hi, my name is Nakato.
Nakato, please introduce yourself. Tell us. Sorry, Nakato. Please tell us where you're joining us from. And then I'll give you 5 minutes to share what's on your mind. Over to you.
Nakato. I'm calling from Australia, Melbourne. I'm one of the coordinators in Australia. Today is a sad day to all of us, to all Ugandans, but it is a lesson to learn. I just want us to believe that, and we all know that we won the elections. We all know that our president won the elections, but because someone has the gun, he's just doing things his own way. However, it's a lesson to us to learn what we do next. Yes, we can decide to swear in our president online, but let us also think of the controversies it can cause in the country. Museveni knows he lost the elections. He has never deployed the army like he's doing now. So he really knows what is going on. He knows Kyagulanyi is the elected president of Uganda. I've been asking people everywhere you are, post Robert Kyagulanyi Center and send a congratulations message on your Facebook, on your Twitter, everywhere. Send your message to congratulate Kyagulanyi everywhere. I also want to call upon all Ugandans in diaspora. We play a big role in changing Uganda's politics. Don't give up. Let us remain focused. I also want to urge Ugandans in I think in UK. Let us stop this idea of fighting over on Facebook, fighting our own, fighting ourselves. Let us stop fighting your fellow NUP leaders, your fellow people power leaders. If you really want change in Uganda, there is a proper way if you want to address as an issue about Kyagulanyi. I don't want to mention names. You know the person I'm talking about, but please, for the sake of changing Uganda, this is where Museveni wants us when we fight ourselves. This is what Museveni wants. Let us stop fighting ourselves. If you want to address an issue about Kyagulanyi, about NUP, for the sake of struggle, for the sake of putting Museveni down, for the sake of Museveni getting to know that Ugandans are fed up. Stop fighting your fellow people power leaders. Stop fighting NUP leaders. Kyagulanyi knows what he's doing. We put our trust in him, and he knows we are behind here fighting. Let us make a good fight. Today, Museveni is doing all that because he knows he lost the elections. He knows Kyagulanyi won. We should be proud of him. Post him on Facebook. Post Kyagulanyi on Twitter. Post Kyagulanyi everywhere. You know? The spokesperson said we should wear black. But I can see some people are not wearing black. We should wear black, actually, because that's what he said. Let us not give up. Museveni didn't win Uganda within a month or two. So we weren't expecting to go through a smooth journey. This was expected. We knew Museveni would not just go like that. And Kyagulanyi has already said, the battle has just started. The struggle has just started. It took Museveni, people who are there say over 7 years fighting. We are not going to get our victory on a plate on just that platter, just like that. It is not with someone. Museveni, first of all, he's a greedy person. First of all, he's a soul. He's never had that love. So don't expect him to have love for the country or whatever. He has to intimidate everyone. That's why it is like a war zone in Uganda now. So please send that message to Kyagulanyi, post it on Facebook, post it on Twitter, congratulate him and his team and his working team. Demand for our prisoners of war to be political prisoners to be set free, because they did nothing.
Nakato, you have 30 seconds left. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so the most important thing, let us stop fighting our own. Let us stop fighting each other on social media. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nakato, and it's good to see you joining us from the world down under. Thank you so much for joining us. I think I've seen you here at these protests before. You have very clear messages to those people who are here. Remember to send your congratulatory messages to Kyagulanyi. We know who won the election, but also you say don't give up, and you'd like to ask the people who are right across the world in the diaspora to keep unity. You're absolutely right. I think Tezita in the chat says, thanks, Nakato. We need unity to take the dictator down. Someone once said in one of these very protests that the dictator thrives on division, diversion, and disunity amongst our people. So if you can stay away from that, then you're at least doing something right to help in the struggle. Thank you, Nakato. I'd like to pass on to someone else who hasn't yet spoken. Thank you. Good to see so many hands up. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to come and speak to us. Can I ask those of you who are going to speak to keep to 5 minutes? We'll give you a 30-second reminder, but this is your chance to say whatever is on your mind. Okay. Ibra Kasanda, please, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you so much, David.
Ibra, welcome to this online protest. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining in from and share with us what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes. Over to you.
Yes, good morning. I'm live from Dubai, UAE. One thing I want to put on the table is that, really, I'm so much disappointed in our international partners like Germany. Yesterday, you saw what was happening on social media. They sent a congratulation message to Museveni. They posted a post, but we showed them that really Museveni did not win the election. Another thing, I want to encourage all of us, the struggle for freedom, we cannot just keep quiet. We cannot just give Museveni a Christmas life. We cannot just stay silent. We have to be united. As Taylor has just said, we have to continue fighting for the freedom, because This is just an election, but you know there is a slogan we always say: we are removing a dictator. Removing a man who has been in power for almost 35 years, it is not just a mere say. It cannot just happen within one day. It is a process. So we started this process by voting Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Bobi Wine during the Kyadondo by-election 2017. Now the process began 3 years ago. We are still moving on until it's done. We cannot accept Museveni and his family to turn our country into a family affair. Really, we cannot. Those who have just lost trust, those who have just lost hope, let us encourage each other. Those in the diaspora, we can encourage our friends at home. Those at home, I know being at home in Uganda today, really it's like being in hell. Because you see, even today I've just got a news that one of us, Machete, has been abducted by gunmen. Recently you saw someone, Kakensa posted a guy who was also abducted from, also in town. But you have seen a picture, he may be killed today. That's Uganda we are living in. So if we keep quiet, Museveni is going to finish us all. If we continue pushing, we shall definitely defeat him. One thing, we are almost 45 million people. Let's even, by the way, stop crying for Western powers, because for them, you see, some of them, they are doing double standards. They are with us and they are with the dictator also. Let us encourage each other. Even a child, even a kid for 2 years, we can tell him or her that Museveni is not even, does not deserve to be the president of Uganda. The people of Kasanda, where I come from, I've seen one of us, journalist Katumba Gerard is from there. Wherever you come from, go and tell your people, go and inform them. Let the protest begin today onwards. Let us boycott these supermarkets owned by First Family. Let us boycott everything. For 35 years, Museveni has been ruling our country in darkness. It is time to stop it. Either we shall remove him by force or by peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibra. You're absolutely right. We need to stay determined and need to keep that struggle. The struggle has only just begun. You are absolutely right about the double standards of the international community. If it's anything, for those of you who are out there, what His Excellency, we've repeated this time and time again, has done is not only exposed the dictator, but exposed the international partners who are supposed to be standing together with us in this time. Brian, I can see you've raised your hand. It would be good if you could put on a shirt just out of respect for the people who are on the Zoom stream. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we'll turn off your camera. Okay, Free Uganda. Free Uganda. You get the chance to unmute yourself. Please, can you unmute yourself?
Oh, thank you so much. I could not recognize that I've muted myself. And now, it's been a very good day for some of the few. Hello.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. We just needed to get someone unmuted. Okay. Free Uganda, please could you introduce yourself? Tell us where you're joining us from and just share with us what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. I'm Nasif from Dubai. Now, what we should understand is that it's a dark day for almost all of us. And it's been so a very bad day. I cannot even describe it beyond reasonable doubt. It's been a bad day. But what we should understand is that right from the beginning, we set a very wrong precedent for our country. Since 1962, we've never got involved in a collective responsibility of fighting for our own country. You should have to know that. So until we leave our comfort zones and scrap being spectators of the events of our country, it's when we can only make it. You understand? People are sitting in their comfort zones with the people we are fighting for. It's not theirs, it's us. People have forgotten to understand that we're not fighting for them, though we're in diaspora. Whenever I complain about something, they'll tell you that why don't you leave diaspora and come and fight with us? No, we are not fighting for anyone in Uganda. We're fighting for us. It means we're fighting for you, you're fighting for another person, another person is fighting for themselves, but as a collective responsibility. You understand? Now, what we should understand secondly is that these people have made a lot of money. They have made a lot of money in Uganda and outside Uganda. So leaving this kind of a radical group, it's not something that you can do in a day. You understand? It should be a collective responsibility. So they've mastered the art of dividing and rule. I've heard some people fighting one in London, others are fighting one in Turkey, others are fighting one in Uganda. So that is their game. Until we should leave that comfort zones of ourselves and try to understand that as though this is happening, we shall have to still move on. We just have to move on. We shall have to move forward. Okay? This one is speaking the other one. This one is speaking the other. You know, we just have to move on as Ugandans. That's my point. So we need to come together. We need to speak ourselves. We need to speak our minds. Then we shall be able to make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's. Can I just pick the name? What was the name again from Dubai?
Nasir.
Sorry?
Nasir.
Nasir. Nasir, thank you so much. You raised two very valid points. We need to realize that this is our battle and we are collectively responsible for ensuring the outcomes that we desire. I think Bobby Wine says in one of his songs, and he has been speaking to people, he is not fighting the people, he's fighting for the people. So thank you so much. And this goes out. I think the biggest thing that the biggest point you raise is this whole indifference that aspects and parts of our society have shown towards the struggle. The middle class, the working class, sort of the elite, almost think that this struggle is a struggle for the person who's what they call Omuntu wa Wansi. Far from it. Anyone who is foresighted enough to know will know that a dictatorship never ends well for the entire country. And so the middle class, the elite, the working class have effectively betrayed the people of Uganda by sitting down and staying silent just because they're receiving crumbs and sacrificing the progress and development of the country. And it's those of us who are enlightened enough and committed and courageous enough to know that there are much bigger prizes for us than the crumbs that they're sharing, who should keep sending that message to them. Thank you so much, Nasir. Always good to have people like you contribute. Please mute yourself and we'll hand over to someone else to speak. Okay, Nsubuga Ismail, please unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Nsubuga.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes.
Nsubuga, please introduce yourself, tell us where you're joining in from and share with the people on Zoom and right across the world what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes. Speak in a language you're comfortable in.
I'm Subuga Ismail from Uganda. Yeah, I'm now in Uganda, Kampala here. So, to be honest, the fact is, Mr. Museveni is in fear, terrible, terrible fear. You know, the moment he went in bush, he was in the very ages, like you can see Bobby Wine. So he fears the youth. But I can tell you people, we, the youth, we are ready. We are ready to fight for our victory. Let there be some people there out. Bring weapons to us. We are ready even to go in bush. Like
Nsubuga, can I just quickly say, so first of all, two things. You are live on Zoom and you're streaming right across Facebook. So whatever you're saying is available for your public consumption. That's the first thing. Second thing is we are committed to non-violent means in achieving the struggle for a free new Uganda. And so whilst you're free to share, we do not condone anything that promotes violence or any form of discrimination. So I understand what you're trying to say, but I would suggest that if you really have the struggle and the voice and the message of the president himself at heart, we would go down the line of promoting non-violent means, because there have been successful means of changing dictatorial regimes. And most importantly, the problem with violence is a cycle. It's a cycle that begets violence. And you can see exactly what has happened in Uganda. 1980, through violence, we had a dictator who has been in and is determined to stay in using violence. So I appreciate that. Please proceed with your contribution, but let's steer towards the non-violent means. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, it is that right now, let our president, Robert Chagulanyi, be strong. God is with him. God is with him. You have seen many times. So, have you what to say? Let him be strong now. God is with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Nsubuga. It takes a lot of courage to join us from Kampala and be as open as you have been. We are standing with you guys in solidarity, and let's just keep the pressure, keep raising our voices. And like you say, the youth are standing behind the president. In fact, the majority of Ugandans are. So thank you so much for joining us. Please don't hesitate to stay along as we continue the whole of this protest. And please, please, please keep safe. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so that was Nsubuga joining us from Kampala, Uganda, right at the front line of where the struggle is. I'd like to pass over to Kamoga Faisal, but while Kamoga is getting himself ready, Michael Kakande, Kapalaga, are you around? Are you available to speak? If you are, please either message me on the moderator's chat or send me a message, because I understand there's something you want us to play for you before you speak. Thank you so much. Kamoga, over to you. Please unmute yourself. Hello.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining us from and share with the people here what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes. Over to you.
My name is Kamoga Faizo. I'm calling from Kampala, Uganda. Ugandans need to realize and wake up so that they can oppose this kind of dictatorship that is going on in their country. Our country is currently in danger, and it is being governed by the dictator and his few regime operatives who are killing, kidnapping, they are torturing, they are brutalizing, and are doing all kinds of violence to us. But it seems many Ugandans are not yet informed about the nature of the dictator that they are dealing with. So we need to raise up the number of activists so that they can activate these people, so that they can let them know that they need to wake up and defend their rights. They need to take part in this, because we fight for our freedom. We don't just cry to get freedom. That is a very good thing that I want people to realize. And then the other point that I wanted to let people know is that we need to eradicate the ignorance that is going on in this country. The dictator has messed up the education system so that Ugandans don't get education. They don't get access to education. In this view, Ugandans are not able to be opened up. Their minds are not opened up. So we need really to wake up and recognize the fact that ignorance is high. The dictator is determined to govern a population that is not educated. So dear Ugandans and all of those people outside there, take part in this eradication of ignorance, because it is through the eradication of ignorance in Uganda that people will wake up and get to understand the kind of situation that we are going through. Educated populations can easily rise up for their freedom, equality, and justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamoga Faizo, for your strong words around getting people activated and keeping people enlightened. Okay, I think we have David Chirabira, if I'm not mistaken. David Chirabira, please could you raise your hand or at least flag yourself up so that we can see you. David Chirabira, could you use the Zoom? David, I'm just going to check. Could you use the Zoom emoji to raise your hand so that we know where you are? David Chirabira, if you hear me, can you please raise your hand so that we can hand it over to you to help moderate the next part of this session? David Chirabira? Okay, Michael Kakande. Sorry. There's quite a few of you, which is good. It just means we have to scroll through if people don't raise up their hand. Michael Kakande, could you please unmute yourself or raise your hand and we will get you the chance to speak and moderate the session. Okay, David Chirabira, if you are online, and Michael Kakande, please could you use the Zoom option to raise your hand so that we can get you unmuted and you can help moderate the session, because I believe you guys have stuff to say from over across the pond. Okay. Oh, David, is this you? Let's see. Hello, David.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Is this the David I'm supposed to be looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Good to see you. Good to put a face to the name.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you so much. Okay, so are you happy to carry on moderating the session?
Yes.
Fantastic. If you might want to just turn up your microphone volume a bit, or maybe get your microphone a bit closer to your, so that we can pick up your volume properly, and we will give you the opportunity to.
Do you hear me now?
Ah, fantastic. Much better. Over to you, David. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining in from. Share with us what's on your mind, and please proceed to help us moderate the remaining part of this hour. Thank you so much. Over to you, David.
Okay, thank you so much, David. Thank you for the great work that you have been doing. Greetings to you all, comrades, from wherever you are tuning in from. Those of you in Uganda, we salute you so much for taking the chance and the opportunity to join this international protest against the atrocities, against the injustice, against the brutality, against the illegal swearing in of Museveni, Yoseri Tibuhaburwa. And friends of Uganda, we welcome you so much to this. We welcome you so much to this online protest. Yes, my name is David Chirabira, here from the United States of America, from Massachusetts. My name is David Chirabira, so I welcome you all, and thank you, Comrade David, for the great work that you have been doing ever since we started. Thank you all, comrades, from wherever you are in UAE, in all countries in UK, in Europe, in America, all countries, Canada, Australia. We welcome you all, and friends of Africa, friends of Uganda. We love you all, and we welcome you, as it is said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we really appreciate you all who are joining in. So we are going to carry on. Many people have been saying that this is a sad day for Uganda. I want to begin by saying, by quoting for you all, Saints a scripture that is in 2 Timothy chapter 1 verses 6, and there the Bible says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. Even as everything is going the way it is going, this is a time that we ought to stand up, we ought to rise up and be strong and of good courage in the face of adversity. That's where you know the true measure of a man. So as the president, the principal himself sang in one of his songs that Situka tutambule, rise up and let us walk, let us rise. Even though the situation seems to be discouraging, cry while you are walking. Cry if you cannot, as Martin Luther also said, that if you cannot walk, if you cannot walk, at least crawl, but let's get moving forward. So I just want to welcome you to this online protest, everyone. Comrades, thank you so much for the vigor. Thank you so much for standing in with Uganda. Thank you so much for loving Uganda. So we are going on, we are vigilant, and we are protesting. We are saying to the world, we are joining our voices to the world, saying to the world that we do not believe that Museveni is the president, is the legitimate president of Uganda. And we want to congratulate His Excellency, Honorable Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, known as Bobby Wine. We congratulate you very much, sir. We congratulate you, and you are our elected president. So we all congratulate him. Without further ado, I just want to keep on going on, comrades, to allow you also to participate in this discussion, to participate, to air out as the floor has been. So I'm going to be choosing, and you have 5 minutes. If we give you an opportunity, you have 5 minutes to express what's on your heart. So we are going to be going right ahead. So Arnold Mark, I can hear Arnold Mark. Arnold Mark, you can unmute yourself and use your 5 minutes. Arnold Mark, if you can hear me. Okay, Arnold Mark, are you there? Okay, Arnold Mark is not yet ready. Ibra Kasanda. Ibra Kasanda. I see your hand up. This is your opportunity if you have anything to say. Ibra. Okay, we are going to be scrolling down. We are going to be scrolling down through the hands, and we want to see who is ready to talk. And if your opportunity comes and you're not able to unmute yourself or to speak, we will go to the next person.
Sorry, David, I think they weren't unmuted. Could you try the last comrade? I've unmuted them.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Dorcas. We appreciate the great work that you're doing. So Ibra Kasanda, can you please go on and take this opportunity to talk to us, to express how you feel? Ibra Kasanda, do you hear me? Okay, we will move on to Mohammed Kawesi. Mohammed Kawesi.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Muhammad from Uganda.
Yes, Muhammad.
The protest is okay. Some issues. You see, the people who are protesting in Uganda don't have guns. And the people with guns are those in government. And they are killing Ugandans. Now Ugandans are scared. They are saying, what next? This army that kills us, it is finding the same issues like we are facing, like all of us we are facing. They are having poor educations with their children. They are having poor medical facilities with their children and other issues. Now, we are fighting for people who need also to fight first. You see? And we should sensitize command. They should they command them because it is the duty to give them commands, and they work under command. That is one. The police also kills the Ugandans. Now, all of us, we are scared. We don't know what next. Ugandans, the fact they want to come out and yell, that's why they're not happy today, since it is the sharing day, but all people are told to listen. But it's okay. It is the same thing that is with these spies, the spies all over the country. You are going to do something, but in the next 2 minutes, it is known by everyone. It is known by everyone. You have not spoken with anyone, but it is already in the police station. The spies are very many, yet they are also facing the same issues. Now, since we don't have guns, I think, and we don't have the money to pay the spies, it is high time the country brings in the what? Foreign countries come in and help us in one way or the other, because we don't have the guns to shoot the army. Secondly, even if we have the guns, but these are fellow brothers and sisters. The army guys are fellow brothers and sisters, and they don't have mercy on us. They kill us. They should have mercy, because we are facing the same challenges. If the country is going under deficit, the budget, when you look at the budget, you are going to go for loans, and the army guys don't even mind. I think it is a pity. It is like we are fighting, only the individuals are fighting, and the army is not bothered. I think they are favored in some way or the other, but it's okay. We should bring in the foreigners, and they help us. They help the citizens, because we are facing the biggest challenge. We are facing the biggest challenge of all times, I know. We are facing lack of poor education, poor health facilities, and others. We are facing them as a child starts paying for
Mohammed, as you prepare to wind up, please.
A child starts paying when he's still in the womb of the mother. He's paying tax. And for this, I say, let us bring in the foreign help. You in the diaspora, go to embassies everywhere and start crying for us so that they come help us. Let them talk to this man, and he steps down, and we move on with our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohammed Kawesi. Great thoughts there, great points. The state is using the army to fight citizens. And in Bobby Wine's song, one of Bobby Wine's song, he sang a song where he sang and spoke to the army that to the police specifically, and the army, that we are not fighting you, we are fighting for you. So this is our message to the Ugandan army, to those who hold guns, and to men in uniform. We are not fighting you, we are fighting for you. Thank you so much. Great thoughts and great points from Mohammed Kawesi. We appreciate you. And he's calling upon the international community to arise up and speak and get involved and intervene in the fight for democracy, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you so much. We will go on to Pretty, if you can unmute yourself and talk. Pretty, do you hear me? Okay, now that I cannot get Pretty.
Hello.
Okay, you can go on, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, this is Pretty from Oman. Greeting you all, comrades. Thanks for the great work you are doing all. But I'm worried about my country. People are dying every day and night. There is no medicine in the hospitals. A lot of suffering going on in our country. Even some of us, we fear to go back to our country. But what is the solution after swearing the Musevenis? What we're going to do? Hello?
Yes, Pretty, are you done with your question? Oh,
Hello?
thank you. Thank you so much, Pretty. Thank you so much for your great points and your great thoughts. You spoke about poor service delivery and bad service delivery and bad governance and administration. So we are still pushing. You said, what are we going to do? We are still going to push. We are still going to push. It's not over until God says it's over. So thank you so much. Stay encouraged. Keep on doing whatever you have been doing. A revolution is a process. It's not an event. It doesn't happen in one day. But still, if we do not give up, we will gain the victory. Thank you so much. Okay, I want to welcome Henry Chitimbo. Henry, can you hear me? Henry Chitimbo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And actually, I can hear you clearly.
You
Mr.
have
David.
5 minutes, Henry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you so much for the great work that you're doing. Thank you, everyone on this platform, for standing up with Uganda. Thank you for loving Uganda. And thank you for, for keeping the struggle moving. Just like Mr. David said, it's a revolution. It's not a wedding. So it's a process. All I want to encourage you, Ugandans, my brothers, my sisters, my mothers, my grandpas, we need to keep holding on to it until we liberate our country. Like I always say, it's gonna take us ourselves. Mr. Kyagulanyi, normally we say the victory belongs to Mr. Kyagulanyi. Mr. Kyagulanyi won. But our president, he clearly says, Ugandans won. As Ugandans, we won that. Mr. Kyagulanyi is representing us. He sacrificed family, sacrificed his fantastic life and stood for all of us. So this victory belongs to all of us Ugandans. And it's gonna take us ourselves, Ugandans at large, to fight for it. What we are doing right now, like this initiative here, these are the things that we have to engage ourselves in. My brothers and sisters, there's no any initiative that is all about liberating our country, which is small. Let's engage ourselves. Meetings in different chapters. Please go and join those meetings. Come out and sorry, I'm driving, but yeah, I hope you can hear me clearly. So, brothers and sisters, let's stay on. Let's keep pushing. We shall liberate our country. The victory belongs to us. And of course, I appreciate all the organizers behind this initiative. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. David, when he was introducing in the morning when we had just started, he talked about prayers. So comrades, if you're coming in and you can pray, let's put our country in the God's hands. Let's pray. I can pray, but then I'm a Christian. I have to close my eyes when I'm praying and I'm driving. I'm not able. But also to ask some members who grab the microphone, please. You can give a short prayer after putting in your submission, your mind. You can give in a short prayer, and we handle the country God's hands. But Mr. Kyagulanyi is there to represent us. Thank you, Mr. David. Both of you, Davids.
Thank you. You're calling in from where, Henry?
I'm calling in from Denmark, actually. Yes, I'm in Denmark.
Okay, thank you so much for representing us in Denmark, and greetings to all the comrades in Denmark. Yeah, thank you so much. It was nice hearing from you as you heard Henry speaking about let's not give up, let's engage God, let's engage God. It's God who elects leaders and abases and puts down others. So Museveni is not too big for God. He might be too big for the Africans, but he's not big for God. And one of these days, you're going to see him uprooted and falling. Okay, I want to bring in Sharoni Wabobi. Sharoni Wabobi, can you hear me? You can unmute yourself and take it on. Sharoni Wabobi. Sharon, are you there? Okay, Sharon, I can't get you. Let me get Lucy. Lucy, do you hear me? Lucy, if you can hear me, if I read your name and you can't reply, please we'll go on to the next person. Okay, let's have Asi. Asi or Asi, I don't know how you pronounce your name. Asi, your phone reads Asi. You can unmute yourself and take it on if you may. Comrades, this is an online protest. We're running fast and we have many people.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Your name, please, and where you're calling from.
My name is Ase, and I'm calling from. I won't say the place where I'm calling from because of the security reasons.
Okay.
But I hope you hear me right.
Okay, you have a few minutes to air your.
Thanks for having me, and really, I'm so appreciative. But if we are to liberate our country, a lot more has to be done. I'm in Uganda currently, but most of the Ugandans, especially the youth, are totally disconnected from what is happening to their country. You'll find very few who will be following the politics of their country, how the country is being governed. In fact, one of the things that Kyagulanyi has done, though not fully, is awakening the youth to start following whatever is happening to their country. I'll give you an instance of what happened yesterday. A full DPC in one of the regions came out, told all the people that you should be out of the city by 6. That's 6 p.m. Okay? And he told them, if you don't abide by so, we are going to beat you up and have nowhere to report. So that's the kind of government we are dealing with. That even the soldiers have been told by the president is the only person they can report to. Nobody. The judicial system is completely rotten. You cannot go there when you don't have the money and win any case. Okay? So that's the country we are living in. So, and to the international players, to the US, to the German, I was so disappointed by when I saw that the German embassy congratulating Museveni's win. And yet they have been in Uganda and they know how Museveni won. He did not win. He just rigged the elections. Okay? Then when most cases I watched Joe Biden getting against Russia because Russia is misbehaving against the Ukraine. But they have put sanctions on Russia for misbehaving against Ukraine, but they're still funding the Ugandan government. Okay? So at times we get deflated just because we see the US, the UK, the what, still giving that funds and support to the government of Yoweri Museveni. Now, most of the military and their trainings is done by the French. Okay? We always see on our local TVs, the French government has given this and this to the Ugandan government. You see, the French government has done this and this and it's good. So, and we really wonder, okay, as we ask ourselves, is it the international bodies that are making Museveni stay in power? Because we the people have shown them that we are sick and tired of the dictator. He has killed so many people. Today morning, there's a friend, one of the bodyguards in fact, he was one of the remaining who is not in the prison. He was called Machete. We have read that he has been abducted and we have nowhere to be seen.
Yes, as you prepare to wind up, Ase. Yeah.
Otherwise, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great thoughts and great points from you. We hear the outcry. That's why we are protesting. while we are congratulating His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, we want to tell the world, we want to tell the friends of Uganda and all people in the world that we only believe, we as Ugandans believe and only stand with Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, aka Bobi Wine, and we believe he's the legitimate president. He's the legitimate elected Ugandan president. Thank you so much, comrades. And when you come here, you are free to pray for Uganda. You are free to air your thoughts in whatsoever way and in whatsoever language you are comfortable with. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring in someone else. Okay, Sharon Wabobi, are you? I can see your hand again. Sharon Wabobi, are you able to talk?
Hello, Ugandans.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, you can go on.
Yeah, this is Sharon Wabobi, all along from Uganda. We are in bad moods for now. As we, the soldiers who are on the ground, we are being abducted. Yesterday, I thank God that I wasn't among the people who were abducted. But these days, one of my comrades whom I talked to, even before he was arrested, Machete, he was abducted. I don't know where he is. We are fed up of this regime, but let us just pray to God so that he can play a big part to us as Ugandans. But we as the soldiers on the ground, we are not safe at all. My fellow comrades on the ground, we are not safe at all. So we just need your prayers because this regime of Museveni, we are fed up of it. We are fed up of Museveni. Some of us, our faces are common. We are just being looked after day per day. So we don't know what we are going to do, but just need your prayers. And people in diaspora, just stand with us. Just stand with us. You can also take on the demonstrations. Because here in Uganda, whenever you try to take over the demonstrations, we are being arrested, we are being killed. So those who are safe, you can do it on your side. You can just be on our side also. And you try to do each and everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon Wabobi, our foot soldier, activist, and a great comrade who has been in the fight for long. We thank you so much, and we thank you. It's encouraging to see young women also joining the fight. Thank you so much. We appreciate all your great thoughts. And yeah, right now, I just want to bring in Godfrey Noop Commander. Godfrey, your phone reads Godfrey Noop Commander. Thank you so much, Sharon from Uganda. Want to bring in Godfrey Noop Commander. If you can unmute yourself, you can unmute yourself. We have very limited time. So let's keep pushing. Teri Kuzikiza. Yeah, we're not putting our guns down and we are fighting for freedom. It's a non-violent fight. Yes, Godfrey, take it on.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
My name is Godfrey Hakiza. Right now I'm in Bahrain. And for us, the fight, we only did it during the election and pre the election. But right now, the only thing we can do is protest online. We use our accounts, Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts. But I want to appreciate everyone who puts in their effort until today. We should keep on, we should keep the fight on. Uganda and Uganda, they are really separated from reality. Balinga batamanyi kiri ku ground yadde bali Uganda. Era batulekeredde nnyo mu lutalo luno eno. Simanyi oba kiki batulekeredde nnyo. Ndowooza batya bakuba bata naye ebyo byonna bibaawo. But at the end of the day ffenna twetaaga ki victory. Kitegeera. Era we should keep on the fight. Ffenna twetaaga victory. Tetwagala buli omu abeere nga ali bibyo kitegeera. Nze that's my view naye mbewaza mwenna abasigadde nga bali ku mulamwa mukolera struggle. Big up. Nze I use my Facebook chosen blood oba mugimanyi page nenkozesa ne Twitter yange every day I make sure nteekayo posting protesting this Museveni regime every day as a must. Era ekyo tukikola we keep persisting. ne tulaga ensi yonna ekiri Uganda. I'm sure tujja kugira.
Thank you so much, Godfrey. We appreciate you so much for encouraging the comrades. Yeah, really, the youth need to be more involved, and thank you so much for the fight. Thank you so much. Let's keep soldiering on. Let's keep on fighting. Yeah, winners never quit and quitters never win. Thank you so much for the great work that you're doing. Right about now, I just want to bring in, Lucy. Lucy, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, yeah. Now I can be heard.
Yes,
yeah,
you have a
good
few
morning,
minutes.
comrades.
Yes,
I know it's not a good morning, but I wanted to, first of all, react to one of the comrades that talked about the fact that Ugandans have spies all around them. Ugandans are scared and fear to be shot at and killed. I kind of think, yes, they are scared, but Ugandans are also big-headed and just not want to accept the reality. Some people don't want to accept the problems we're facing. As long as they get something to eat for a day, they think probably that's good enough for them. And they're probably not aware of how much violation is done against them. And excuse me. And I think the things we have suggested earlier, we have suggested to people that if we can, for example, there are protests we can have, people can simply stay in their homes. No one is going to shoot you in your home. I'm sorry that the child is distracting. Maybe I can come on later.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lucy.
I'll
we have
raise my
gotten
hand
your
later.
point. We have gotten your point. You are speaking about boycotts. We should amplify boycotts. Let's boycott everything that the regime does and all those people who are associated with the regime and they have businesses and things that they do. Let's boycott. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much, Lucy. Okay, right now I want to, this is the last person I'm going to be calling from my side, Tusubira Fred, before we shift and we change and I give to my comrade Kapalaga Michael Kakande to take us on. Tusubira Fred, can you unmute yourself? Okay, Ronnie Lujirwa. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Ronnie Lujirwa. Okay, we're finding a hard time to get you. Bwanika's iPad, I can see. Bwanika's iPad, can you hear me and can you unmute yourself from that side? We're having a hard time getting you guys, but we are still trying to make it work in all ways. Right about now, I want to welcome Kapalaga, Michael Kakande, our comrade in the diaspora, who has been a very instrumental fighter in the struggle. I just want to welcome him to come and take us on because my time here is done. Comrade Michael Kakande.
OHT Wadaudi.
Yes, Mr. Kapalaga, you are welcome and you can take us on. It's your hour, it's your time to lead us on. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep pushing. People power, our power. Congratulations, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the elected president of Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade David. Thank you for the work that you've been doing throughout the campaigns, even now. I know you're doing a lot of work for NUP and for Uganda at large. I would really want to commend you. Thank you very much. And thank you to your namesake, David, for making this happen. Dorcas, this is really nice. Comrades around Uganda, around the world, I greet you. My name is Michael Kakande, also known as Kapalaga Biebe. I'm an artist. I am a Ugandan. I'm a journalist. But most importantly, I'm a Ugandan. So whatever happens in Uganda, I feel so concerned because I believe Uganda can be better. Can be better if at all we get rid of what I normally call okweyagaliza. You know, I believe Uganda can, and everyone in Uganda, including the Musevenis of this world, know that Uganda deserves better, and that's what I sang about, that the Pearl of Africa deserves better. I just have a very short clip that I would want to start with. Comrade David, if you can play for me that clip. We can't get the. We don't have the sound though.
That maybe the vigor is not as much after 75.
Can you start?
After 75, the vigor, I think there's some scientific idea there that maybe the vigor is not as much after 75 years. So that one I wouldn't quarrel with. I know there are some leaders who have been leading even beyond 75, but I think if you want very active leaders, it's good to have the ones below 75.
So are you saying you wouldn't go beyond 75 yourself, sir?
Not at all.
That is what President Yoweri Museveni told NTV in an...
Good enough, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, comrades, I just wanted you to see that video today and know that Uganda is going to be led by a leader who is not very active, like he said. Unfortunately, we are back to square one. I just imagine, I am a mathematics student. I normally imagine when President Museveni, around 1980, President Museveni was part of the government then. He was second in command or third. So they organized the elections in 1980. And, you know, he said, if Obote steals the elections, I'll go to the bush. He was part of the organization of that election. And he announced that if they steal the elections, I am going to the bush. He lost terribly. He wasn't even second. And he went to the bush, not because they had stolen votes for UPM, but because they had stolen DP. President Museveni then went to the bush, fought. In 1986, he came. He captured power. He told our grandparents that he would be president for only 4 years. He had captured power for only 4 years. And he would give power back to the people of Uganda in 4 years. In 1990, after 4 years, he told our grandparents and our parents then that they needed 5 years to organize the army. That is 1990. In 1995, after the 5 years, he told Ugandans that they wanted to make the constitution. So they wrote the constitution, one of the best documents in the whole world. They wrote the constitution, the 1995 constitution, so we could have elections in 1996. In 1996, he claimed that he had never been elected in power, so he wanted to contest so he can get that feeling of being an elected leader. Ugandans elected for him in 1996. In 2001, he asked Ugandans to give him his last term. 2001. In 2005, he bribed MPs to remove term limits so he could come for a supposedly third final term in 2006. So he bribed them in 2005 so he could have his third final last term in 2006. In 2011, he promised Ugandans that by the time that Chisanja is done, every Ugandan will be rich through Bonawagagawale and so several other, names that they've been bringing. He claimed he can't rule past 75, just like you saw in that video, live on TV. And this is when he told a Kenyan journalist that he was working for his family. In 2016, he promised to take Uganda to the middle income status by 2020. Comrades, Ugandans, fellow Ugandans, by then Tanzania was not in middle income status. Benin was not in middle income status. Tanzania got a new president in the names of John Pombe Magufuli. He ruled them for only 5 years, and boom, by 2020, they were in middle income status. Benin, by 2020 July, it was in middle income status. Uganda, by 2020, we are one of those who have the biggest loans. So it's so unfortunate that we are back to square one. But nevertheless, we are here to fight for our country. We are not, just like David said earlier, we are not going to use coercive means. We are not going to be brutal. We are going to use our mouths. We are going to use what God gave us and what we know best. We are going to sing songs. I am bringing more songs. I understand Honorable Chagulanyi is bringing more songs, and several other liberational artists are bringing songs. And if that is all we need to liberate Uganda, we shall do so. So I am here, ladies and gentlemen, for just a few minutes. Thank you for the time. David, once again, I want to make sure I can see some of the comrades that want to speak. Can we have several people speak? I can see Bwanika. Are you able to speak? Let me see.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Bwanika.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Bwanika. Where are you calling from?
Thank you so much, Kapalaga. I'm called Bwanika. I'm from Switzerland.
Yes, go ahead.
I think I have to use my language. Kubanga oluzungu twaluko wano basajja batumanyira nnyo. Naye tetulina okukola nga ffe bannayuganda. Tetulina kugwamu ssuubi Kapalaga kankubuulira amazima. They think they have done it all. They have on their last minute. So we don't have to lose hope. May I lose my cousin sister, Rita Nabukenya, in the struggle. Even I never buried her. But the pain I have, amaziga genyina ku mutima Kapalaga. Walabye omusajja ka video bamusanze atudde abasajja abambadde engoye za bulijjo nga bakutte emmundu. Omusajja bamuse, bamaze ne bamutta ne bamusuula. So this pain, Bannayuganda gye tulina, nze nkakasa tetulina ku giving up. This man is on his last minutes. Bwe ne bw'alayira tubireke. Nze I trust His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. That man is a God-sent man. Bannaye mwe Kyagulanyi mumulabira mu kifaananyi ndowooza kirala nnyo oba nze nsuubire, naye that guy is so bright. Omusajja oyo alabisizza gavumenti mu myezi 6 buli kitongole kya gavumenti kyonna kiraze obwereere bwakyo. Tulabye abalamuzi nga balwanagana, tulabye poliisi byekola, amagye gatandise okukulyetingawo ebibuuzo eby'ekisiru, bakubisa posita ezaabwe, bagamba mbu tajja kulayira. Bino byonna Bobi Wine yabibagamba. Nzijukira nali ku konsati ye mu lubiri lwa Kabaka Emmengo. Yali ayimba oluyimba okumanya ono omuvubuka bannaye Mukama yamutusendingira. Bino ebintu byonna ebiriwo Bobi Wine yabiyimba era yabibagamba. Yabagamba mu bino byonna bigenda kubeerawo. N'agamba gwe nkulaba oli MP, n'agamba abo abasajja be mutya ab'amasaayi ab'amasuuti mmwe babboosi baabwe. So kati nze kye tulina okukola kiri ekintu kimu. Tulina kubeera na kukkiriza, tetuggwaamu maanyi. Kavalaga ono omusajja ali ku last minute of his life, nze kankubuulira amazima. Dani Mulika Semogere yabadde ayogera n'agamba ono Museveni kasita n'akola ensobi n'asobola okulaba nti ebyobufuzi bya Uganda agenda bisikiza mutabani we. That is going to be his life ending from now and there. Bano abasajja be mulabye abakuŋŋaanye Kololo oba agenda kulayira oba tagenda kulayira, let him sworn in. Owe Sudan yalayira ku bitundu 95 ku buli 100. Where is he right now? Okitegere.
Okay.
Tulina encouraging abantu okulaba nga basobola okubanga bekkiririzaamu kubanga abantu bafa. Balaga abantu babawamba every now and then.
Webale nnyo mwami Bwanika, kati njagala kutumayo omulimu naawe. Ogambye oli Switzerland?
Yes.
Yes. Twetaaga Switzerland eyo waliyo ba MPs, waliyo ba representatives bamwe. Omulimu gwonga gwe ali mu diaspora kwe kulaba ngo reaching out to those people and tell them what is happening in Uganda and make them issue a statement about the abductions, the killings and all that.
We all know this.
Ogwe mulimu gwaffe ngaffe abantu abatali
walabye kye twakoze ku Twitter.
Kyakabi nnyo.
Twakoze ku Twitter n'atuuka ekiseera ne post UK n'egijjayo. Nitandika okutiisatiisa tegenda ku blocking abana Uganda. Naye because tusindika live videos, tusindika everything, okulaga nti bano abasajja be bakongratulating, nothing is there. Uganda is bleeding.
Okay. Webale nnyo mwami Bwanika.
Thank you Kapalaga. Neyanza nnyo kumpaka kesi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bwanika from Switzerland, all the way. Can I have Afro Balaina? Afro Balaina, are you able to speak? Afro Balaina is our coordinator from Germany, and I understand Germany Germany has had problems recently. So Afro Balaina, how are you doing, my brother?
Of course, I'm not fine. I'm going to work. The struggle continues both privately and on the political arena. We have to fight on. The truth is, what the German government did wasn't new. Remember, in one of our coordinators' meetings, I told you we met with the foreign minister of Germany and we didn't get any positive feedback from them. And that's when we knew who our friends are, who our enemies are. Because he told us point blank that the interests of the Germans are in continuity. They want to keep doing the things they have been doing the business they have been doing, so their interests come first. For them, it doesn't matter who is the leader in Uganda. As long as their business flourish, they're able to sell their arms to the dictators down there and earn revenue. That's what matters to them most. Of course, they put under the disguise of stability that the change of power might affect the region negatively, but we both know that was just bullshit. Anyway, the thing is, as Ugandans, we have to fight for our own bebereramu. If they see you as the winner, they will always come, and befriend you. They won't fight to help us change our government. No, they won't do that. So don't be fooled that anywhere in the UK or in Holland that the guys will come in and talk, and try to put someone in power who's not yet there. They only congratulate you when in power. That's when they need you, because then they can put terms, they can negotiate, all deals. They cannot negotiate business and solar panel, whatever, because you're in the government. You have a say. If you're in the opposition, you've not taken power, it's very hard for them to do anything. Their point of view is bogus, but they claim to be for human rights. They claim to be people who love law-abiding governments and so on, but it doesn't help much. Anyway, I'm just happy that you're all here for the cause. And whoever is in Kololo, it's a shame. I see them as traitors of our country. And we just pray and hope that we overturn this into the favor of the people of Uganda. Everyone has the chance to do what they have to do. We don't have to all be in Uganda. Like some people will be like, maybe no. Of course, we can just keep quiet. We are set, but that's our country. We have relatives there. Bobango tell the Uganda nange so manyo ino mulimu ojafuna kyolya nja kuba sisi na bade ya kwezanga sente buli dakika 2 kuba maito ena mulimu government totena dagali gena mudwaliro kubanga government setona lyandye. That's why we demonstrate here. Tuli wanu fena olwekyo nti buli omu ayaganye ensi ebenge eterera ate struggle siya lunaku lumu. It goes on never tutte obuyinza kubanga Museveni yekayeka guno gulinga mulandira gulinga muti azakuza abaana ebitoke ne bizaala nakuza obubbi obutono kwegamba kiri munda muli nti ye mubbi n'abamukolerako babbi n'abaana be babbi naye bakolera babbi. So we really have to to fight, to keep on fighting. Never to obuyinza kalube wancha kalube mwaka gujja kalube myaka 5. We have to continue. It's a long way to healing. It will take some time. So mwenamwe sibe bbiri kyokona tujja kulwanira ddala paka Uganda for richuka tulwane n'abaana ffe balwane. That's the only way. So ne yaziza nnyo ze bapita from bino kwa ne Germany kapalaga webale nnyo. Thank you David Olima, my brother, for putting it across this demonstration. Please share. But not sharing a link eno ngoli mu gundi. Copy the link from the chat room, sharing and never know what we got to go. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Our power. Thank you very much, Afrobalaina. Afrobalaina is our coordinator from Germany. Like he said, please share the link so everyone can join. I understand we can now have over 100 people. Yeah. If you can't join using Zoom, you can watch all over Facebook. I understand we live on some Facebook pages like Choto, JB Mwonge 2, and several others. So if you're watching from there, then you are so wonderful. Okay, David has just shared the link. If you can copy that link in the chat, you who are on Zoom, you can just copy that link and share with your comrades so they can all get to join this. Kamoga Faizo, why you get deco? Did you already talk, Kamoga?
Something. Yes, I did, but I would like to add on something.
Let me first get to other people, then you come back. UAE chapter People Power. I don't know that this is the leader. Did you already talk? Is this David UAE? Who is this? Is this Patricia? UAE chapter leader.
Okay. Yes, comrades. Good morning from UAE. This is Patricia Mika, People Power NUP coordinator. I want to thank all Ugandans who have turned up massively on this online demonstration. And I want to thank you members and the Ugandans. The fact is, as we all know, that Museveni is only swearing in himself, as even we can see what is going on the media and the heavy deployment in Uganda. But as a leader, I'm here to encourage all Ugandans Those who are saying we need foreign countries to come in, we need Sanso to come in, we are waiting for the whites. Nobody is going to fight for us unless we are fighting for ourselves. These people, and I'm here, I will not be ashamed, it's the whites, they only fight when they have their interests, as you see the German ambassador and all that has been happening. I have no much to say, but I continue committing Ugandans in God's hands, and I congratulate His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the elected president of Uganda, and I will say that tetugenda kuzikiza, we are soldiering on, let's go on front. This mission didn't end on 14th of January, and it is not ending today on the swearing in. As Ugandans, you've been approaching to us, asking us or inquiring. Now Museveni is going to swear in. What is next? You as leaders, what are you preparing? Yes, we are all leaders, as Kyagulanyi trained us and as he stated in his previous speeches. So Ugandans, we are on a mission, and we as leaders, we are not fainted. We are ready to fight until we see that Museveni is falling. Until we see that Museveni has fallen, he's no more president of Uganda. Thank you, members. Let me let other members to have a contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Patricia Mugisha is our coordinator from UAE. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the deliberation and whatever you're doing for the struggle. Uganda is bleeding.
Hello?
Did you already say something?
No, I haven't yet said anything.
Yes, go ahead, please.
First of all, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Ekyokubiri, Kapalaga ngenda kudda mu lulimi olwaffe lwennyini Olunansi. Ekisinga okunnuma be bantu abakeera ku makya be twali tutwala nga abatumotivatinga ne bakeera ne bakola videos nga bitumalamu bumazimaanyi. Ekyokubiri, abantu abali ewaka ne bagamba mbu abantu abali ku mawanga tetuli eyo tetulina kye tukola. Omuntu atavangako waka kugenda kukola bweru yatamanyi bulungi we tuyitamu. Ffe buli kituukawo okeera ku makya n'osindika ssente waka ng'oba osindise $30 ne bajjako omusolo ne bajjako kibiki ne watuuka emitwalo nga 15 oba 20. Ebyo ebintu bituluma. N'abantu okusirikanga obusirisi. Imagine ne bajja ne bakwata munnammwe naye ne mutabuuzaako nti kiki. Nze nina saying egamba nti wookera ku makya ne bakkuba essasi n'ofa, ezo zibeera ntuuko zo, olwo lubeera lwe lunaku lwo. Ate teri muntu asobola kukyusa lunaku lwo kuba mu kitabo bwe lutyo mu fayiro we luba lwawandiikibwa. Ekirala, ekintu ekikyasinza okunnyiiza be bantu okuvangayo ne bagamba kati pulezidenti atugambe, pulezidenti tuzaako ki. Buli omu asobola okukola ky'asobola mu busobozi bwe. Keera ku makya tuulo ewuwo ogaye sigenda kukola. Gamba nti gundi ono yakola bw'ati, tomuwagira, tokola kintu kyonna kimwongerako. Bajja kuwulira obulumi bwe tuyitamu. Naye Abannayuganda gye munaakoma okwetuulako, gye mugenda okukoma okubonaabona. Omusajja leero alayira. Trust me, mu myezi 2 sukaali akawunga kajja kuba kagula ssente ze mutamanyi. Ekyo kyo nkibabuulidde. Ate n'Abagermany ng'Abazungu baki bonna abo bo nga munnaffe mwanyinaffe wagambye nti bo bajja kuvangayo nga balaba waliwo awangudde oba waliwo akoze bw'ati. Bo balina interests zaabwe. Twebaza Abamerika ne nebaza ba comrades abajja ku Twitter. Ba comrades baffe abavaayo ku Twitter ne nebaza ba comrades abali e Kampala nga asobola okuyimirirawo n'alaga face ye. Muli bavumu nnyo. Ffe abamu tujja mu ggwanga ne tufuluma ne tujja ne tufuluma. Tetusobola gamba nti katukole ki katulage face zaffe kuba buli kaseera tubeera mu kutambula. Naye tulumirwamu nammwe, tulina abaana ewaka eyo. Nze Twitter handle yange bagihakinze ne bagitwala. Naye kinnuma nnyo nti Twitter handle yange maze naye emyaka egisukka mu 10. Naye just because I express what I feel and supporting someone, it's not a crime. Kati nokeera ku makya n'olaba abantu abakulu twafuna otulo. Imagine abaana bammwe mubalekedde ani? Nze ekinnuma ndi mwana muto naye abaana bange ngenda balekera ki? Saawa zino okweducatinga omwana mu Uganda okumuwa education enyingi olina okuba ng'osasula 1 point. Abantu temulaba. Nze bye ebigambo byange muganda wange kuba amaziga gendimu n'ennaku gye ndimu saawa zino.
Thank you very much. Thank you, comrade. Amaziga munange ngategeera naye situka tutambule. Olugendo luwanvu naye gye tukoma luyina okugguka. Comrade is called Comrade Milton here. I wonder whether Comrade Milton here. Comrade Milton is a fellow journalist, an experienced one at that. Is Milton here? Almadi? Milton Almadi, are you here? Okay, if he's not yet here, let me see. Milton Alimadi, are you here?
Yes.
Are you? Okay. Yes, you're welcome, Comrade Milton Alimadi. Thank you for whatever you've done for Uganda and the struggle at large. Any words that you would want to tell Ugandans at this time when they are supposed to be in joy, but it's somber all over?
No, that's wrong. It should not be. The guy is finished, as everybody knows. Sometimes we forget some of the major victories that we've already won.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that Bobby Wine won the elections, number one. Otherwise, the United States would not say the elections were neither free nor fair. That's a very serious statement. The United States pays Museveni's bills. $1 billion from the United States and weapons from the United States. So now if the United States is saying the election was neither free nor fair, it means Museveni is not the legitimate president of Uganda. So no matter what other countries do, Germany, Britain, France, these are not major countries. Let's be honest. The United States is the remaining power in the world. So we have to keep pushing the United States. That statement was very good. If the United States is saying Museveni is illegitimate, we must continue treating him as illegitimate. He's not authorized to rule Uganda. He's not authorized to command the army. He's not authorized to command the police force. That's the attitude we should take toward him going forward. That's number one. Number two, there are other victories. For example, the 6 banks that withdrew from financing the oil pipeline. That's a major defeat for Museveni. And we have to make sure we go after the other banks and make sure that nobody finances that oil pipeline going to Tanzania. But even if that oil pipeline is financed, there are other ways to stop oil from flowing from Uganda to Tanzania. Nigerians have shown the world how that is done. And if you're dealing with an illegitimate regime in Uganda, there's no reason why we should not use other measures when the time comes. When the time comes. Right now, I think the strategy that's been employed is perfect. The protests in the diaspora have been very, very helpful. And that is why we are seeing these changing signals coming from the United States. Now, of course, you have to continue pushing the same thing in Europe. I just posted a link to my petition that I started on behalf of all of us in diaspora and in Uganda. And that petition calls for arms embargo on Museveni's regime. There's no reason why the West should be giving any more weapons to Museveni. Everybody knows the weapons are not used to defend Ugandans. but to kill Ugandans. Ugandans are being abducted, tortured, and killed. The whole world now knows about that because Ugandans have been protesting in Uganda and outside Uganda. The BBC covered it. The Washington Post covered it. The New York Times covered it. The Guardian covered it. Al Jazeera covered it. So nobody can pretend that they don't know what's going on in Uganda. So that is why we have to insist, stop selling weapons to Museveni. That's what the petition says. We have 8,203 signatures now. I'm hoping we get up to 10,000 or even 20,000. The petition is addressed to Joe Biden. Once we get the signatures, we're going to deliver that to the White House. I think people should not be somber. Museveni is in a desperate position. Otherwise, he would not hire Mercury LLC, the very expensive public relations firm in Washington, D.C. And I love the fact that young comrades protested outside the office a few days ago. And I think if we organize a few more protests in front of their office, they're going to drop that account and they'll drop Museveni. But if he was not in any difficulty, he would not hire Mercury LLC. You see? So he's in a very desperate position. I think sometimes we get a little bit impatient. We want to see the change immediately. Obviously, the person that should be swearing in is Bobi Wine because he won the election. But the fact that all of these other countries are even shunning Museveni, they're not coming to his swearing in. They know that his time is limited. So there are many good things working in the favor of people that want to get rid of this dictator. And I insist we think about all these positive things instead of this one-day show. What is the difference between a dictator before he swears himself in and a dictator after he swears himself in? He's still a dictator. So yesterday, Museveni was a dictator. Today, he so-called swears in. He's still a dictator. So yesterday, we treated him like a dictator. It means tomorrow, we must continue treating him like a dictator. Nothing has changed. So there's no reason for anybody to be sad. We just have to rededicate ourselves to the struggle. And all of us here today have to promise ourselves that we will not rest until this dictator is removed. Let's do it for Ugandans who are still living and for the Ugandans who have been killed by General Museveni and the ones who are still suffering in the prisons today, being tortured. So once we make that commitment, I think Museveni will be gone. And Bobi Wine has already proven to Uganda that if you are brave, the job will be done. If Bobi Wine can put his life on the line, there's no reason why any one of us should hold back. So let's make the promise today and the commitment that we will do everything in our power to liberate Uganda so we can have a normal, functioning, peaceful country. How can you live in a country where you don't know whether your relative is going to be kidnapped tonight or kidnapped while walking in the middle of the street? And then the body is discovered somewhere in the forest. It is up to us to liberate Uganda. We must do it, and we will do it. So please, brothers and sisters, stay strong and feel good. Feel good because we put him in a tight spot. We are not there yet, but we are heading in the right direction, and he will be removed. So those are the few words I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Milton Alimadi, senior journalist. Thank you. Can you please reshare that link again in the chat so people can be able to sign the petition? If you can reshare it.
Yes, I'm going to post it again right now.
Yes, and if we can have it on our social media platforms, that will be really good. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Milton.
Thank you. Stay strong. All of you, stay strong.
Sure. All right. I will have another Ugandan to speak to fellow Ugandans. Can I have let me see. Stay. STE. Are you here? STE, are you here? If ST is not here, can I have Katumba Gerald? Mr. Katumba. Yes,
comrade.
go ahead.
Greetings to all those in Uganda and those in different countries. I greet you all, and I want to thank for this opportunity, and I want to appreciate the organizers for having organized such a great protest against the dictatorship in Uganda. I'm called Katumba Gerard. I'm a journalist by profession. You permit me not to disclose where I am due to security reasons. Of course, even currently I'm still in hiding. But I have been listening to the contribution from my comrades from different countries and different areas. And it's a fact that everybody is concerned about what's going on in Uganda. And actually, I can tell you that we need to do more. This is a revolution which cannot be completed within weeks or days or months. It can take even years. When you look at countries where revolutions have occurred, it has taken a lot of courage. It has taken a lot of time. It has taken a lot of passion. So we must be passionate to our country. We must be considerate to our country so that we can liberate it. We are not fighting a president. That one we should know. We are fighting a dictator. Dictatorship. It's not something that you can fight within a week or within a month. At first, with Ugandans thought they are fighting against a president. Fighting a president is something that is very simple. You can unseat a president very easily, but it is not easy to unseat a dictator. Because when you look at what is happening in Uganda, it's like Museveni is a stem. And when you look at him, it's like a stem which is over age that can be eliminated very easily. But the biggest problem to Uganda are the branches on that stem. So we are not fighting a single person. We're not fighting just one person. We are fighting more than 10,000 people. Because eliminating Museveni or unseating Museveni from power, it's not enough to liberate the country. So you have to eliminate the whole tree. So we need an overhaul liberation for Uganda. So that one does not, it takes time, it takes courage, it takes a lot of passion. So some people thought that it will be the country will be liberated within a year, or it will be liberated on 14th January or any other day. And they did not think about whom they are fighting. A liberator, I mean a dictator has so many branches that we should also fight. So I can tell you Ugandans that this is just a beginning of the revolution. Every day let it be a beginning of a revolution. So don't lose morale, don't lose hope. And when you look at the what we call revolution, it is a sudden change of power. A sudden change of power. Suddenly it means it can happen anytime. Revolution does not have a time frame. You just continue fighting and fighting. When you look at the countries where revolutions have occurred,
Sorry, I think I'm losing you, Mr. Katumba. You have some network glitches. Katumba. Okay. I think Katumba will be back again. I think we are losing him. Comrades, yes, I still greet you all over. It's 3:39 here in Boston. In the morning, it's 3 in the morning. I want to salute all those comrades who are still awake just to make this happen. I want to salute the comrades in UK, the comrades in South Africa. Jajaibu, are you here? Jajaibu. Jajaibu, oli baba? Jajaibu is our coordinator from South Africa. I just wanted to see whether he's here. I don't know. Maybe he'll be able to join us later. Can I have some other person as can I have? I don't have STE, right? I wonder who STE is. Can I have SCE? S. Are you able to speak? SCE? SCES? Okay, seems I don't have him. Do I have this number?
Yes, Kapalaga.
No.
Unze SCE sebo.
Yes, sebo. Gena mas.
Mukulu Kapalaga webale okutuweereza mwebale baganda baffe abali ebunaayira ffe tuli wano ku butaka lunaku lwa kusaba na kusiiba naye nga tubeebaza bambi mwenna baganda baffe gye muli omulimu gwonna gwe mukola okuyimusa eddoboozi lyammwe raising your voices to express protest against the Museveni military dictatorship. I've kind of tried to put my view in the chat box, trying to raise a case that, while I understand that many of comrades here are raising a case that we are going to remain nonviolent and express ourselves in that way, I, for one, think that it is not going to be enough. And I think that natural justice commands that when you are faced with an enemy who is raising a panga against you, you don't have to raise your hands and just look on. You have either to get a shield and try to defend yourself. And that is a point I'm trying to put across. That is my opinion. You know, the developments that are coming up are really very saddening. Yesterday, we witnessed an NUP leader who was kidnapped, and in the same night, we observed that he was shot dead and dropped at a nearby fuel station. And the photos are there for us to see. I wish I could. I'm going to try and see how to post this photo in the chat box. But that's what I'm saying, is that in as much as citizens, we have for many years tried to portray that we are law-abiding citizens, we are standing up in a non-violent way. The criminal we are facing is not someone with a caring heart. And for me, that is what I'm saying. So I'm a citizen who is saying that it is not enough for us to raise our fists and just stay non-violent without raising a gear of self-defense in the United States. That for our leaders, right from now President-elect Kyagulanyi, to hear our voice, that it is not enough to just say that we are non-violent and someone is shooting at us and we are just raising our arms. It is the situation that is happening between Israel and Palestine. However weak the Palestinians are, they are saying that you can't just bomb us and we just look on, you know. And every time that you have a community that is oppressed and it stands up and portrays self-defense, it gets respect. But once we just say that, you know, you will shoot us and we shall just raise our hands, we shall continue to be disrespected, we shall continue to be kidnapped, we shall be killed. And for us, that is our position as Ugandans on the ground. That is what I wanted to say, Comrade Kapalaga. And I want to call on all other oppressed Ugandans who agree with this position that be strong. We can have divergent views. There are those who say they're non-violent, but it is also okay to accommodate those Ugandans who say that enough of this killing. We have a right to self-defense. And that is my opinion, Comrade.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mwami S. You make a point, but just like David said earlier, the NUP or People Power stands for non-violence because Uganda has been in violent struggles ever since independence. You know, Ugandans fought the independence, the British to get independence. You remember that the Kabaka 1966, the 1979, then it's been bloodshed after bloodshed. That's why Ugandans are so much disappointed in Museveni, because they thought, you know, bloodshed is done. In 1986, it is done, and we are now setting out to build our Uganda. We really don't want to condone non-violence means, because we think it will shed more blood. And we've seen this happen. We've seen non-violent actions remove dictators. I am sure you've seen them, Mwami S. You've seen what happened in just up there in South Sudan. I mean, Bashir was a field marshal. He was not even a general. He was a field marshal. But it was non-violent means that removed a field marshal. So I don't think Uganda should really go back to, you know, fighting and killing. I don't think we should, and I believe that's that's what Honorable Kyagulanyi already say, that we stand for non-violent means. We can do this. We can do this. Mwami esi togwamu maanyi kino kisoboka munnange. Kisobose walala yonna. Bashiri bamuggyako nga field marshal. Naye ng'omwana amuggyako na, you know, baana ba university. So kibaddewo era kisobose and kigenda kusoboka. Trust me. So togwamu maanyi kutuuka kutondowalirwa kutuuka eyo. Yes, comrades banange. Okay, can we have David? David, can you please come back, because I want to really commend the comrades who are keeping it up. I understand. California, it's around 12:40 something. I understand in Minnesota, it's around 2 something. And where it's in the wee hours of the night, I really commend you for being here. And those of you who are working and just listening in, I really commend you for that. and keep sharing the link, keep sharing the Facebook links so people can join and be able to talk about the future of their country. David, are you here? Are you able to come here? David.
Comrade Kapalaga, is it me? There's so many Davids online. Is this me you're looking for?
Yes, I was looking for you.
Okay.
Thank you for organizing this once again. But I really want to do something here. So if you could take it from here, I would appreciate. Thank you once again, and thank you to the whole team. I know with all these efforts, we are removing a dictator.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Comrade Kapalaga. Always good to have you here, and thank you so much for the efforts you're putting in helping kick out the dictator. I just want to thank all those of you who have taken the time to join us. We know that the times might be awkward for wherever you're joined in from. But please keep sharing. We've increased capacity so that we can have as many of you here on this day to speak your mind. Whatever you say is you're perfect. You're perfectly entitled to your views. Let's keep it respectful, and let's keep the conversation going. Those of you who are following us on Facebook, please could you click on that link so that you can join the conversation, and you'll get your opportunity to speak to the people who are on Zoom and on Facebook. We very shortly will be going at the turn of the hour. We'll be hosting Nico from UVote, who will be talking us through a report that's been produced entitled Rigged, which is an analysis of the election results. As you will know, UVote was the app that was used by the people to tally the votes, knowing that the dictator had other plans in place. So stay tuned, and please let people know that this is where it's all happening. I want to thank all of you again who've taken your time to come and join us. Please do not despair. The biggest message we're getting is keep the struggle, keep the fight. There's 45 million people in Uganda who are determined to see a new Uganda, and we know that we can do it. And by keeping up the fight and keeping up the struggle, we will get there. It might not be tomorrow, but the main thing is have in mind the purpose we're fighting for. It is a new Uganda. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got a little commercial break, and then we'll hand over to, we'll be ready to move over to Nico, who will take us through the session, and hopefully later on we will have a very good Twitter bombing session. So a bit of music for you from the one and only His Excellency Bobby Wine. So of course, if you've got any placards, would like to see them, please put up your placards, turn your cameras on, because we're protesting and we won't let this fire be put out. You're looking very determined and busy. Thank you for joining the struggle. Yes. Keep those cameras on. Let's keep that voice raised. We are the people who are going to liberate our country. Good to see you, Billy Ekstrom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all, wherever you're joining us from, to this online protest where we stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Uganda. Here we stand, Ugandans and friends of Uganda, determined to let the world know that we do not recognize the legitimate president who is swearing himself in today. We know who the rightful winner of the elections was, and we will continue. We are determined to continue the fight of keeping the word out there that His Excellency Bobi Wine is the voice of the people and he is the legitimate president. Very shortly we'll be handing over to Nico, who will take us through a quick analysis of a report that they've quite assiduously prepared and been preparing on the back of the elections that were carried out on the 14th of January. I'd like to remind those of you who want to speak, you will have the chance to speak for 5 minutes. The way this works is you raise your hand and the moderator will give you the opportunity to speak, and you can say whatever is on your mind for 5 minutes. You get a 30-second reminder if you get close to the 5 minutes, but please use the opportunity to join us and tell us what's on your mind, whatever it is you'd like to say. Later on, we will have people in London who are going out to protest. The protest in London starts at 11 a.m. So if you're in the UK and you want to join the protest in London, the London protest starts at 11 a.m. Assembly point is Trafalgar Square. We will have some people dialing in, and you can see what our brothers and sisters out on the streets are doing. Like the previous speakers have said, if you can go out to the streets and it's safe to do so, please go out and make your voice heard. Okay, I'm just going to see if we can get Nico on so that we can get ready for the next part of this session. Nico. Hello, Nico, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, David. Good morning, Ugandans.
Good morning, Nico. So good to have you here today, and welcome to this online protest. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the hard work and dedication you've put in as a friend of Uganda and as a Ugandan at heart in helping the people of Uganda fight for a new, better Uganda. So welcome to this online protest.
Yes, very much welcome.
And I understand you have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes with the work that's been going on with an analysis of the results that you guys were tallying over the YouVote Tally Center on the back of the work that was captured on the app. So, Nico, I'd like to hand over to you to share with us a synopsis of the report that you produced. And hopefully we'll get the chance to invite people to ask you any questions.
Yeah, so first of all, I should comment that the app and the report, all of that was a team effort. I was the one leading it, but we were a group of mostly Ugandans in diaspora, from the Netherlands, from the UK, from Denmark, from the United States, from Belgium, really all over the place, that made this possible. And it started 6 months ago when we started to develop the YouVote app, and all of us know that the Museveni government really got nervous because of that, which was really great. And we've been able to collect a lot of information. I want to say that the team is a big team, and Paul is also online. He was also part of the YouVote team. So if you can please unmute him, that he can also say some words later on, because I want to stress that this is a team effort. And then let me give you some of the most important points of the report. So what the report shows is that the rigging of the election was not something that happened in one polling station. No, it was something that happened nationwide. We show that it was not just in Issinjiru, not just in Kiruhura, it was not just Mbarara, it was not just Gulu, it was not Mbala, it was all over the place where the rigging took place. The only differences between the areas was the way of rigging. We know that in Kampala, because the press was there, because the Ugandans were so motivated to vote and so motivated to check that everything went fine, the limitations of the dictator to stuff the ballot boxes were limited. So in Kampala, it was only like 10 polling stations that got ballot stuffed. But in Issinjiru, it was, of the 500 polling stations there, all of them, with no single exception, got ballot stuffed. And for example, one of the appendices is the polling station of Mr. President himself, Carroll High School. It was not only ballot stuffed, but it was even ballot stuffed too much. We tell the story of Daniel Lutaya, a journalist that had a friend there, and he was reporting on the voting taking place at Carroll High School. And he reported those votes on his Twitter account, 776 votes. And then someone started checking those votes. That was more than the registered number of voters. Obviously, this caused some alarm with the government, and Daniel Lutoya he disappeared. Just 2 days later, he came back online, all his tweets were deleted, and he didn't want to comment on the situation anymore. So it was clear that Museveni's own polling station was rigged, and that can only happen if the dictator himself knows. It was his polling station that was rigged. It was also the polling station of his wife Janet that was rigged. And even in Kampala, although there were so little polling stations rigged, but the polling station nearest to the State House was also rigged. So what is the conclusion of the report? That the normal procedure for Museveni is rigging. If it was up to him, every polling station in Uganda would have been rigged. Fortunately, Uganda's prevented a lot of rigging. And that's why there were so many polling stations where things still turned out right. So this is about the ballot box stuffing. And then another key ingredient of this report is all the testimonies. We know that Bobby Wine submitted a petition to the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court did not want to look at it because it would be devastating. There would be too much evidence. So they made up an excuse that the evidence was too late. The affidavits were refused. So those affidavits have been shared with us, and we have analyzed those affidavits. There are about 130 in our possession, and we analyzed every single crime in there, and we find about 500 crimes that are there. There are, for example, 50 cases of agent intimidation in an affidavit. Torture, 20 times. Murders, even child abductions are among the crimes that this government committed just to prevent NUP having agents in the polling stations. Now, one of the things that we did as a YouVote team is collecting all those DORs and then comparing those to the tally sheets. And David, if you are online, then maybe you can tell a little bit about the comparison we did since you were involved.
Sorry, Nico. Which David are you referring to?
David Igeru. I had hoped that you would unmute him, but
okay. 1 minute.
Oh, it's Paul. Sorry, Nico. You say David.
Sorry, Paul.
Paul.
I always, sorry, my apologies. I have two important UK members, Paul and David, and I always mix up their names.
All right. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much, Nico. I know that you've worked so hard and put a lot of effort into the work that we're doing. And what I think has been great is that we collected a lot of data into the database, and because we have data in the database, it's made it possible to do analysis plus having lots of forms. But certainly in my analysis, you start to find patterns in the northern parts, especially northern and eastern parts of Uganda. You'd notice that even when you compare across polling stations, like if you have, say, 5 polling stations close to each other, and you find that one or two of them have voted overwhelmingly in a completely different direction to all of the other 3, it just makes it unlikely. And there's those kinds of trends and patterns that you will find. I mean, only yesterday I was speaking to someone who was working as an agent, who was working as he was working at the polling station. He was one of the government representatives. And he says what was happening is these guys would come and say to them, leave all of these spaces blank, and then they would sign the forms. And then there would be different forms which are being given to the agent, to the official one, which is going into the central tally centers. And those tally centers were inaccessible to many of the agents. And so it's clear if there was the resources available to go on the ground, we would even be able to generate more overwhelming evidence of the kind of activities. But what I think I would like to encourage everyone is the main thing I've noticed with the team that Nico worked with. It wasn't just that you sit and complain about what has been done. It's about doing something productive and progressive to see how we can go forward to the next level beyond just making complaints. And I think that's been an exceptional part of the work that the team Nico pulled together has done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Paul, for that contribution. So let me just quickly round off the report. What I want to, so in the chat, there's a download link for the report. And obviously, I received the question, what is the purpose of this report? Because what is in this report, all of you in this online demonstration, basically you already know about it. Now, as Milton Alamadi pointed out, there are already widespread articles about human rights violations that happened in Uganda. But unfortunately, what is not very much covered by Ugandan press or international press is how the election was rigged. And there are even people in the West that think it might be the case that Museveni got the majority of the votes. If you just think a little bit about that, obviously it has to be false. A dictator that uses so much violence against his own people, obviously that dictator is no longer popular. Unfortunately, it's these kind of prejudices that we fight against, and the best way to fight against it is having a documented answer. So we know that our dictator is totally dependent on his donors from Europe, from UK, and from the US. And when we speak to those governments, they tell us that they have little information about what is going on. So when you talk to your own representative in your own country, then now you have a report that you can share with him. And when you tell your representative that Bobi Wine won the election, now you can include this 200-page report and you can say, look, it's all been documented. It can't be denied that Bobi Wine won these elections. We have written that down. The Electoral Commission even refuses to comment to it, basically admitting it is true. So that is what you can do with this report. And also, this report, this is not the final version. There are about 15 chapters of various districts where we have documented the rigging. And I've noticed that people send me a lot of information and asking me to have it included. And that is really great. And I encourage people to continue sending information that can be included, so we can expose not just the dictator, but all his NRM allies that made it possible to rig the elections. And that's how I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico, for that brief outline of the report that you've produced and the information contained therein. Can I just confirm that the document is available for sharing? Has the link been shared on the chat? Team, can we just make sure that that link has been shared on the chat?
Yes, I did put it on the chat, and I will shortly just repost it again for convenience, because there are already so many messages in the chat.
Okay, please, yes, if you could do that, would be excellent. Nico, thank you again. Where can people find you and your team should they have further questions about the analysis that you've done?
Yes, so people can approach me on the email address that is listed in the report, and then obviously people from the UK, they can contact Paul. And then next Friday we're going to have a Freedom Uganda streaming program again, where we will also be explaining the report to the people, and people can ask questions, and the time will be approximately 5 p.m. UK for that program. It will be later announced, and then there will be more space for questions. Obviously, if there are any questions now, I can answer now, but on Friday, that program will be fully devoted to this report.
Okay, thank you so much, Nico. So we're going to try and do this slightly differently, because we've got hands raised up for people who want to speak. If there's anyone who has a question specifically for Nico and would like to speak, if you raised your hand, we won't be able to pick you out from everyone else. Can you just drop it in the chat and just say question, and we will try and give you the microphone to speak. So if you have a specific question for Nico with regards to the the report that he's just talked about from YouVote. Please, and team, Dorcas, please, if anyone can see, for some reason my chat isn't refreshing fast enough, but if anyone has a question, just drop in the chat and say question, and we'll look you up and give you the chance to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yes, I'm also scanning through those remarks in the chat.
Okay, fantastic.
Post them there.
Thank you, Nico. So whilst we are waiting for any questions, Joseph Senyonjo, are you available? Joseph?
Yes, I am.
Hello, Joseph. Okay, I don't think we've got any questions. So, Nico, I'm going to thank you so much. But if you can still stay with us, we're here for the next few hours. Please do so. Feel free to do so. Or if you have to go, do not hesitate to go. Just remember that this is the only protest that you can carry in your pocket. So we're with you wherever you are, and you can join us from wherever you will be. Thank you so much for your contribution to the struggle and your great work. And to the team, of course, Paul, and all your comrades who have been involved in the work on YouVote. Thank you so much. Okay, Joseph, I'm going to hand over to you. Please, could you help moderate the next 45 minutes or so of contributors from the people who are so keen to speak? Over to you, Joseph.
Great. Thank you so much, David, for great work. And thank you very much, Professor. I guess there were no questions for the professor?
No, we haven't seen any questions, so we can just proceed with the conversations.
Thank you so much. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for making the time to be here for such an important undertaking. Exposing the dictator and protesting is illegitimate, swearing in. As we just heard from Dr. Nico, the dictator rigged everywhere. He said he rigged it even in his own polling station, his wife's polling station, the polling station near the State House, and basically everywhere in the country. And Paul mentioned the disparities, especially in North and East, whereby the patterns from one polling station to another were completely different. So we heard that the dictator lost and rigged the election. So the question is, what do we do? Many of us have been engaged in reaching out to our representatives, tweeting, and there have been some results, as Mr. Milton Alimadi, Dr. Alimadi mentioned. The Secretary of State of the United States explicitly stated that elections were neither free nor fair. And so that is a good beginning, because the United States, being Uganda's biggest donor country, is actually re-examining its relationship with Uganda. And some individuals were sanctioned, travel sanctions, and there could be more sanctions. So the moral of the story is that we need to keep engaged. We need to keep engaged. And then Mr. Alfo Balaina from Germany mentioned, and I don't know if you've seen what has happened the past couple of days, just before the swearing in, the illegitimate swearing in. Several people have come out, the German Chancellor, today the Secretary General of the United Nations, and I think a couple other people basically congratulating Museveni. And so Afro Balaina was saying, and everyone has also said, that if we don't fight ourselves, these people are not likely going to do anything. So we really need to put in the effort. We don't need to relent. We are having a little movement. And as it was said, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Fighting a dictator, especially on by peaceful means, can take quite a while. But the only way we can do it is by keeping engaged, by getting our colleagues, our friends, not only Ugandans, but our co-workers, people in different citizens in our countries engaged with us too. Now, before I open it up to our questions, just want to say on that point, Mr. that it is these people are mostly interested in their interests. So what is it going to take for Africans to be for our voices to have more impact, to have more pull? So I was thinking about that, and I'm thinking right now, Chad has a similar problem. Cameroon has a similar problem. I believe I think Guinea's has something similar problem. Gabon, similar problem. So, but we're all fighting as little entities, like Ugandan struggle, we have the Cameroonian struggle, we have the Chadian struggle, and we have a very young continent, So I think it's incumbent upon us to support each other, to support each other's struggle, to basically, and this is where parents, if you have children in colleges or universities, I encourage them, let's get the youth movement involved. Let the Africans youth movement start saying, we're not going to accept dictatorship in Africa. Let's kind of start working together. Like if the Chadians are demonstrating, let's work together. If they, let's all Africans work together to speak as one, so that these countries know that they're not gonna kind of look at us as little entities. If we kind of unite our voices, we tweet, we demonstrate, we write, that is likely to have an impact. Because again, it's about the interest, but we are millions of Africans. If we are all united and we're all fighting the same struggle, we don't want dictatorship anymore. I think it can have a major impact. So that's all I had to say about that. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. So I'm going to open it up for questions. And before I do that, I have to say I'm Joseph Senyonjo from the United States in New York. Thank you very much for joining us. And I will start taking hands. And as Mr. David mentioned, it's about everyone gets 5 minutes. You get to say what you want to say. You can pray. You can show a placard. You can share your opinion on an issue. 5 minutes each. Thank you. So I'm gonna be unmuting, asking you to unmute and say whatever you want to say, and I'm gonna go by hands, whatever the hands are that are raised in a chat, in a participants panel. All right, so I'm gonna start with Mr. Noop Bahrain. Noop Bahrain, let me see, Noop Bahrain. Noop Bahrain, please go ahead, unmute yourself.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is good. My name is George. I'm based in Bahrain. First of all, I would thank the hosts of the online protest. It's really amazing. I'd love also to thank the U-Vote team for the tremendous work they have done for us as the NUP and the People Power Fraternity. It's really amazing, and the heading itself normally portrays like it entices you to read what's inside the book or the report called Read. So I would encourage everyone to try and look out for that report and appreciate its contents. I would love to share my opinions, and the first opinion is about our revolution. I'm a student of history, and we quite clearly remember the most famous in history. The most famous revolution was the French Revolution of 1789 up to 1799. Comrades here who have never heard of the French Revolution, it was one of the first revolutions which were hosting the autocratic King Louis XVI. This was a revolution that took 10 years, from 1789 to 1799. But what happened was Louis left the throne, and he ended up being guillotined by his own people who were near let me just push it back to our revolution as the NUP. We just started the People Power movement. It's not even 5 years. When you look at our party, the National Unity Platform, which I subscribe to, it has not even reached a year. But we should appreciate that the National Unity Platform is doing wonders, and I would say also miracles. So this is what we should look for. The revolution is always psychological in its way. Museveni wants us to be violent, but we are beating him with the psychology of being non-violent. So I would love everyone to come out and raise their voices non-violently, but when you are assertive, when you mean what you say. If it's a demonstration, do it non-violently. Let them do whatever they want. I know comrades who say, but we've been killed so much. I understand. But Mahatma Gandhi did this. He sat down, he did everything. They did whatever they wanted to him. But these people became non-violent, the British. What happened? This is a man who's remembered in history. What we are going through is just the steps of the revolution. As those who appreciated the French Revolution, there were so many things until the last spark of the French Revolution happened. So I would like to encourage my comrades in the struggle and those who feel like you are tired. It's not yet over until it's over. So the psychological part and the social part of it, let's take it to Twitter, let's take it to Facebook. I would love to thank the comrades who went to the German account to do whatever you did. It was a tremendous job. It was psychological in nature, and it gave us some results. So these are things we should look up for. Because when you look for violent means, ask your questions. How many steps am I going to take in the violence? Can you take 10 steps or 20 steps? But if they're not, then look for the non-violent way. Because I'm very sure to what you've seen, I'm receiving reports that people have been shot. A woman has been beaten with a military wire this very early morning on her breasts, and they're all swollen. I don't know whether you've seen that video by the military in the night. There were so many raids in the night. So imagine yourself being violent in the night and someone has a gun and you don't have one. So let's take our revolution the psychological way, the social way, and I thank the comrades in the US and other countries who are writing letters to the senator to cut off the economic backbone of supporting Museveni. That's my opinion about our revolution, and I commend the comrades who are not on Twitter, who are listening on Facebook and other platforms, to continue doing the tweets, the retweets, and opening up all those Twitter accounts to counter the revolution, to go for the revolution. Right now, the dictator is trying to swear himself in, but amidst the shame, it's like going to a wedding when you have a bride, but you are all surrounded by the military and you are taking this person by force. So it's just raping the constitution, it's just repeating what the others did. And it's killing him, trust me, it's killing him, but he cannot say. So we are here to express that we are very, 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 very appreciative to the comrades who are here and the comrades who are listening in. My name is George, I'm NUP, I'm non-violent, but assertive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. David, you said? Sorry. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Baran. That was a very good summary of the NUP approach, non-violence. The struggle may take a while. Psychological, social, and then the Twitter example you gave for people who may not be aware. The German Chancellor congratulated the illegitimate president, and some Twitter warriors took on the Germans, and they're forced to withdraw their congratulatory message from their Facebook account. So those are kind of the things we could do, continuing on to expose and to call out those that kind of support the dictator. So thank you so much, Mr. Bahrain. Now, Ms. Marilyn, can you, Marilyn, you don't have a microphone, so you cannot speak. So I'm gonna go to the next person. Enid, it's Enid, can you speak, please? Can you unmute yourself and speak, Enid? Beatrice? Enid, Beatrice, can you unmute yourself? I guess some people have issues unmuting themselves. Like if you go to your microphone, you can unmute. All right. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Zipex. Zipex, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. My concern was just about to thank Mr. Nick for the great job he done for us, building us that up. You vote. It did a very good job. So I just want to thank him and congratulate our president, His Excellency Robert Chagulanyi. And I would like to encourage us to stay united together to fight for the freedom of our country. Thank you very much, everyone. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Zapex. That was brief, concise. Yes, we have to thank Dr. Nico for such a great, wonderful job and analysis he gave us. And again, yes, that's a very good point. We should be congratulating our president-elect, or our president, Mr. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, because this is his day. He should be the one swearing in today. So thank you very much, Ms. Zapex, for that. I'm going to move on to the next. Ms. Lower hand. Next person is Farouk. Farouk, can you unmute yourself, please? Farouk, can you unmute? All right, Farouk cannot unmute himself. All right, so okay. Seriously, Change Uganda, can you say something, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
No problem.
I welcome everyone on this protest. It's a great idea to be here. And it's interesting that we have gathered here from every corner of the world. I mean, this speaks volumes. And I've heard there's a sadness in most of our voices, in most of our submissions. There is a resignation. But that's what the devil wants to do. Take our energy, take our hopes. But in the words of former President of the United States of America, we have to have the audacity to hope. It's hope that has driven us up to this moment. You will agree with me, until Honorable Chagulanyi came on the scene, I think we had far much less hope than we do have now. We can now speak with a degree of confidence that there is the proverbial light under the tunnel. We can see a flicker of it. And so we move from this point going forward. And I would just like to say that we appreciate this day that the Lord has made. And the day belongs to the Lord. Each day belongs to the Lord. And only He knows what will unfold in that day. I have prepared a quick presentation. If you allow me to run the slides quick, that's how I will manage.
How long is it? Because everyone only has 5 minutes.
It's under 5 minutes, and that's the only way I can keep myself under 5 minutes.
Okay, you already spoke for a few minutes. Okay, but I'll give you an extra time. But yeah, sure. It's okay. You already.
You should be able to share your screen, Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ooh. This is blocking my screen. Good. Thank you. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'll take this very, very quickly. You see, what we have here is a situation of a new Uganda. We need to create our image of a new Uganda. Whatever happens, guys, do not lose hope. I think we have a winner on our side, and so we should be able to exude confidence and be able to move forward because it's a battle. We need to finish the battle. That's the most important thing. I would like to give you 6 coordinates of success. They apply generally in life, but I think we're gonna need them here in this situation where we find ourselves. The first coordinate of success, and which we can use and we have been implementing. The beauty of these coordinates of success is they are repetitive. You don't do a one series and finish. It's the way of life. The first coordinate is act now. Guys, the graveyard is the richest place on earth. And this is because in there you find so many people who did not follow what Afande Kirumira said. There are people who died with their redemption ideas because they fear they will get killed. There are people who never came up with the solutions that we would have come out of this long time ago. People, I imagine people like Professor Apollon Sbambi. He could have died with massive redemption for Uganda. So everybody act now, speak, create your ideas. Like the guy Faustin Masaba and David, you are the pioneers for Twitter bombing. And see how much we've achieved with Twitter. Had you kept quiet, had you not shown up. So everyone there out there where you are, please, if you do nothing, the least you can do is act now. Acting now means bring what you have on board. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu brought what he had on board. When everyone said we cannot vote, he said, go and register. And those who said we can't vote, they went and got in Ndagamuntu and put candidates and disorganized our campaign. We can discuss this infinitely, but I'll stop there for that first principle. And I'll take you to the next one. So the second principle is if you're going to act now, please do it with confidence. Luckily for us, National Unity Platform has given us that right. For the first time in the history of politics of Uganda, we registered a party, and in 3 months, we were able to return with 61 constituencies, with a massive wipeout of councillors and local councils. That is massive in 3 months, guys. This is unimaginable. So we are entitled to exude confidence. We are entitled to move forward with confidence. So if pseudo journalists with the pseudo TV stations come here to tell you that you cannot do it, show them our members of parliament. Yesterday, they mocked God because Joel Senyonyi said we will spend today in prayer, simplification, and fasting. And someone said that if God, who was born in Israel, has not reached there to redeem them, how will he come and redeem Uganda? How will he walk to Uganda? It reminded me of the builder of the Titanic. He built it, looked so well, so big, and he said, even God cannot sink this ship. Unfortunately, it never made its voyage to the New York City. So please, whatever you do, do it with confidence, but do it right now. And then the third principle that I would like to pass across to you guys is to be trainable. We've fallen prey to lies. Someone brings here a history that has no use. I told you, if you don't act now, you will go with your idea in the graveyard. But some witchcraft is going to dig the graveyard and telling you about Kaira. He died with his ideas. Forget him, guys. We need to move forward. The way we can move forward is you have to be trainable. Do your own research. Trainability means read, Listen to these conferences. Do your own research on the internet. Don't fall prey to lies. Be knowledgeable. I think this is my favorite saying. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. And that is the power of your intuition. You have an idea for an online protest, put it across. That's how you feel it. That's how we're gonna run it. I know my time is going, but intuition means what you think is right is what you do. What Kyagulanyi thought was right is what he did, and he comes out a winner in a period when Besigye had 20 years, 2 decades, and he returned no win. Kyagulanyi has returned travel bans. He has returned a Buganda Central Region wipeout, including Eastern Uganda. I mean, like, follow your intuition and you never know what we can do. Importantly, let us organize. If we are disorganized, we can't achieve it. Let's stay focused. If we are tweeting, let's go and retweet our colleagues who are in the struggle. Don't be selfish. Organize, communicate your plans. We will follow each one of us. If you have an idea, put it forward, organize. Like today, we are going to the Uganda House. Thank you, Patricia Sewung and the team in the UK. We continue to do this. We continue to organize, and we have no way to lose. Lastly, but not least, never give up. Those are the coordinates of success. I am a business trainer. They work every single day. I make people to turn into success stories. On this screen, there is a frog being eaten by a duck. This is the best he looks. The duck looks like Museveni. Everything is gone, but he thinks he can swallow. Does he look like he will swallow NUP? I don't think so. So please do not listen to pseudo journalists, pseudo TV stations, people coming to you, lying to you. They're making radio stations. I proved these fools wrong by creating 5 radio stations in 5 minutes because it's free online. You just go and connect a radio station. There is no time I could play for you. All the stations are live right now. And someone is collecting your money that he's going to make at a radio station to fight Museveni. Get real. Importantly, don't give up. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, moderator. My name is Andrew.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was perfect. That was great. I'm glad you insisted on this presentation. The 6 principles act now. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Confidence, be confident in how you carry on and carry yourself. Be trainable, be able to be adaptable, basically. Intuition, do what you think is right. Organize, which needs no further explanation, and never give up. Never give up. Again, this is extremely important for us right now, especially given that our Dick victory was stolen. We should not give up. So thank you very much.
I like to pass my regards to Katumba Gerard. I can see you there, my brother. I know you seem knocked out. What you do is perfect. Please, I just felt I need to encourage this gentleman. Sorry for interrupting. I need to encourage Katumba Gerard. Please stay focused, stay steady. You're not alone in this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think Mr. Katumba Gerard, were you the BBS reporter? Something like that? I think I read a story about that. Thank you so much for joining us, and we really appreciate your bravery and everything. And we pray that you go through this and see the victory as with us soon. Thank you so much. All right. So next person is okay. This is change. Do something, don't give up. Can you say something? And I think we're gonna have an interlude pretty soon. Do something. You want to say something? Unmute yourself and say something. Do something. You're unmuted and then you muted yourself again. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, hello everyone.
Yes, hello. Welcome.
This presentation is really good. I'm calling in from Kampala, Uganda.
Thank you.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, please let us recognize the fact that we need to identify the people that we deal with, because here in Uganda, the challenge that we have is that we get engaged with people that are not the right people. Once we really identify those people that we need to deal with, we run back to the things that we are supposed to do in order to remove this dictator. We have a very big challenge that we need to engage, that we need to confront and really get over it. Among the things that we can do during this unfavorable political climate in the country, we can make posts about this person. We can make posts about the dictator. We can protest, most especially those people in the diaspora. I really congratulate you upon these protests. They are really nice protests. The more you protest, the more you tell, the more you tell, the more you tell, and you tell and tell and tell, until when you get help, that's when we shall get to freedom. And after that, we can support. You find that the people back in Uganda, we here in Uganda, some of us are not really able to get to the needs, get to the life, and get to that capacity of being able to support ourselves, to do everything. But once we get support, we can be able to confront some of these challenges. We can be able to survive and present ourselves in a better version. So I think those are the few things that I can present at this point.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Let's see. I'm getting indications that we may be doing tweet right now. Mr. David, what do we do now? Do you want to continue taking some questions, or do you want some music interlude, or what do we do?
Joseph, have we got the tweets prepared that we can share?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so if we can go through the Twitter session, I'll just talk people through how that's going to work, and if we can get ready to share them on the chat, that will be really great, and then we can proceed with the contributions.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. All right, so all right, so I'll share a couple of tweets.
Okay.
I hope it's right. Go ahead.
So while Joseph is getting the tweets, ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, a lot of the activity we do, certainly for us who are in the diaspora, apart from going out to the streets and lobbying our representatives, a lot of the activity happens online. So I'd like to ask those of you who are on the Zoom stream right now to get your phones out, because we've got specific tweets we would like you to push out for us. You know how the Twitter sphere works. The more noise, the more traffic we can get around some of these key hashtags, some of the handles, and some of the messages that we're pushing out, the greater the chance of them being picked up, and the greater the chance of us being able to make an impact. And this also goes out to the guys who are following us on Facebook. If you're following us on Facebook, please, 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 can you get your phones ready, because we've got tweets that we would like you to share. We will try and get the messages posted on the Uganda is Bleeding page, which is, you can find us on Facebook, which is at Stand Up Uganda on Facebook. Or you can follow us on Telegram to get the tweets. We won't be able to, we can share the tweets on the videos, but you won't be able to copy them. So there's a lot of you following us on Facebook. We would love to see hundreds and hundreds of tweets going out with the tweets that we're about to share. So that message goes out to the people who are on Facebook, or alternatively, click on the links on the video stream. We've got more than enough capacity on this Zoom protest for you to come and join us and share with us your what's on your mind and participate in the Twitter session. Okay, Joseph, over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can see the screen. So the first tweet I'm going to share is a tweet with an attachment of a letter to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, because he has congratulated Museveni today. and for the Secretary General of the United Nations to congratulate the dictator is a slap in the face. So we want to let them know, this is what the tweet says. Secretary General, please see attached link with letter from Ugandans upset about your congratulatory message to Uganda's dictator Museveni, who is illegitimately swearing himself in tomorrow. So that is a letter. I don't know if anyone wants to meet open it so you can see what it says, but if not, we can just treat it. But I don't know, David, do you want me to open the letter so people see what it says, or should we just treat it?
Yeah, you might as well open the letter. Is this, yeah, please open the letter so that we can see what we're sending.
Excellent, yeah. All right, so let's see this letter. Okay. Okay, so let me see. There was a letter someone shared me from the Secretary General. Let me see, where's that? I want to show you the Secretary General's congratulatory message. I don't know if I have it here. Someone shared it with me. I can't see it. Anyway, I won't, just trust me that he congratulated Museveni. I can't find the original letter. It wasn't in the tweet.
Joseph, just very quickly, what is your Twitter handle so that people can pick up your Twitter handle should they want to follow?
Okay, I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
Okay, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Okay, I have to stop sharing for a second so I can share my Twitter handle.
Yes, so for those of you who are on the Zoom stream, we'll copy once we get the handle, we'll copy the tweet and we'll put it on the chat so that you can copy it and send it out. Thank you.
Okay, so that's my Twitter handle, but I'll be sharing the links in the chat. So let me first share this with you. So the Secretary General, okay, so here's a letter. Oh, sorry, I can't opening it again. So it says, this is a letter. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ugandans, the African diaspora, and friends of Uganda are appalled by a congratulatory message to dictator Museveni. Despite the Partisan Electoral Commission's official declaration, Museveni overwhelmingly lost the January 2021 elections to his opponent, Member of Parliament, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. On April 16, 2021, United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken declared that the elections held in Uganda on January 14, 2021 were neither free nor fair. In February 2021, the European Union Parliament passed a resolution calling for sanctioning Uganda due to the electoral fraud, obstruction of opposition candidates, and violence by the Museveni regime. The worst incident of electoral violence was the November 18th massacre, when Ugandan security forces killed more than 100 unarmed civilians protesting the arrest of leading candidate, Honorable Member of Parliament, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, also known as Bobby Wine. The regime only acknowledged 54 deaths. Museveni publicly gloated that a special commando unit of Ugandan AMISOM troops from Somalia had killed a few of the protesters, whom he labeled subversives. According to independent tallies, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu defeated General Museveni by 54.19% to 34.83%, but Museveni's handpicked electoral commission fraudulently declared him winner. Though Museveni is swearing himself in tomorrow, May 12, 2021, Ugandans consider Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu as the legitimate president-elect of Uganda. To preempt protests, Museveni has unleashed his Special Forces Command, led by his son Muhoozi Kainerugaba, to carry out ongoing abductions, torture, and killing of innocent Ugandans suspected of supporting Bobi Wine and his party, the National Unity Platform. On May 10, 2021, Museveni ordered security forces to surround both Honorable Chagulanyi's and Dr. Chiza Besigye's homes and abducted over 50 innocent citizens. Right now, I think it was updated to 70. I don't know if I can change it here. Currently, thousands of Ugandans, including Honorable Chagulanyi's campaign team, arrested on December 30th, 2020, are languishing in jail for associating with Chagulanyi's campaign. Scores have been maimed and others killed. The scale of abuses is reminiscent of the worst of Idi Amin. Several international media, including the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Economist, the BBC, and the Guardian, have in recent months reported the regime's gross human rights abuses. And I put all the links from the New York Times, the Economist, the Washington Post, reports in the recent month about the different abuses in Uganda. And also the United Nations, the Human Rights Watch, the US State Department have reports on the abuses. And then I say in response, the United States...
Joseph, just very quickly. So I think we've got the gist of the letter. We can now proceed and fire that off in confidence that if we get a response, we know what's in the letter. So thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, okay. Because he asked me to read it, but wasn't almost done. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, that's at least we've got the good gist of what's contained in the letter. Thank you so much.
Okay, so yeah. So just to tell you, there is also a link to the Kasese massacre, a link to the brilliant genocide in northern Uganda, and a video, and then a link to the Congo Wars, and a link on the refugee scandals. So that's what is included in the letter. So let me share the tweet in the chat. So that's the letter we're sending to the Secretary General. We are outraged that he congratulated Museveni just the day before he was supposed to be inaugurated. So, Ctrl V.
Okay, I hope you've all got your Twitter handles ready and your Twitter accounts. Okay, so in the chat, we have got the link to the first tweet. So can you all go over to that tweet, and we should be able to see the number of retweets on that tweet increase. There's hundreds of you here, and there's hundreds of you following us on Facebook. Can we proceed to send that tweet off, and then we'll proceed to the next tweet. So the tweet is in there. Please copy that message. Go over to the tweet, and you can either retweet it, or you can quote and tweet it, or you can copy the message and post it in your own in your own Twitter timeline. Thank you so much. Okay, right. Shall we proceed with the next tweet, Joseph? Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. David, I don't think this is a good idea, but we had a press release to try to inform the press about our protest, but maybe it's too late to share that tweet. I don't know if it would have an impact, but I can move on to another one because I think maybe that is,
Okay. Yeah. That's agree. Totally agree. Yeah.
Okay. So now let's see. Icon shame. Okay, there is this article on Icon, but I think it's a bit of it may be confusing people because it's a bit of a longish tweet. So let me go to another one. Okay. This tweet is.
And just for those of you who are following us, we are the Stand Up Uganda account, which is the standard Twitter account that we use for these protests, was taken down last night. And so a lot of the tweets that we had drafted up were prepared, kind of went with them, but Joseph's quite kindly standing in to provide us with some really good tweets to send. So please proceed to copy that first tweet, and I think we've got another one coming up for you.
Yes, okay. So you want me to go over the next one?
Yep.
Okay. So this one is actually from an article on Observer, and I'm going to click on it so you get an idea. I'm not going to read the whole of it. But basically it says, Uganda declares 95% manifesto implementation. So just to summarize, they had this meeting where they went over the 2016 to 2021 annual manifesto, and basically they said basically implemented 95% of it, which meaning that they were basically almost 100% successful in implementing the manifesto. And what did the manifesto say? It says the theme for the NRM Manifesto 2016 to 2021 was steady progress, taking Uganda to modernity through jobs creation and inclusive development. And they're saying that they implemented 95%. And let me see where there's, you see, Rugunda declares 95% performance. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Uganda, Dr. Wakahana Rugunda, has announced that the government has delivered 95% of the commitments made in the NRM manifesto. So that was the manifesto, delivering Uganda to modernity and jobs creation and inclusive development. I mean, even a blind person can probably tell that they didn't even probably achieve 30% of that, of their manifesto. So these people have no shame. So I'm gonna share that tweet. Basically, this is a tweet. It says, I say basically, Uganda is doomed under Museveni. Prime Minister declares 95% success in implementing the regime's 2016 to 2021 manifesto. Steady progress, taking Uganda to modernity through job creation and inclusive development. That was their motto. It's amazing that donors keep funding such a regime. If the regime can't acknowledge its failure to achieve even 30% of the manifesto, it is foolhardy to expect it to develop Uganda. Why do IMF and World Bank continue lending money to such an incompetent and corrupt regime? Okay, so I'm gonna share that. And I kind of like have 3 parts to it, but I'm gonna share the top and then you can work with it.
Thank you so much. Can I just remind, this is a humble plea to all those of you who are on this Zoom stream. I would expect that the first tweet that we sent would have at least 100 retweets by now. There's over 100 of us here. It's the least that you can do, and that first tweet that we sent has not gone up by a significant amount. So this is the kind of action that Andrew was talking about. You have to act. It might sound small, but every little bit of action that we take contributes to the greater struggle. So can I ask you again, for the first tweet that we shared, please click on that link and retweet it. We should see that retweet, the number of retweets. That's a very key message. This is about the betrayal of Uganda by our Western partners. Okay, so yes, that's good. We can see that increasing. Those retweets should get to at least 100. So please click on that and retweet. There's 100 of you here, discounting the hundreds on Facebook, but just on the Zoom, each one of you should be able to click and just retweet. If you don't know how to retweet, send me a message and I'll give you a personal instruction on how to do it. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we've got the second tweet, which is a series of tweets together. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mibimi and or Aisha. You can't find the tweet. You should be able to find the tweets. Okay, and Billy Ekstrom has just said he's going to share the tweets on his page. We need to get these tweets and retweets. This is the kind, good, I can see the numbers rising, but not rising high enough for us to say the people who are here. This is this is transparent. There's over 100 of you here, and we've not achieved even 10% retweets from you. You cannot hide. You've brought yourselves here. We need to see at least 100 retweets on that message, that the first tweet that Joseph has so beautifully crafted. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we've got the second tweet. Thank you, Aisha. Joseph, have we shared the second tweet?
I thought I did. I didn't.
Okay, yes. Okay, so this is the one at 1:00. Okay, so we've got the second tweet, which is a series of tweets that Joseph read through. Again, we're going to have a look at that. Can you please click on that? And again, retweet it, quote, you can share, you can comment on it. We need to see activity around those tweets. So this is about the 95% completion of a manifesto. If that is 95% and Uganda is in the state where everyone is in debt rather than being earning 3.1 million as Museveni's proposed, then I wouldn't like to see what a fully completed manifesto is. So complete and utter nonsense from the regime, lies right from day one. Okay, so please, can we get that one retweeted as well? Thank you, Joseph. Can we have a two more tweets, and then we'll proceed with the next moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So the next tweet, I hope everyone is aware that Akon went back to Uganda to apparently to attend the inauguration. And this time it took several of his celebrity friends with him. So this next tweet is a letter to these people, basically, telling them, we are outraged, we are attendance, and of course informing them, because some of them may not be aware, but Akon obviously is aware because he went there last month, and there was a lot of outrage. He said he didn't care. Some countries are not made for democracy. And so there they are. So this letter, I'll click on it quickly. I won't read all of it as last time, so you get an idea. It's important to call out these celebrities because it's using them to whitewash and make things look like they're okay. So Akon, Dominic, Alexander. I mean, some of these people you don't know if you are not in the U.S. But anyway, subject: attending dictator Museveni's illegitimate swearing ceremony in Uganda is complicity with murder. And then it says that it has come to the attention of Ugandans, African diaspora, just the first sentence, that you accepted an invitation to attend Africa's most murderous, attend Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Africa's most murderous dictator's swearing-in ceremony tomorrow. It's unfortunate that immoral and duplicitous Akon failed to warn you of most Ugandans' disapproval of any dealings with a bloody dictator who is currently abducting, torturing, and killing citizens for favoring his opponent, Honorable Member of Parliament Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, also known as Bobi Wine, during elections held in January 2021. Your attendance amounts to complicity with murder as it whitewashes the dictator's crime. And then it basically similar to the other letter, talks about the winning and whatever. So let me share this. So basically, we're just calling out on these people and informing them of all the different abuses that have been happening in Uganda, which is very similar to the other letter, except just that the first part is, different. So I'm going to share that.
Thank you, Joseph.
You're welcome. Link to tweet.
So this is a tweet, as Joseph has quite nicely explained, regarding Akon's visit and revisit.
And also to all the people that are going along with him.
And his entourage. And yes, thank you so much. Okay, so that tweet's been shared now on the chat. So whilst Joseph gets us our last tweet, please could you click on that link and retweet, copy or quote that tweet, or respond and engage with that tweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joseph.
Okay, I think the last one I'm going to share is about the same thing, but this is from Jeffrey Smith, who is our friend, and I think it's good to get as many retweets of his. And basically, he says, "Look who's back in Uganda. Akon claims to support social justice." Yeah, and so this one is specifically to Akon, which is good, because the other one is to him and a whole bunch of people. Akon claims to support social justice, yet endorses a ruthless dictator while seeking to profit off human misery. Shameful. He will be joined by 12 other celebrities, including former NFL players and cast members of Real House of Atlanta. And then it has a little image here. Akon. Well, so basically, did I comment on it? But anyway, I'm gonna share so you can comment on it directly, and that's our last tweet. Now attack Akon directly, so that will be, I think, very good. Let me share that. Was I sharing my screen? Yeah. Okay. So that's the last tweet. Jeffrey Smith about Akon's visit to Uganda. So thank you very much, David. That is our last tweet, as you directed.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you for your contribution to the struggle, and thank you for helping us moderate the last hour. You have been very, very, very helpful. Okay, we are just about to go to the next moderator. Farouk, are you available? I just want to make sure that we've got the right Farouk. So Farouk, if no, it's actually Haruna Farouk. If you're available and you're on, please could you raise your hand so that we can pick you up to take us through the next session. I believe you're representing us all the way from the UAE, if I'm not mistaken. Haruna Farouk. Oh, yes, I can see you. Fantastic.
Hey,
hello, Comrade
David.
Haruna. Good to see you and welcome to this online protest.
Yeah, really, it's great. So amazing to be part of this session, please. Though we are in a trying moment, but however, we have to keep on smiling and pushing on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Haruna, you know the score. We give you the chance to speak your mind for the first few minutes. And then if you can do the honors and for the next 1 hour, invite all the people who've got their hands up to share what they've got on their mind. They've got 5 minutes. We give them a 30-second reminder before the end of the 30 seconds. And if there's anything you want to reflect on what they've said, please do not hesitate to do so. Very good to have you here, and thank you for your work and contribution to the struggle. Over to you, Haruna.
Thank you so much, my fellow comrade, David. First of all, I would like to send my greetings to everyone. That good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I know we are in different time zones and in different countries. Just say that, let me hope everyone is fine. It's quite a trying moment. It's a sad moment that is 25th of May 2021. We are supposed to swear in our Excellence, His Excellency Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu as the President of the Republic of Uganda. But it's unfortunate that the dictator himself has just taken up himself to swear in himself as the president. So we are here to protest against that. First of all, just allow me, I'm by the names of Chireme Haruna Farouk. I'm a People Power Youth Wing Leader from UAE. I'm glad to see people who are here. I would like to remind you, comrades, that we are here because we want to protest against the illegal swearing in of the dictator, the junta, which we all know that the Ugandans spoke loudly on 14th January 2021. It was quite amazing that Ugandans spoke with a louder voice that it's time to change leadership. And I was among those guys who were so lucky that I traveled back to Uganda to participate in the election and to monitor and to supervise. I saw what was on the ground from the kids, from the old people, from the lame, from everyone was yearning for change, and they massively voted His Excellency Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, whom we know that is our president. Why are we here, guys? You may ask that question. It's not easy. It's here because we have same common values, same ideas that we want to see our country being liberated from out of the tragedy that is going through, from out of the sufferings that Ugandans are going through. We have to know, how did this dictator come? Because most of our comrades, maybe they have lost hope. They are saying, now this guy is swearing in. Do we still have a chance? I say, yes, we still have. As our principle says that, Tebinagwa. Just take a look. Back in 1980s, this man took like 5 to 6 years while he was in the bush fighting, whereby we lost 500,000 Ugandans because this guy lied them fundamental change. He blindfolded our parents, he blindfolded our grandparents, he blindfolded our brothers and sisters, and we lost huge number of Ugandans in the from 1980s to 1985. So it's a lesson for us that a struggle has to move on. However, we are only 3 years in the struggle, and these guys fought for 5 years. So it's not the end. I just argue our comrades or Ugandans, please, let's keep on pressing the buttons. Let's keep on doing whatever we can do. It will be really amazing. Very, very soon, the dictator will go. This is clearly shown how. Previously, we are from the session of tweeting. I think we have seen what social media means, the power of social media, the power of camera. You saw how we have been tweeting the sanctions that came from America, the sanctions that came from UK, and the loud voice that has come from these other international countries. So Ugandans, don't lose hope. We are still on the track, I can assure you. Just keep on doing whatever you are doing. This is a mere swearing in. We have seen a lot. A lot has happened. So many people have sworn in the so-called Bashir, the so-called who won declared himself at 99%. But where are they? So we still have a chance, Ugandans. This is not the last time. However, if we start reflecting a lot that has happened to Uganda, it can make you cry and it can make you sad. But I'm here to share and discuss with you people what you think about what's happening in our country. What should we do? And are we learning lessons in whatever that is happening? So it's going to be a free conversation. My 1 hour session that I'll be taking through, I was so privileged that I've been given 1 hour. I think it will be enough for us to discuss. So we need to use it profitably, at least to share our knowledge, what we know with the fellow Ugandans who don't know. And we should remember what our president said. You remember he wrote an open letter recently, a few days back. He gave us categorized some people. He said we have coaches, we have spectators, we have referees, and we have players. So through this, we shall know who we are. Are you a player? Are you a spectator? Are you a referee? Or you are a coach? So here, I come back to you guys. Let's proceed. I think I'm going to open up the session so that we can open up the interaction with you guys and see what you are talking about, how you are seeing things, how we can do it. I think, Mr. David, it can be fair if I can throw back the ball to the audience to take over also, so that I can interact with them.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got quite a few hands up, so if you invite them to speak, we can hear what they want to say.
Okay, let me check. If you don't mind, you can also help me in calling them because I need to check here.
Okay,
so
okay, let's do this then. Okay, Enid Beatrice, Beatrice, please unmute yourself. Hello, Enid? Enid or Enid? Beatrice. Please unmute yourself. You should have the option to unmute yourself on your phone. Just click on your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome to Speak Up Uganda is Bleeding.
I cannot hear you. Okay, as long as you can hear me, that's fine. Sorry, I'm at work. I am at work, but I just want to say that I'm so happy to be here. I'm not able to go to Trafalgar Square, and that's why I came here, even when I have just a few seconds. But I just want to encourage my fellow Ugandans that we will fight until we win. Winners will always fight until we win. Where I come from, I'm a Muchiga, and Bachiga, we fight, we dig. Whatever you put your mind on, you do it. And the book I love reading says that whatever the mind of man can perceive and believe, it will achieve. When our minds are together, we're going to push this. The man is going. This guy started with my uncle, my mother's brother. He came to Uganda with his mother, and he studied in a school, the church. Why am I sharing this? The church he has persecuted has looked after Museveni. The first poor school he attended, called Bwanga, in a place called Chivizi, is that it was a church school, and he has murdered leaders, religious leaders, but it's a shame that these people have really brought him to where he is. It's sad to see Muslims dying, leaders, sheikhs dying, the bishops dying. He went to Bwanga, they looked after him, he was in a church school, and when he had bad behaviors, and then they sent him away. He went to Chamate Chamate Primary School, still being looked after. I mean, my uncle passed away, but when we were young, he used to tell us about Museveni, and it's really sad. It is sad. And also, I know those of us who hear Mr. Lumbuye mentioned something about Chiza Besigye. I don't care. I know about Chiza Besigye. My mother knows his father, Chiferi Chiza Besigye, killed his mother. He killed his mother when the mother was pregnant. He came and found his mother. I'm talking about Chiza Besigye because we need to warn our president. I know I may not be allowed to be saying this, but there are some things we know. Guys, keep fighting. These people, we have to get them out of Uganda. We have to. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much.
I can't hear you though. I don't know why.
Oh, you are not hearing me.
Oh, why can't I hear you?
You are loud and clear. Maybe your mic. Check your microphone. It's not on.
My mic.
Yeah, so
it's on. Anyway, as long as you are hearing me, that's fine. Thank you so much. I can see you nod.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for such submissions. If I can take you through, she talked about the religious leaders. So this is a call upon all the religious leaders, be it Muslims, be it Christians, that really this is a struggle for all of us. It's not for only people, all people power supporters, or the young people, even if you are the elite, even if you are educated. So this is a struggle for all of us. We are trying to liberate our country, not because of me, Haruna, to benefit, not because of David to benefit, not because of Dorcas, not because of Kenneth. So it's all of us together. You know, this is a struggle for all of us. We need to see that we can do it together and win this together, because we shall enjoy it together. So please, all the religious leaders, we still have we are hurt by you people, because most of you have disappointed us. So please, it's time to stand up, speak the truth. God brought you so that you can speak the truth and show us the way. He said, what's wrong is wrong. What's right is right. We the Muslims, we always have that thing. I say it's like there are 4 pillars. They say, if you see something and you don't like it, talk about it. If you don't talk about it, hate it. If you don't hate it. If you don't hate it, remove it with your hand. But this hate it is a sign of lack of, it's like, how should I say it, David? Someone who is with, it's near, like, spirit, like a smile is at your grammar. Anyway, they have understood it. So basically, now let me proceed to the next person. I think I saw someone. I wanted to pick someone in the chat room. Yes, Jonathan UG. Let me take this opportunity to call someone a man now. Jonathan, please. Thank you. You're welcome. You have 5 minutes, please. Unmute yourself. Jonathan, are you hearing me? Jonathan UG, please unmute.
I have done it, sir.
Okay, please.
I'm so glad actually to be on this platform where I've been selling at least to air out my issues concerning the struggle with my fellow who are on the struggle. Actually, I want to send my appreciations to whoever has been since from there on the day 1 up to now. One of my encouragements, not to lose hope, not to lose hope, not to lose hope. It has not ended. Yes, we are here in our rooms crying and doing all what we can, so as a way of showing our sorrow, as the dictator is the tyrant actually is imparting himself on us. We are not really pleased. So the fight should keep on as we fight his way to where he deserves to be. Because we believe, because of his acts, he doesn't belong to be among the people, because of the killing, the murder, and all that. But my main concern is there are some things which have helped the dictator to be in power, actually. If I can agree with other members, the media being corrupt. Being corrupt, that means selling their soul with all the cheap money they can afford from the dictator. I would expect on this day, where we expect to liberate our nation.
Proceed, please. Oh, sorry. It's like we are losing you, please. Like we are losing you, brother. Jonathan. David, I think Jonathan has gone off. I don't know. I think it's network issue.
Yeah, he's probably lost connection. We can proceed.
Okay, please. I think he was trying to appreciate the work people so far have done, and also voice by appreciating you guys, comrades, people in diaspora, people back home in Uganda. Really, you are doing an amazing job. We cannot underlook that. We cannot estimate that. It's really marvelous. However, we haven't attained our victory, but very, very soon I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think let me proceed to Madame Annette. I saw her. She raised her hand long time ago. Madame Annette, you are welcome to speak up. Uganda is bleeding. You have 5 minutes, please. You can see how you can say how you are seeing things. You are welcome, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Mumpulira.
Bulungi nnyo nyabo.
Ngenda kwogera mu Luganda.
Tekirina buzibu oba n'olusogo olusobola oba olunyankole osobola otukunkiramu.
Luganda.
Kale nyawo.
Kaakati nze ngenda kusooka neebaze ba comrades bonna olw'okupushinga omulamwa gwe tuliko ogw'okutwala dictator, era ne neebaza n'omukulembeze wange Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu omulimu gwakoze. Yeebale nnyo, yeebalire ddala kubanga atulaze kye tulina okukola. Okitegeera. So ate nensaasira aba comrades nga bo olw'okuba Museveni alayidde, mbu bawulira baweddemu amaanyi, bawulira baagala kukita. Anyway, mbasaasira, naye ate ne neebuuza, omanyi waliwo omuzunguka, abazungu omanyi batusobera, balina obuntu bwe baleeta nga busesa. Bagamba mbu common sense is common. Common sense is not common. Ate nga ali common. Kati nze mba saagala nsekerere comrade munnange. Common sense. Kabeere nga ali common ewuwo. Kozesa ku common sense banna ekintu tukipushinze ebyaddala. Waliwo comrade munnanga nkoledde olunaku Andrew weebale nnyo, osengese bulungi ensonga ezo, weebale nnyo, weebalire ddala, ekyo kyo nkwebaza. Ne ba comrades bannange bonna abasobodde okubeerawo ku Zoom eno, kubanga buli we mubeerawo ku Zoom eno mugiweesa ekitiibwa, ate ekola ky'amaanyi nnyo. Tuba tulina amaanyi mangi nnyo, tukipushinga wala nnyo. So n'olwekyo mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala.
Tuyanziza mukyala nga tonnaba kugenda, njagala kubuuza, olowooza tuyinza kukola tutya okulaba what can we do to retain our victory? Tuyinza kukola ki okulaba nga tusobola okufuna obuwanguzi bwaffe buno? Nsaba okisharingako n'Abannayuganda bali ku platform eno.
Kye tuyinza okukola, nze ku lwange ekintu kye tuvuze ekya online kitukoledde nnyo, kitusitudde nnyo eddoboozi lyaffe okusingira ddala byonna bye tubadde nga tujja tukola. Ekintu kya online kino tetukisuula. Twitter yeetukoledde, Facebook yeeyina weetutadde. Bannange buli asobola, oba nfukamire simanyi, naye nga buli asobola gulawo Twitter yo. Tewali agenda kukubira masasi ku Twitter yo, isitule eddoboozi nga bw'osobola. Waliwo comrade ayogeddeko awo n'agamba bannange mugenda kufa kubanga ne bw'oyogera ofa ne bw'otayogera ofa, naye kirungi ofe nga oggyeeyo ekirowoozo kyo ng'okitadde ku mmeeza. Teri agenda kumanya kirowoozo kyo ng'okikwese ng'oli nakyo mundaawo. Kifulumyeyo abantu bakimanye, tulabe oba kitutwala mu maaso. Tosirika bannange, eno struggle teri kusirika. Yogera gwe kyolabanga ekitalina makulu kyogere. Tomanya kiba kirina we kigenda okututeeka. Waliwo abantu ab'enyoma naga nze sijja kwogera kubanga ate bwe nnaayogera kino kigenda kuba bwe kiti. Kyogere, teri gwe baateeka ku nsi nga talina mugaso. Buli omu alina omugaso ku nsi. Toyinza na kumanya oba gwe kyekyoleeta gwe mugaso gwe Mukama gwe yakutondera okutaasa abalala. You know? Bannaaye twerwaneko, naye nze ndaba nga ekintu kya online kino kirina we kitutadde.
Okay, toyanza nnyo Madam Annette for your submission. Ebigambo bibadde birungi nnyo. Ogezezzaako okulaba ng'onnyonnyola abantu obencouraging okukozesa amagezi mazaale mu Luganda. So I would like to add my views on this, that we especially have found it especially on social media, whereby most of our comrades are so taken up by the propaganda by the regime. Everything they see, they don't think to analyze, is it hitting us or is hitting the dictator? So they are just sharing whatever they know and whatever they don't know. So you ask them, what are you sharing? What's the authenticity? Really, it's not good. So let's first analyze things. Let's use common sense. So we shall move on. Ate ogenze maso no encouraging abantu kozesa tutor, because now tetuina mundu, as we are peaceful group which needs change, and we shall bring change without even shedding blood. So which means are we going to use, if our people back in Uganda are suppressed, so people in diaspora, let's keep on tutoring, let's use the social media to the best of our knowledge. Let's do everything. We cripple the dictator's associates, we can cripple the dictator's financial muscles. If they stop giving him donations and loans, just know that the dictator will go. If we can start boycotting him, his goods and the supermarket with his goons, these things will help us. So it's just a matter of seeing how we can do this without being like injuring ourselves. Without going on the street, we can do this. We can do a national shutdown. You can say we are not going for work. Who will remove you from your house that you should go for work? So we should do such things using our sense, and we overpower these dictators. So if you look back in the history, these things have been happening. In America, in South Africa, during the apartheid, people have been trying to do a lot of things. So, yeah, let me just proceed again. I won't be the speaker of the day. Let me proceed and look for someone else. I think I saw Mr. Tekno Spark. 7P, please, you are welcome to speak up. Uganda is bleeding. Can you say something? Give out your view, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank comrades from the different parts of the struggle they're in. And I would like to thank everyone and the moderator for giving me this opportunity to speak. I am Honorable Brian J. Mungu from Northern Uganda.
Wow, that's great. From Northern, nice to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, because let something be said. We have not been represented for a long time, but not that we are not in the struggle, all right? Now, my submission here is, I will speak for Northern Uganda, all right?
Yes.
Whatever happened, I'd like to thank the lady who spoke and said she won't be able to make it to Trafalgar Square, and then Mr. Nico, professor there, for the submission. I would like to attest that in Northern Uganda, I want everyone to categorically know that Northern Uganda never voted for this Museveni. I say this with facts. I ran for Gulu West Member of Parliament, and I saw, and all these things that happened, the vote stuffing, the riggings, and the violence, mostly happened in my constituency. And I can attest that everything that was posted online about Northern. It's very true. It's just that they stole my phone. They stole my smartphone, and that left me no way to contain the evidences. They made sure they steal my phone. During the time for the last days of my campaign, I had 3 armed men trailing me even up to my home. So why am I saying this? We are there in the struggle, and I want everyone to know that Northern Uganda is very, very disappointed with the outcome of this thing. It is not like only Central and the other parts of Uganda that voted for our president, Bobi Wine. Northern Uganda voted overwhelmingly, but it is on record that even in the barracks, I have a polling station in my constituency. It's a big open playground comprising of 9 polling stations. Now, this is a polling station near a barracks. The wives, the spouses to these soldiers, one of them even called a radio station to tell that they were given just mere 10,000, and they were made to vote even more than 5 times, 3 times. And she called a radio station in my constituency. I don't know how we can get that, but I think if we could lay our hands on such evidences, it will count a lot in our struggle to regain our victory. So Northern Uganda, we are very disappointed. And for us, we don't know how to talk a lot, because even when we start speaking our language, it will be like, if they get so nice now, you feel like we are quarreling, and the next thing you know is a fight. So for us, we have just had it up to here with this President Museveni, and we are not going to take him anymore. We just want action, okay? I was given 200 million shillings, and they were promising me a good job in government. A reason why they are now trailing me. I went and reported to police. Nothing was done until I had to flee for my life, to be alive but still remain in the struggle. They gave me only 4 days that you either accept this offer, the money, you go and enjoy your life somewhere and all this. Now, imagine a young man like me to reject 200 million. That 200 million could change my life, but there is more. We have, each and every Ugandan has to put in the struggle to ensure that we liberate our country from this mafia. Museveni is a mafia who has remained a tyrant in our country. He uses, Museveni has been able to retain his power by using his divide and rule tactics. You saw what almost happened to our General Secretary. And the biased media came out to even fault a lot on our General Secretary. So I think we have to be very careful with this. In however case, you people should know that Northern Uganda, we are all there and we are ready for anything. We are as much in the struggle like any other part of the country. I think I do not have a lot to say. We shall always be interjecting as time goes on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my fellow comrade. Although I don't know your exact name, Technospark, but thanks. First of all, I would like to appreciate or to applaud you for being a resilient, because such a young man of our age rejecting 200 million shillings is really something which is not easily common to find. So I really urge our fellow Ugandans, the youth especially, please have that self-respect for yourself. This money is not something that will take you. Before you eat this money, think about the blood of our comrades who have died. Think about the widows who have lost their husbands. Think about the husbands who have lost their wives during the struggle. Think about the people who were killed in November before you take in money. Think about the sacrifice that our excellence has made to see that he can liberate the struggle. Think about people who are putting in there a lot, day and night, spending sleepless nights to see that the struggle moves. And also think about your next generation. You may eat the money, but what about the next generation? What will they do? So always think about that before you act. And another thing, take our greetings to people of Northern Uganda. We like them. I remember during the campaign, I think this boy, they sang a good song which was, I don't know if you know it, that song which made a lot of good, a long, big procession. Oleyo, oleyo. I remember the president was singing it like that, but it was a nice song. So I hope we can use it also. If you can sing it for us for just only 1 second, and we proceed. If you remember it.
I don't know that song you are meaning.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I think people have understood it. They will go back and see yeah. So anyway, let me just proceed. I think Mr. David, let me proceed to one of my comrades in UAE people, UAE chapter, please. I saw your hand up. Please, can you come and say something, please? People Power UAE chapter.
Yes, greetings, members.
Yes, good afternoon.
Tamim Ibrahim Kagwa from the UAE.
You are most welcome, sir.
Yeah, I'm only here to appreciate whoever is here, whoever has spent his time to come and at least share a word with us. This means that, or to me, it gives me strength that even when we remain a few in numbers, so long as we still have the values of changing the dictator or removing the dictator, we shall still move. So many people are feeling so down. Many people see the junta swearing himself in, and they think we've really ended the struggle. But I guess those are some of the points that we would use to gain the strength of pushing this till the end, because initially, or for starters, we said this is a mission, and all we're looking at is removing the dictator. There are many diversions, there are many issues, and I think it is at this point, most of the people should now start learning and being vigilant. Many things are coming in. I remember those days of campaigns. People were excited. People had too much love. I don't know where it disappeared. So I mean, that spirit should come back. Secondly, I'm observing something. We are full of hate. We are full of excitement. We are full of love, and at the end of the day, we fail to separate these things. Even when somebody tries maybe to say something, so long as you don't understand, we've now reached a point of failing to understand other people's points of view, and at the end of the day, now with no minute, you're branding that person something different, you know. So I mean, we should be vigilant enough. That is what I could ask. We should not be hateful to each other. We should just encourage each other, and we should know even when you stand alone and you're ready to say the truth, just know you're alone. So we shouldn't base on numbers, because if the numbers are too many with no values, I don't think they will be useful to us. So let's just get the values and keep soldiering on. That's all I can say, Mr. Haruna.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Tamim from UAE. Yeah, thank you so much for your submission. But before you proceed, just 1 second, Mr. Tamim. Which words would you like, which statement would you like to pass to these countries who are still dealing with dictator, yet knowing that he lost the election and is still abusing the human rights in Uganda? Which words could you send, a message would you send to such leaders?
I would only tell them, for us, we are serious about removing the dictator in whatever stuff they do, because they are trying to look into or promote their interests, self-interests, but we don't benefit from that. We shall never stop to assure them that the despot Museveni must go and has to leave. That is what we need. So all I can tell them is we are not stopping. We are still moving on until we get to the victorious crown. All we need is to see this regime out.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. comrade. I think it was quite an amazing, and I hope people in the background, in the audience, have had something and they have learned something. So just on addition to that, most Ugandans are still calling up that international community should help us, US should help us, and UK should help us. So let me just remind these Ugandans, please. These countries will not help you unless you show that you have done something for yourself. If you come and do something, these countries will come and help you. So please do your best, join the effort together so that these people can come to our rescue. So it's we, Ngabagande Bagamba, so I really call upon all Ugandans to stand up and fight for our victory and see what we can do. Let me just proceed. Those who have really finished, please, you can raise down your hand so that I can see other people. Let me go to our comrade Noob Singapore, please. Just have because I'm running out of time and I need to speak to you before my time erupts. So let me just allow you to use I think 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Noob Singapore, please. You are most welcome to speak up Uganda. Uganda is bleeding.
Sorry, Haruna. Which one is Noob Singapore?
I'm seeing Noob Singapore. I don't know whether he or she raised already their hand is up, so I don't know. Noob Singapore. Are you on the line? Maybe he's not there. Let's proceed to Ricky. Ricky, are you seeing David? Are you seeing Ricky?
Yes, yeah. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, we can see Ricky, yeah.
Yeah, let's proceed to Ricky. Ricky, please, you can unmute yourself and say something.
Okay. Have I unmuted myself?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to allow us to say something. I would like to tell the people out there that the battle we are fighting is a mental one. Battle. Strong, they are very powerful. So our battle we are fighting is mental. And you can see what we have done with the German embassy. We just beat them mentally. And what we are doing right now is we have to have that mental strength. If we are fighting a mental battle, you have to be strong because we can't win the physical battle. They have so many people, they have a lot that they can do to us physically, but mentally they can't. We just have to stay strong. And you can see how we have beaten them pants down. They thought that we are going to swear in our president, but instead Noob said we are dedicating prayers for today and fasting. And now you beat them pants down after hitting posters and doing all that nonsense, and then you hit them with their pants down. So we are winning the mental battle and we can't relent. We have to go on. We are fighting at a level which is higher than what the guys we are fighting are. So we have to keep at that very high level. And then the diaspora is doing a great job. And I commend you guys because you are helping the battle. You are reaching out to the places, and that is helping a lot. With us here, physically we are handicapped, but mentally we need to grow stronger. We have the masses. First, for example, it's a great tool. They have the guns, we have the masses. Let us use that advantage for the masses we have to reach out to the people that matter, to reach out to the offices that matter, because we can push this way. If our voices are heard, someone is going to wake up and say, look at how many people are saying this, and that is going to help us because the junta is naked and he's alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Ricky, for such a wonderful submission. Just on addition to that, I would like to tell the people of Uganda, both in diaspora and back home, really there is a saying that says that if we drop fear, they lose their power. All along, we have seen the dictator is too much scared, very, very scared, and is in a panicking mood. And in a panicking mood, that's where he can do a lot of mistakes. So let's keep on pressing the button. As Comrade Ricky has said, we have the number. We have the number. We have the luck. We have the years are still on our side. So we have a lot. A lot is still favoring us. So let's use our number to see that we can topple down this dictator. How can we do it? By coming together, by uniting together. Through that, we shall achieve our destination. Let's stop hitting ourselves. Let's stop the divide and rule method that he's trying to use, attacking our Secretary General, attacking everyone who is near our president. Really, it will not work. So let's stay focused. Let's stay assured and use our brains so that we can achieve this. Yeah, though I'm running out of time, but let me just try to go through. Mr. David, I think I have Pangis. Is it Pangisa Senduge? Something like that?
Yep.
Pangisa, Mr. Pangisa, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay, please. The floor is
I
yours,
can hear
sir.
you right now.
Yes, please. You have only 2 minutes, please.
Can you hear
Just
me?
something you feel like. What's in your mind, please?
Can you hear me right now?
We hear you, though you are jumpy. I think you have a network challenge.
Panseduge, Kayanja.
Yes, Mr. Kayanja.
Yeah, I might be having a network challenge because I'm in the area president stays.
Okay.
And I
okay,
think
where
I
are
might be
you
having a lot of network jammers around this place.
Okay, please. Do you mind if you tell us where
I
you
would like to thank you for the great work you're doing.
Amazing prayer.
I'd like to thank you for the work you're doing, and we are trying to force everything, or we're doing everything possible to see that we are removing the dictator. So we need to pray for our comrades, because every day and morning, every station having no people in their cells, and we are doing everything towards our hands to ensure that everyone is out of the jail. And even if Museveni swears in, we shall fight tooth to nail to see that the dictator leaves in a peaceful way, not like because they wanted to use violence against all the new people. You get what I'm talking about? Because they deployed all the army so that we try to be. That's why we hear some politicians, they are saying that no, they don't walk the talk because they want to be violent like Mwami Besigye. We can't do like that. We are a different generation. We are not violent. And we are going to ensure that the dictator leaves our country, whether we like it or not. No matter how minutes, we shall overcome this. But thank you so much for the fight. We shall fight until the end. Pray for us who are in Uganda now.
We are always praying for you, our brothers. We are always praying for you. For me, the last night, I spent the whole night praying for Uganda. I cried, I shedded tears so that God can do a lot, so that God can do something for us. And I know very soon God will answer our prayers, because it's not only me that was prayed, but I know a lot of Ugandans everywhere we are trying to pray. And since we have also fasting, so I know very soon God will respond to our requests and cries. Without wasting time, I'm having a few minutes.
Please, just a second, please.
Okay.
And another thing is, already those who have been children, tell them, be like a Palestinians, that people who are being killed, the government of Uganda is the one who killing the people. Let them know, show them the pictures, let them grow up loving their nation, let them grow up loving their culture, so that they know that these people, they hate them from where they are now. When they are still young, they know that these years when I was young, so and so has died because this president is the one who killed it. The government of Uganda killed this person. Please let the people know. Don't be silent.
Thank you so much.
Children know that.
Thank you so much. I think the message has been received very well. Without wasting time, let me, Mr. David, just allow me to proceed to Mr. Ronnie, because I'm running out of time. And my other colleague is coming to moderate. So I think, Mr. Ronnie, you can come and say something if you are on the line, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Farouk. I'm calling in from New Zealand.
Yes, how is New Zealand, brother?
It's a very happy place, but quite saddening to see all the events that are happening in my country.
That's beautiful.
In the first instance, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Bobi Wine for the great work, because he has really opened the eyes of the local Ugandan for the massive mobilization to garner all that vote. That is a huge job. Hands up for Mr. Chagulanyi. But for all the work that the diaspora is doing, it's really impressive. Nevertheless, we still have a problem on the ground. Do you hear me, Mr. Farouk?
Yes, I do hear you. I do hear you. Proceed. Though you have some, I don't know, it's from your background, the noise.
It's coming
Is it
from
your
Mr. Kayanja.
Oh, Mr. Kayanja, please mute, please. Can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah, so my point is that the diaspora is doing a great job, but due to the events that happened in Uganda, there is obviously a sign of disenfranchisement of the local population.
Yes.
Like you saw the gentleman from northern Uganda who called, he said it is up to here, up to the neck, he put his arm, they are fed up. That's like giving up, but the diaspora needs to continue doing what it does to make sure that the funding is narrowed. And once we have that narrowed down, what can we do with the local people, because they seem to be down? That's one struggle that we still have to do. And in addition to that, we know our people are really poor. And this has been a strategy by the regime right from the start. Because by the time he came, people were better off. By now, people are worse off, too poor. So you're dealing with a poor man, there's a very rich guy up who is suppressing them. We need to deal with that problem on the ground. The third point, these events that are happening in Uganda have happened in other countries. A gentleman mentioned Cameroon. We have neighbors in Sudan. There are neighbors in the Middle East. They have experience on how to organize these things. And my opinion is that if we can link up with some good figures in those countries, we could learn a lot from them. Because ours is not violent, it is non-violent. So we need to bring in a strategy that would allow us to be quite organized, because we know that our people on the ground are poor. So how can we solve that problem? Otherwise, there's a lot to say. I know your time is up, but yeah, for the moment, I'll keep it at that level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Due to time factor, I don't want to go into your submissions, either to add on or to subtract. Though, Mr. David, though I'm having my 5 minutes, I feel that I want to go, but I don't want to go. I still have a lot to share with people. I feel like really, I want to use the whole day, but the time cannot allow me. But though, due to the time factor, just allow me to call one person. I think, let me pick randomly, Mr. Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth, if you're on the line, please say something. 1 minute, please. Mr. Kenneth, please unmute if you're hearing me. Ubega Kenneth.
Hold on 1 minute. Let's just look for Kenneth. Sorry. Is that Kenneth UAE?
Yes, Kenneth UAE. Maybe he's not on the line. He's not.
Thank you. I'm online, Mr. Haluna.
1 minute, please, because you have taken 2 minutes without talking. Okay, just shed some light on what you think, and also give the motivation message to some of the Ugandans, please.
I just want to congratulate every Ugandan, wherever you are, upon reaching this day, because we are all sure Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu won the election and is the elected president of Uganda. Today, President Museveni, the former President Museveni, has just laid a coup on Uganda, and this will go in history. It's upon us to change this, and it has just started, as our president told us. Let's not lose hope. Let's keep focused. Let everyone do whatever we could do, and we change this, what President Museveni has done to our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ubega. I think I'm soon going to hand over the microphone to Mr. David. It has been a pleasure for me to chat with you, to hear from you, to understand how you think, how you feel, and what you would like our country to be. So guys, I do encourage you, don't lose hope, because if you lose hope, nothing else will happen. Let's stay hopeful. Let's not become hopeless. At the end, we shall win. We shall outcast the dictator. Let's continue doing whatever we can. Let's do anything in all our efforts. As our principal says in his song that obatosobola kudduka wakiri we yavula, obatosobola kwavula ku bendulu, obatosobola kwavula wakiri lekana. So do anything that in your capacity. Don't say you are there. Don't be a spectator, just only feeling oppressed, but you have nothing to say. Say anything. Speak out your mind. Speak out your words, because you get offer, you get offer. So no one of us knows our destination. So really, I would like to appreciate everyone who has been on the line. I wish you a nice day. Enjoy your souls. Stay blessed. Soldiers back home, please take care. As you know, we are running. These guys are running after us, but we know they will not finish us because they don't have any plan for us. So, Mr. David and the team, thanks so much. Let me just bring back the microphone to you. I think it has been an amazing day and an amazing session. Though you gave me a little hour, just a few hours, 1 hour. This time you can give me 5, I think. Thank you so much, guys.
Haruna, you might regret asking for more time, because it looks like one of the moderators we're expecting for the next session isn't around, so you might end up having to stay on a bit longer. But I think we've got Jaja Ibu saying something, but we would love to have you back on to help us moderate the remaining part if you're still available.
No, so sorry. I'm going back for work.
There you go. You see, we caught your bluff. So, but well done. Appreciate your help. Thank you for this work you're doing in the struggle. Really, really useful moderated session with a lot of feedback and encouraging input from people. Please send our regards to all our comrades in the UAE. Thank you so much, Comrade Haruna. Okay. So before we move on to the next speaker, I have been informed by the team that we have lots of people here, but we're not sure how many of you are awake and actually involved. Remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep you engaged. This is not just a talk shop, but we're hoping that you can stay engaged, you can take away ideas, and you can remain motivated as you fight and as you fight for your victory. This is not going to be a single day's activity. This is going to be going on for days, weeks, months, even years. Sometimes it may be even generational, but as long as your conviction is true and you know what you're fighting for. So we're going to give you the chance to unmute all of you. So all of you, unmute yourself. I want to hear your voices. I want to hear you saying where you're calling from, where you are. Just unmute yourselves. Get that microphone and unmute yourselves. I want to hear all of you unmuting yourselves. And let's see. Okay, that's good. I want to hear a bit of noise. I want to make sure that you guys are fantastic. That's good. That's what we like. Okay, now listen. People power. Our power.
People power.
People power.
People power.
Fantastic. NUP. Everywhere. Good. That's good. That's good to know. Now, it looks like you guys are willing and ready to sing along. So let's get a bit of entertainment before we move on to the next session. Sing louder. Fantastic. People power. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to mute you all. Thank you. It's good to know that all of you are still awake and involved. Thank you so much for your participation and contribution to this struggle. So very shortly, we'll be going on to hopefully our next moderator. And we will then be joined by one of our comrades who's gone across to London to join in the physical street protest, and hopefully we'll be able to see what's going on in London. And I ask all those of you who are in street protest, wherever you are, whichever part of the world, if you know anyone who is attending a street protest, please do not hesitate to let them know that we're online so that we can get a stream for everyone to watch. Welcoming you back again to this session. It's an online protest. We're protesting against the illegitimate regime, the swearing in of a dictator who has decided to deny the people their voice and take power for himself without shame, fear, or favor. And we're going to stand here and we're going to keep on encouraging ourselves until the struggle is done. So good to see you guys here all, and good to see those of you who are joining us on Facebook. Okay, I think we have Jaja Ibu. Jaja Ibu, if you're available, could you please raise your hand and come and speak to us? I believe you will be speaking to us. And also, can I ask all those of you who want to speak? I believe there's someone who is trying to speak. Elaine Hope, I believe you want to speak. If you want to speak, raise your hands and let's hear you speak whatever you want to say, whatever is on your mind. So please raise your hands and we will give you the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Jaja. I can see you. Thank you. I'll get to you very shortly. Yes, so those of you who want to speak, raise your hands and you'll get the chance to speak. Those of you who are following us on Facebook, click on those links and come and join us here. We've got just over an hour to go before this stream comes to an end. But I'd like to remind all of you that we're here every Saturday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. UK time. That is from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Uganda time. And we meet here every Saturday in exactly the same format. We come together and we talk about what is on our minds. Things change so fast in Uganda on a weekly basis, and it's always good to keep the struggle going, to keep the voice going, and to let our comrades back home in Uganda know that the people in the diaspora, because we have the liberty to stand up and speak, we will continue speaking. And like you've heard, we will continue doing all the activity we do online, because that is where we can operate, and we have seen some significant results from doing it. I'd like to remind all of you to make a commitment to getting online and joining Twitter and looking for all these hashtags that are trending. Uganda is bleeding, ditch the dictator, free our people, bring back our people, and use the tools that you have to amplify the message. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, Jaja Ibu, over to you. I'd like to unmute you and give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and say a word or two to the people. And I believe if you're able, we can just talk about the moderating of the next session. So, Jaja Ibu, can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
I can.
Oh, fantastic. Jaja Ibu, welcome to Speak Up. Uganda is bleeding, this online protest. Good to have you here. Please take some time to introduce yourself to everyone. Tell them where you're joining in from. Share your thoughts for 5 minutes. And together, if you're still available, we will moderate the next 1 hour session. Over to you, Jaja Ibu. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. David, and I greet you all, comrades, from wherever you are. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Ibrahim Sombi Bogere, and I'm commonly known as Jaja Ibu, and I'm the People Power / NUP coordinator in charge of South Africa. I greet you all, comrades. I welcome you all comrades on this online demonstration. And I also want to appreciate your efforts for sparing time from whatever you need to do so that you you came out and attended this online protest. Many people who do not understand the power of this protest would undermine and say we are just wasting time. There's nothing that you can do. The man is swearing himself in and stuff like that. But what I can assure you is that it is things like this, it is efforts like this that lead to the downfall of dictators like Mr. Museveni. I know that today it is a very sad day in our motherland, Uganda. Today is a day that our country is actually mourning because Ugandans went to polls on the 14th of January and elected the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu for president of Uganda. But of course, Mr. Museveni, like always, he rigged the election. He stole the election, of course, by use of a gun, and of course, with the help of his electoral commission, and he declared himself a winner. And today, he's being sworn in as the new president or president-elect. They don't even know how to say it. Actually, I was watching one of the some parts of the inauguration ceremony before I came to this meeting. I had the chance. I think I was there like for 3 minutes, and then I was seeing one of the masters of ceremonies. The lady was struggling to how he can address Mr. Museveni as whether he's a new president or a new what. So they are struggling to find a way of addressing him, and they have been calling him a new president. And I know they are embarrassed to say new president. So they are in a very difficult position as to how they should address Mr. Museveni. So it is a very sad day in our country, but also it is a day that should remind us that we are slaves. It is a day that should remind us that we still have to fight more. It is a day that should remind us that we still have to soldier on because we are not free until we are free. I have always been telling our comrades here in South Africa and everywhere that what is happening today, actually, some of us anticipated that it might happen because, of course, in Uganda, there is the constitution. Within the constitution, there is provisions that would the provisions of respect for human rights, respect for democracy, respect to the will of the people. For example, Article 1, subsection 2 clearly asserts that all power in the state emanates from the people who shall be governed through their will and consent. But we know that the way we are being governed in Uganda is not according to our will and consent. Because if it is our will, if it is indeed the will of the people, Mr. Museveni would not be swearing in today. It should be Honorable Kyagulanyi, who was duly elected by the people of Uganda. So we have the constitution, we have the laws, but the laws are just a mockery. They do not serve the people of Uganda. Mr. Museveni, it is Museveni's word against the law, and Mr. Museveni's word always prevails over the law. So it is our obligation as the citizens of Uganda to make sure we fight and instill a government that will have respect for constitutionalism, a government or a president that will look at the constitution and respect it, and not like Mr. Museveni, who will look at the constitution as just any other pick-fair book that he can pluck out some papers if he finds that he's approaching the wall of his presidency. We knew that Mr. Byabakama Simon, it will be very difficult for him to come out and announce Honorable Kyagulanyi as the winner of the election. But this did not stop us from fighting, because we know that what we are fighting, we don't intend to achieve it through an election. We do not really intend to achieve it, at least, okay, I would say 30% through an election, but 70%. Actually, it should be 20% through an election, but 80% we intend to change government through people power. When I say people power, I mean the power of the people that is vested in them by our constitution, as our constitution asserts that all power belongs to the people. So we intend to cause regime change in Uganda through the power of the people, by people coming out and exercise their power, by people coming out and invoke the power that they have, that is vested in them by our constitution. So what is happening today did not shock us, does not shock us, because we knew it is going to happen. But to some of us, we knew that this will mark actually another stage in our struggle of removing dictator Museveni. I want to tell you, or to share some thoughts with you, comrades, about two things. In this life, there is what we call election, and there is what we call a revolutionary struggle. I repeat, there is what we call an election, and there is what we call a revolutionary struggle. So these two things can bring about change, but the way they bring change is different. An election, the difference between an election and a revolutionary struggle, an election has a date that is set. For example, today we are in 2021, and we know we are going to have elections in 2026. The January 14 of 2026, we shall be having the next presidential elections. And then the 16th of January 2026, the winner shall be announced. And then the 12th of May 2026, the winner shall be sworn in. That is an election. An election has a date that is already set, has a date that on this day we shall have elections, on this day the winner shall be announced, and this day the winner shall be sworn in. That is election. Now, and on the other hand, we have what we call a revolutionary struggle. A revolutionary struggle, unlike an election, a revolutionary struggle does not have a date. A revolutionary struggle is like death. All of us here, we don't know when we are going to die. Maybe some of us will die today, others will die tomorrow, or next week, or next month, or next year, or 10 years, or 20 years, or 30 years, or how many years. Nobody knows. It's only God that knows. But we wake up every day to go to work and work hard. We want to be rich. We want to have wealth. We want to have businesses, various businesses, build so many houses, have a better life and the lives of our people. But we don't know when we are going to die. That is it. The revolutionary struggle can be compared to death. So, in a revolutionary struggle, you don't know when you are going to win. You don't know when you are going to achieve your goal. But all you know is that you are going to achieve it someday, but you don't know exactly when. But also, all you need to do is to put in the effort. The effort that you put in. The more effort you put in, the more determination you put in, the more commitment you put in, it drives you closer to achieving your goal. So, in Uganda, what do we have between these two? Do we have a revolutionary struggle or do we have an election? And I will tell you that in Uganda, it is not an election, it is a revolutionary struggle. Because if it was an election, I want to tell you that today, the person that would be swearing in would not be Museveni, would be Honorable Kyagulanyi. Because we all know that Honorable Kyagulanyi, won the election. If it was indeed an election in Uganda, in 2016, Museveni would not be sworn in. Museveni was not supposed to be sworn in 2016. It was supposed to be Dr. Kizza Besigye, because we all know that Dr. Kizza Besigye won the election in 2016. So, in Uganda, what we have in Uganda is not an election, even though Mr. Museveni tries to paint it as an election for him to be able to have a good name on the international stage, that there is elections in Uganda, there is democracy in Uganda, and Ugandans every 5 years, they go to polls and elect their leader. That is what Museveni wants to paint on the international stage. But in reality, it is not democracy. In reality, what we have in Uganda is not elections. there is, in Uganda, I must tell you, comrades, that there is winning an election and there is going to State House. You win an election, but it does not guarantee you that you are going to go to State House. And you winning an election does also not guarantee that you are going to be announced as a winner. So that is not an election. I want to give you an example. For example, in the US, during the presidential elections between Biden and Donald Trump, we all saw how Donald Trump was so desperate to remain in power. He came up with so many accusations and so many lies, false propaganda, instilling propaganda within his supporters, telling his supporters that the election was rigged. He's not going to allow the outcome of the election. He is not. He even at one point incited his supporters to invade the Capitol Hill in Washington D.C. and they caused a mayhem at the Capitol Hill. It was all his words because he was so desperate to stay in power. You know, he even, for the first time ever, he was the first president, as long as I know, as much as I know, he was the first president that refused to congratulate the incoming president. That is how desperate Donald Trump was to stay in power. But because of the strength of the institutions, because the institutions are so independent, because the democracy is so powerful, there is nothing that Donald Trump could do that would save him. Eventually, the power of the people prevailed. Eventually, the rule of law prevailed. Eventually, the power of democracy prevailed, and Donald Trump had to go. That is what we call an election. So, in Uganda, it is not an election. It is, we are not in an election, or we were not in an election. Ours is not an election. Ours is a revolutionary struggle. We are in a revolutionary struggle, comrades. If there is anybody out there that thought that we shall perhaps remove Museveni through an election, I want to tell you, comrade, that you should rethink. Mr. Museveni is not going to go through an election. Mr. Museveni is going to go through people power, through oppressed people coming together and join their hands together and say enough is enough and drive Museveni out of power and force Museveni out of power. The way it happened in Libya, the way it happened in Sudan, the way it happened in Egypt, the way it happened in Gambia. That is how Mr. Museveni is going to go. Mr. Museveni is prepared to die in power. If Mr. Museveni successfully finishes this term that he has stolen from people, he will make 40 years. And even right now, he has no intentions of even coming out and say, okay, I'm running for my last term. Because if someone is very certain of their departure, at least by now, he would have declared that I'm running for my last term, and after this term, I'm not going to run again. But he's very silent about it. This means that Mr. Museveni is not ready to go anytime soon if we continue hoping that we shall remove him through an election. We are in a revolutionary struggle, comrades. The same way, for example, here in South Africa, where I stay, South Africa is a very good lesson. South Africa has been in a situation where in which we are in today, during the times of apartheid. I must tell you that here during apartheid, blacks were segregated against. Blacks were treated like third-class citizens, but they are the rightful owners of the country. There was whites, and there was coloreds, and then there was blacks. Coloreds are this mixed blood. They have some blood of black, and they also have some white blood. Those are what we call coloreds. So white people used to be at the top, and almost all the nice suburbs in the country were occupied by white people. All good hospitals, good roads, good schools were occupied by white people. So the ones which are not so good, not so bad, those ones were occupied by coloreds. And then blacks were staying in, they call them locations. So they build something like projects. I understand in America, they call them projects. They build houses, they're more like hostels. Then they keep black people there. They're not even built nice. So they keep black people there. They take food, they provide food for them there. They were treated like refugees. For a black person to travel from those projects to go to town or to go to a nice suburb, they required a visa. They required a special permission. For example, if you are going to travel from Katanga or from Chisenyi and you want to go to Kololo or you want to go to Nakasero, you required a special permit. And there was a time when that special permit would expire. And if that permit expired while you are still in Nakasero, you would go to jail. So that is how blacks used to be treated. There was no blacks in administration. There was no blacks in nice paying jobs.
Jaja
That's how
Ibu,
blacks used to be treated.
Jaja Ibu, you've got a minute, and then we move on to other contributors. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to energize to my fellow comrades here is that what we must understand is that we are in a revolutionary struggle. The difference between a revolutionary, actually, before when I finished the point of South Africa, but it took the coming together of black South Africans. It took the coming together of oppressed people of South Africa to say enough is enough. This is our country. We are the rightful owners of this country, and we cannot continue to be treated like slaves in our own country. And they said no. They came together, the likes of Nelson Mandela, the Robert Sobukwe, the Walter Sisulus, the Governor Mbekis, the Oliver Tambos, and they said, no, enough is enough. Of course, they paid the price. Many of them died, many of them were imprisoned, but eventually they managed to win. And now they have freedom. As I speak right now, I don't see any country, even if it is US, even if it is UK, that has rights and freedom like South Africa. I'm telling you. If there is anybody from South Africa here, will tell you, South Africans enjoy the biggest freedom that you can ever imagine. They even beat police. They can even confront. Someone comes up and blocks the road. They even beat these police officers and soldiers. Even the police is scared of the people. That is the kind of freedom that they have right now. But they could not even imagine before that they will live like this. So what I'm trying to tell you, comrades, is that the difference between an election and a revolutionary struggle does not have a date. It can be quicker, it can be longer, but it all depends on the effort that you put in as oppressed people. It depends on the determination that you put in as oppressed people. It depends on the commitment, the hard work that you put in. So what I want to encourage you, comrades, please let us not lose hope because of what is happening today in Kololo. We know we shall remove Museveni. We know Museveni is going to go. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be next month. This swearing in must not demoralize us, because even the former president of Sudan, Omar el-Bashir, before he was removed the following year, the previous year, he had won an election with 90%, and he was sworn in. But the following year, the people of Sudan came out and rose up, and they said enough is enough, and they got rid of Omar el-Bashir. So Museveni swearing himself in today does not affect us. It should not even demoralize us. Let not everybody discourage you, because we know there are some people that have this discouraging rhetoric that they tell to some of our people. Oh, musajja abalembye temuna kyemusobola kola, musajja oyo amaze okulayira mubiveeko and stuff like that. Let nobody demoralize you and think that now it is finished because Museveni has been sworn in. This actually marks the new phase in our struggle of removing Mr. Museveni. We are in a revolutionary struggle. We shall remove Museveni whether today or tomorrow or next week or next month or next year, but we know we shall remove Museveni through a massive people of Uganda coming up massively, through people of Uganda coming out together and say enough is enough. We can push Mr. Museveni even if it is tomorrow. So I want to encourage you, comrades, to keep fighting. I want to encourage you, comrades, wherever you are, to keep on putting in effort, to keep up the determination, to keep the faith, and know that this shall be finished. Museveni is very strong, as you might think, but nothing is stronger than people coming together. Nothing is stronger than power, than committed people, than many people. He's just one individual, of course, with a few of his bandits that are brutalizing the people of Uganda. But we are 45 million people. If we are all determined and say we are committed and say we want to go to the streets, for example, Uganda, we have 45 million people. Out of 45 million people, we need only 1 million people coming to the streets and say enough is enough. I know some people are saying we must hold guns and go to the bush and stuff like that. That is all long story. We don't have time for guns. Where are we going to even to hide? People look at Mr. Museveni because in 1980, Mr. Museveni went to the bush. But by then, Uganda was full of bushes. Right now, where are you going to hide? Where are you going to base and establish your rebellion? You understand? That is a long story. We have 45 million people in Uganda. All we need is to have 1 million people rising up and stage at City Square with our placards, without stones, without sticks, without guns, without any weapon, but only with the placards with the word freedom. 1 million people out of 45 million, we know we can get rid of Mr. Museveni. That is the easiest way and the quickest way. What we need to do is to overcome our fear. We understand the obstacle that has been keeping us from our freedom is this obstacle of fear. We need to overcome our fear eventually. We need to overcome our fear sooner than later. That is the only thing. That's why Museveni is instigating this fear within our people, deploying military on the streets of Kampala, doing this marching, shouting, and saying, and coming up with these incantations to threaten our people. Please let us overcome our fear. Many of us have sacrificed our sorrows. We are holding these demonstrations in the diaspora. Wherever you are, even in the diaspora, please, if there is any demonstration that is taking place in your structure, attend those demonstrations. These demonstrations are working. We are trying to open the eyes of the world so that they can look at Uganda. There are so many ways that we can fight Mr. Museveni. We don't have to fight with him through arms. There are many ways. Because of these demonstrations that we have been doing, the U.S. State Department has come out and placed sanctions on some Ugandan officials. Because of these demonstrations that we have been doing, just yesterday, the South African Human Rights Commission requested to have a meeting with us next week about the online the human rights violations in Uganda. It has never happened before. It has never happened. This is the first time that it is happening, that the Human Rights Commission of South Africa is requesting to meet with us so that they can engage with us concerning the violations that are taking place in Uganda. And they are willing to write to the Ugandan government and also put the Ugandan government on notice to stop having these violations. You saw the European Union coming out and condemn these violations of human rights taking place in Uganda, and also some European countries have come out and withheld the funds, funds in terms of donor funding to the government of Mr. Museveni. So please, let us engage in these demonstrations. We are opening the world. Mr. Museveni has been keeping us in the dark. He oppresses us, and he doesn't want the world to know what is taking place. So it is our obligation, especially we in the diaspora, to open the eyes of the world. Right now, we have many media houses reaching out to us. Just yesterday, I was having an interview with one media house in Johannesburg. These media houses, they are reaching out to us. They want to see what is taking place in Uganda. Now their cameras and eyes are on Uganda. It has never happened before. It is because of these demonstrations. It is because of these petitions that we come up with and petition these various offices. We petition these politicians across the world. We petition these celebrities. We petition different people of the globe. That is why you see that the government of Mr. Museveni is actually the picture of the government of Mr. Museveni is worse than ever before. He's even paying people to try and sell Uganda outside the country or on the international stage. He's bringing on these economists coming up with the false promises of constructing a city in Uganda. You bring in someone that is worth $80 million to establish a project that is worth $3 billion. That is all panic that is within Mr. Museveni. So let us keep pushing. We know that eventually we shall overcome and we shall remove Museveni from power. I have a belief, and you will live to see this day. I know for sure we shall get Museveni out of power. I promise you that, but we need to have commitment. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to fight hard, and we need to soldier on. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Jaja Ibu. Thank you so much for your passionate words and very strong messages and encouragement and motivation to the people out there. We send our regards to comrades in South Africa who have been doing a fantastic job, and of course all the comrades right across the country. Jaja Ibu, before you leave, I've got a question for you, and it's good to see you very passionate and talking about the power of the people. One of the questions that always gets asked is, how do people overcome the fear in order to go out and protest on the streets, given the fact that the military junta is determined at whatever cost to stop any form of gathering?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. David, about that question. Of course, that is the question that everybody asks themselves. This is it is a technical question, but what I must tell you is that overcoming fear, you know, in Uganda, there is what we call Wonyigirizanye Nyindo, that the more, if you keep on pressing this nose all the time, you keep on pressing your nose, eventually that nose, mucus will come out of your nose. So Mr. Museveni has oppressed us to the limit. Mr. Museveni has oppressed us to the limit, and we come to a point whereby you have to ask ourselves, how long more? What more oppression can we take from this dictator? What more brutality can we take from this dictator? Martin Luther said that freedom is not granted, is not voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressor. For how long? When do we come to a point and say enough is enough? When do we say that we have had enough? Oppression. We have been subjected to enough oppression, and it is time for us to stand up and say enough is enough and get rid of oppression. So I know the fear is within us, but like we always say, if you talk, you die, and if you don't talk, you die. Many of our people have been killed, and some of them we didn't even know them. Forget about the ones that we know. Actually, the people that get killed mostly are the people that don't talk. The people that get killed mostly are the people that we don't even get to know of. The Jaja Ibus of this world, the Segirinyas of this world, the Bobby Wines of this world, the Senyonyis of this world, they rarely get killed because they know that everybody knows them. So we know there is a price that will be paid. Freedom does not come on a silver plate. There is a price. Many people have paid the price. Even here in South Africa, as I was telling you, many people died for this freedom of that the people of South Africa are enjoying today, to be able to manifest. Many people lost their lives. Many people were incarcerated. Many people were imprisoned. Many people were tortured. But eventually, they managed to win, and now they're enjoying their freedom. We know that there is fear within our people. We are human beings, of course. Every human being must have a fear. Like, it is normal for someone to fear, but it is abnormal for one to remain afraid forever. It is not abnormal for one to remain to be afraid. Of course, everybody must be afraid. I want comrades to understand this word. It is normal to be afraid, but it is abnormal to remain afraid forever. That is abnormal. To be afraid 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Now we are approaching 40 years and you are still afraid. That is abnormal. So I encourage you, comrades, to come out and raise up. We need to raise up. Many of us will be killed. Many of us will be incarcerated. Many of us will be subject to so many other injustices. But the country shall gain power. The country shall gain peace. The country will be free, and we shall all sit down and say, yeah, we fought. Mr. Museveni risked to go to the bush and fight the Obote government. I hear they started with 27 guns. That was commitment. That was determination. Who starts a rebellion against the government with 27 guns? But it is the belief that they had in themselves. It was the commitment that they had in themselves, and they said, we can do it. And they did it.
Thank you so much.
If Museveni started this revolution, or whatever rebellion that he started with 27 people, but for us, we are 45 million oppressed people of Uganda. Why can't we do it? We
Thank
can
you.
do it, comrades.
Thank you so much, Jaja Ibu.
Let us overcome the fear.
Yeah.
Let us conquer the fear. Eventually, we shall win.
Thank you. I want to quote for you a quote that I really like with regards to fear from Clement Stone, which says, thinking will not overcome fear, action will. And I think, Jaja Ibu, you nicely summarized the fact that only if we act will we overcome the fear that is in people, that the dictator spent years, decades building in people. Thank you so much, Jaja Ibu. Please feel free to keep with us as we move on and get people to contribute to the session. Really good contribution. Okay, we are just about to go on. Like we said, this is your chance to speak to the people who are on Facebook, to speak to the people who are on Zoom. So if you'd like to speak, if you'd like to have your 5 minutes to speak, please raise your hand and we'll give you the microphone to share with the world what is on your mind. And I just want to remind all of you, we're here every Saturday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. UK time, which is 10 p.m. to 12, ignore my phone, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Uganda time. We meet here every Saturday to do exactly the same thing and talk about what's on our minds. And can I also finally ask everyone who is on Telegram, please look for Uganda is Bleeding and subscribe to that channel, because we broadcast out tweets, we broadcast out messages on that channel. So look for Uganda is Bleeding, and the handle on Telegram is @StandUpUganda. Okay, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Chuma. Chuma, are you able to speak to us? Thank you for being patient and listening through. Please, hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Please introduce yourself, tell us where you're calling in from, and tell us what's on your mind.
I'm called Buganda Ntege Chuma Chayesu, one of the survivors of the General Court Martial. You remember the 30th of December 2020, when we were with Chagulanyi at Kalangala district. We were captured, charged in court martial, but in vain. We had gone for official campaigns. So that is the kind of person who is right now swearing in Uganda. It's so unfortunate. My message today to all viewers and listeners goes to the Secretary General, Mr. Anthony Guterres. Unfortunately, I've been on Zoom and I saw the congratulatory message for Mr. Guterres, Anthony Guterres, to President, the so-called President Museveni, who is imposing himself on Ugandans because they did not elect him. That one I can assure the entire world. Now, I've just written something small. This goes to him, and I would like whoever has his link to link this message to Mr. Guterres and the entire world to understand this. That it's so unfortunate that such a high-profile, respected person holding such an important post in the United Nations congratulates the dictator, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, a known dictator in the whole world, known for bribery, thuggery, malpractices in the last general elections held on 14th of January 2021. It's so unfortunate. What does it represent? Anthony Guterres, the UN boss, what you've done is regrettable. If you didn't know, you are promoting 5 things. I'll read this and I'm going to be brief. I want my message to be clear. 5 things, Anthony Guterres. I don't know whether you are promoting this on behalf of the United Nations or it is you as a person. But if you've congratulated Museveni, this is what you're promoting. The influx of refugees and asylum seekers in the Western world, in the Western countries, this including the US, Europe, UK, Canada, Australia, and other countries. So you are promoting the influx, because I personally am one of the refugees. I'm not in my country. I'm hiding somewhere. I'm giving burden to the country where I'm hiding. So Guterres, you are promoting the influx of refugees and asylum seekers worldwide. Two, I said I will be brief. I can go into details of that, but I'll be brief. Two, the suffering of families of those on run. I'm talking of asylum seekers and refugees. Mr. Guterres, Anthony, receive this message. You are promoting, you are making our families cry by congratulating such a person, a dictator, instead of condemning him. Number three, you are slowing down the economies of these countries of escape, politically and economically. You are slowing down the development of these countries. Why are you congratulating this person who is destabilizing his country politically and economically? I'm an able-bodied person who can work and contribute to the taxes of Uganda, but I'm outside the country. Can you imagine that? How much money is Uganda losing whenever these young girls go to Arabic countries and other countries to seek job there, to contribute to the economies of those countries? Mr. Guterres, just understand what you're promoting. The fourth point is you're making refugees and asylum seekers suffer in the camps where there is insufficiency of basic needs. Indeed, camps are not good places for anyone to stay. So, Mr. Guterres, whenever we are suffering, we don't have lunch, we don't have enough medicine, we are suffering because you are promoting a dictator, you're in bed with a dictator for us to suffer. That is very regrettable. It's bad. You should instead condemn the dictator. You should, I think you should reverse whatever you've congratulated to General Museveni and apologize on behalf of refugees worldwide. My last point, Mr. Guterres, by congratulating the dictator of the kinds of Museveni and others who are still trampling on people's rights in Africa and other parts of the world, you are promoting bad and democratic governance system which the entire world is condemning. If you're preaching good governance, democracy, and human rights, you don't have the audacity to thank General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni because he's portraying a bad picture of bad leadership. That is regrettable. That is the worst thing. That is the great mistake you've done, Mr. Guterres. So, Mr. Guterres, let this information reach to you wherever you are. I know this Zoom meeting is being recorded. Please tag Mr. Guterres. He understands this. I mean, I'm one of the victims who was implicated in vain. I don't have any military background, but I was charged in the General Court Martial. What did we do? What did we do? My brothers, the Eddie Mutwe, Nubiandi, Dad Magic, Chivumbi, or the Map Media, many of them, 36 are still under the General Court Martial's orders that they are not being released. What did they do, Mr. Guterres? You should ask Mr. Museveni, why should he continue incarcerating, imprisoning, tormenting, torture our brothers in prison? They should be out, because on the 3rd of January 2021, the day they said that we had 4 bullets and 2 magazines, we were in Masaka Saza prison. We were in their custody. Why should you come and congratulate such satanic, evil man, Mr. Guterres? You are making us cry, most especially with the victims. That congratulations. And this information also goes to the German Vice Chancellor. You are congratulating a wrong person. Leave alone with these African dictators who came of recent. These are people who lie with Museveni in bed. But Mr. Guterres, the German Chancellor, and the European or Western countries, We take you to be more understanding than us Africans. Yes, we understand we are inferior, you are superior, but you should see things in that angle. Take the light, look at Joe Biden. He didn't congratulate the dictator because he has information. Don't pretend as if you don't know anything. You are the master of information. Everything reaches your desk. We've written, the guys in the diaspora have written, have shown all videos. There's nothing you don't know. So what you've done is a great mistake, regrettable, and you are making us all refugees. I'm speaking on behalf of refugees and asylum seekers. You are making us cry all the time. We are missing our families, our children, our wives. We'll find our wives when they are already married by other men. Our children will go back to our countries maybe when things are stable, when our kids cannot even recognize us, just because we are on run for our dear lives. And unfortunately, when you go to the second country, they take you to be a full UNHCR, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. They prolong the process, and if you tell them that I'm at the neighboring country, my life is at stake, they don't mind. So what kind of, I fail to understand what you're promoting, you guys. You should come out and see things in a different angle. You remember the formation of UN. There was another body, as all you people understand, in 1945, if I can remember. They failed to do their duty effectively. Right now, as UN, you should come out and seriously condemn what Mr. Guterres did, Antonio Guterres, the German Chancellor, and others of the kind. Leave alone with these African dictators and leaders of ours. We know them. They cannot do anything. I mean, they are in Museveni's armpit. I would like to thank our neighbor, the president of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who has not appeared on this function. You've portrayed a good picture, and we've appreciated. Everyone was looking to see whether Uhuru will go for that function. He has not appeared, but leave alone these other guys who are, they are smelling blood. They are in the armpits of the dictator. Museveni is trying to rule the region. He's talking of this of stabilizing the entire continent of Africa.
Chuma Chayesu, you've got 30 minutes to complete your submission. Thank you so much.
I don't have 30 minutes. I'm
sorry, 30 seconds.
Okay, yes, 30 seconds. So, Mr. Guterres, Anton, you should come out and apologize. And to all those in the basket, especially the recent victims, the Ugandans on run. It is very regrettable. We expect a statement from you regretting whatever congratulatory message you sent to General Museveni. How do you congratulate a dictator who charges civilians in the general court martial without any military background? It's very regrettable. Museveni does, I don't, Banangi, we should change. I thank everyone on this Zoom. I've been on this Zoom from morning. I've had your contribution. Thank you so much, you guys. And I will always portray our anger on such media, whatever platforms. Thank you so much. Uganda and Tege Chuma Chayesu is my name.
Thank you so much, Chuma Chayesu. Thank you for your passionate plea and emotional outcry and deploring the acts of the hypocritic partners that we're working with. It's quite clear that the exposing of the hypocrites continues right from Uganda. It's flowing out to the international bodies, the international organizations, and the Western partners. We need to be able to stand for ourselves. Like someone said, I think it was Afro-Belina who said, until Ugandans stand up for themselves, the West will not move. They will always protect their interests, and their interests are protected by systems and regimes that are entrenched. And 35 years means there's such big entrenched systems for channeling and siphoning out our resources, our money, our labor to the advantage of the West. So Ugandans, please take heed. please take heed. And I think the question around action, like we were talking about, may not necessarily mean going out onto the streets, but start thinking about how you spend your money. There's been talk about economic boycotts. Start thinking consciously about why you're going to fuel from a Total petrol station, for example. Why you in the diaspora are flying back to Uganda and you're booking an air ticket with Uganda Airlines. These are all institutions that fund the regime. So we need to start thinking about how you spend your shilling, your dollar, your pound as you voting for the system. And once we start to systematically dismantle these economic lifelines and streams that the regime has, we certainly will start seeing the regime crumble in front of our faces. But we have to be consistent. Thank you so much, Chuma Chayasu. I think we have a few more people to speak. And I think we have comrades who are gathering in London for a protest. Dorcas, if you can hear me. Dorcas, if you can hear me, please could you unmute yourself and join us from Trafalgar Square, where our comrades are joining in a street protest. Dorcas, if you can hear me, I hope you can. Please, could you unmute yourself? Okay, I don't think we can get Dorcas yet. Okay, let's proceed with the hands. We have quite a few people who have raised their hands. I'll just try and make sure we go through people who haven't yet spoken. Cecilia, I've seen your post on the chat, so let's give you the chance to speak what's on your mind. Please, can you hear me, Cecilia?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't want to speak much. I just wanted to let you know that I've sent some messages in the chat. That is all.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes. I've seen the messages. Thank you for engaging and thank you for participating. There's an email address that has been addressed to you. Tazita sent you an email address. ugandaisbleeding@gmail.com. We are interested in people who are looking at things and organizations we can target under the slogan, Ditch the Dictator. So please, if you could just look up the chat, there's an email address that we would like you to get in touch with the organizers of this event. So that we can carry on some of the interventions that we're looking to achieve. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for your very valid contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Engineer Nyanzi in South Africa, you've been patiently waiting for your turn to speak. Here's your chance to speak. Please, could you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the people who are on Zoom and on Facebook and share with us what's on your mind.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been there ever since this started, right from the ground of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Members, I want you to remind you of two things. First of all, I will apologize to whoever I'm going to annoy, because I know always I don't talk what people want to hear, especially in their ears, but I talk to what someone who can think twice may wish to hear. Number one, prior to elections, Dr. Kizza Besigye once said that the biggest mistake Bob Wine will ever make is to think that he will go into election to win the election and to be sewn in by the regime of Museveni and others. Members, my colleague from Jaja Ibu has differentiated the two, that there is a difference between election and a revolution. Let us ask ourselves, of the two, what has been taking place in Uganda? Members, you will agree with me that ever since we've been in Uganda, the actions that are being done by the regime shows that we are in a revolution. Because all atrocities, people have been killed. Today morning, we are seeing a boy who is training, is a counselor, LOC3 counselor. He was abducted yesterday evening. Today in the morning, they have met his body when he's already killed. So the action that are being done by the regime of Museveni shows that we are in a struggle or a revolution. But if we come to our side who are in opposition, members will agree with me that the actions that we've undertaken as far as opposition is concerned, none of our activities shows that we are in a struggle. We are rather participating in an election. An election is a field where the two parties, you have to agree on the terms and conditions. Ever since the election process started, opposition candidates, they have been agreeing on everything that has been taking place. Finally, even up to on the swearing in part of the president, to an extent that opposition candidates, they have accepted. What does this mean? In a struggle is accompanied or curtailed by activities that can show that this is a struggle. Let us transfer our brain and mind to other countries where we have witnessed election, and at the same time others we have witnessed a struggle. There are two things that always confuse our brain. Elections and the struggle are mutually exclusive. However much, to a certain extent, the two can take place, but they are mutually exclusive. As far as what we call a struggle is failing to agree on certain terms and conditions, members, we shall agree that as far as we started the process of election, we have been agreeing on these things. Some few members have been always coming up and giving ideas that no, we wouldn't have gone to this step, we wouldn't have accepted the election. But others have been insisting, let us do this, let us accept this, let us accept this. Let us take an example in countries where struggle or revolutions have been undertaken. You go to Congo. What did they do for their revolution? Before they came up to a consensus of carrying out elections. These are people who rejected their president to be on a ballot paper. These are people who rejected their president from extending election days. Whenever election could come close, you could say, no, we have postponed the elections for 2 years. Not let alone those people said, no, enough is enough. We are saying no to this. They reached an extent, they said, no, we are going for election, but we don't want you on the ballot paper. Those are the actions of a revolution. However, I'm thankful to the actions that are being taken by Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi as far as currently. He is trying to engage in other political parties. However, some still are criticizing and blaming that why didn't he take an initiative before election to see that he engages these people? Members, allow me to tell you that if we are to move on with what is called a struggle, there are some activities that are supposed to be undertaken. We need to see a movement based on religious leaders. We need to see a movement that is inclusive of cultural leaders. There is no a revolution where you can't see any of those people being in such a revolution. Nobody can give me an example in Uganda where we've seen cultural leaders undertaking part in this revolution that we are calling.
Sorry, Engineer Nyanzi, you've got 30 seconds left. Thank you so much. Hello, you've got 30 seconds left. Have we lost you?
Members, allow me to ask you some things to take on in case we are to have what we call a revolution. We need to see a movement where everyone is engaging himself. I urge you members, wherever you are, any activity that comes on, please try to engage in. Any activity here, as far as the struggle is concerned, let us try to engage in. And allow me to advise and also caution our leaders that we have. We have information that even inclusive of NUP leaders under MP levels, some of them are discouraging people from participating in what we call peaceful demonstrations. It is too embarrassing that we have such leaders and we are calling them to be leaders in the revolution. It is too embarrassing. And allow me to say that in case time comes a lion to eat grass, we shall eat MPs under NUP cardship. I'm telling you the fact. We shall not accept such nonsense to be leading us and disguising us, discouraging us, discouraging our members on the ground. Enough is enough. Let us leave these things. They are there. And the moment we start showing those people, we shall not leave them like that. We shall not leave them to fool our people like that. People die, people are losing lives, and these are things others are taking for granted. No NUP member, if I can ask anyone to get me any video of any new NUP elected MP condemning acts ever since the election is stopped, you can't see them. You can't see them on any media. I don't know where these people now are hiding. Ever since they won, you can't see them anywhere. We don't know. Did their struggle come to an end, or they were for them after chasing something, that after they got that something, now everything is okay to the entire Ugandan community, which is not the case. We shall die trying.
Engineer Nyanzi, thank you so much. Just conscious of time, you raised very valid points around understanding the difference between an election struggle and a revolution, and of course calling on the question of leadership culturally and religiously, which people have mentioned before. I think the key point you're talking about is unity and action of the people, collective action in driving forward change, which will probably result in a revolution. But like someone says, I think you or someone earlier said, a revolution doesn't have a date. It's not a set piece. And so action at every level and involvement at every level is crucial. Thank you so much, Engineer Nyanzi, for joining us, and send our regards to comrades in South Africa for the work they're doing to the struggle. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we have your comer. Please unmute yourself. And this is your chance to speak to the people on Zoom. We'll be listening quite attentively to what you have to say. You've got 5 minutes, and once you're done, you'll get 30 seconds to the end of your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Hiya. Yes, could you please speak up a bit louder so that we can hear you? I can hear you, but ever so faint.
Okay.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining us from. We're on the tail end of this protest today, so thank you first of all for participating, and everyone else who has joined us. Tell us where you're joined in from and share with us what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes, and you'll get a 30-second reminder. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm called Kamayonza Constance. I come from Mitoma district, Western Uganda. I'm a former candidate for woman MP, Mitoma district. But as Chuma Chai said, that we are refugees in our country. I also left the country, I think, a month back, because I was attacked, I was traumatized, I was strangled. I almost lost my life in this struggle. So I had to leave the country, and I'm looking forward to meet the team in the UAE, to catch up with them, and we see the way forward. Otherwise, today was a very cold day for me, waking up knowing that the president who is swearing in is not the one you voted for. It is a very hard day for us in the struggle, but I think it's only God who is going to see us through all this, because it is a trying moment, I can call it. But thanks for all efforts you put in to see our country change. And I am here to tell you that we are not giving up. I am strong, however much I was down, however much I passed through a lot. I give it all, and I will stand on my legs to see my country change, to see my president swear in at any time. I'm so hopeful, waiting to hear from this team of UAE. I'm trying so hard to connect with them at any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I must say, first of all, thank you for the contribution to the struggle, and I can only register my thoughts with you for what you've been through. No one should leave their country not out of choice, but as the result of their conviction. and for you, some of us left the country because we went looking for greener pastures. But that was our choice, and to be forced out of your country is just an absolute shame. So I can only register my heartfelt feelings for you. The comrades from UAE have been here. They've been very involved. Farouk and a number of other NUP members from UAE have been involved. If you'd like to get in touch with them, please contact us on ugandaisbleeding@gmail.com, and we'll link you straight through to them. But yes, the only way, someone said, once you join the struggle, you have to see it right through to the very end. Otherwise, you get charged for treason, or you become treasonous. So those of us who have made the decision to join the struggle, you have to look at it from a lifetime commitment, regardless of how long it takes. So thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you're able to connect with the team in the UAE. Okay, I think we have hopefully Dorcas available, who will be able to give us a word from one of the organizers of the event in London. Dorcas, are you available? Dorcas, if you're available, please could you unmute yourself?
Hi, David, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can hear you, yes. And we can see you. Fantastic.
So, are you okay with the Facebook? Sorry, with the Zoom? Should I do... Sorry, did you want us to be on Facebook, or are you okay with us on Zoom?
Do you want to be on Facebook? We're streaming live on Facebook.
Okay. Sorry, I have got Comrade Kato, who is ready to speak and address Uganda.
Fantastic.
Yeah? So,
are you able to turn on your camera?
Just a minute, please.
So Dorcas and comrades are gathering at Trafalgar Square in Uganda House. So good to see you, Dorcas, and Comrade Kato. Please, the microphone is over to you. Please, could you speak to the people who are on Zoom and on Facebook? You don't need the megaphone.
Okay. Yeah, so we are here at Uganda House. We are actually protesting the illegal swearing in of Museveni. Everybody knows the legitimate winner of the elections 2021 was Mr. Chagulanyi, and Mr. Museveni has just gone ahead and rigged and decided to even have a ball today. He's spending 7 billion shillings of Uganda's taxpayers' money, plus other more money that we are not aware of. People are funding him, they're aiding him, and he's still seated in there comfortably terrorizing our people. And today is really the worst day that he decides to continue robbing and plundering our country. We say no, enough is enough. So we are here with some comrades at the Uganda House. I don't know if you can see, that's Uganda House, UK, Trafalgar Square, London. Yeah, so people are protesting against this illegal dictatorship. Yeah, so my colleague Kato is here.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to have a word?
Okay.
This is you're live at Uganda is
We are live at the Uganda House. We are here today.
I don't know what to call it.
We are here today as to denounce and reject the dictator Museveni for having rigged the elections. And we are here to announce and to denounce and reject again the dictator that he is not the president of Uganda. The president of Uganda is Honorable Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who was democratically elected on the 14th of January 2021. And we are here with all Ugandans to show our solidarity with our leader, that is the leader who should be the president swearing today. Museveni today has spent over 7 billion of our tax just for swearing ceremonies. We are here to show that we are in solidarity with our people in Uganda, that Museveni, he rigged the elections. Museveni is not the president of Uganda, and the president of Uganda is Honorable Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu. We are here to denounce Museveni, the killing of Ugandans, the torturing of Ugandans, the kidnapping of Ugandans, because yesterday
they kidnapped over 2,000 young boys in Kampala alone. And that we are here to show the international community they should stop supporting this brutal dictator, because the money they are sending to Uganda is being used to torture Ugandans. Do you know that in Uganda we've got over 4,000 torture chambers whereby Ugandans are being killed, Ugandans are being tortured, men are being castrated. It's a complete apartheid in Uganda. What is going up in Uganda is apartheid. We used to see this in South Africa, but this is beyond what used to happen in South Africa. So we are here, the Uganda embassy, to denounce and to reject the dictator. He's not our president, and he will never be our president.
Enough
Thank you
is
very much.
enough.
Enough is enough. Museveni must go.
Enough is enough. Museveni must go.
Museveni must go.
Yes, David, we're saying Museveni must go, and we've had enough. Museveni must go. Museveni must go. Yes, David, I'll have to come back later to you. I have got some, I don't know if you can see the posters.
Our president is Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, we can see them. Thank you so much, Dorcas, and thank you to Comrade Kato for all the work you're doing and representing us on the streets in front of Trafalgar.
Comrade, you're live at Uganda is bleeding.
Yes, Uganda is bleeding, people. We are here shouting and calling out on all people to help.
You're live.
Uganda
Hello, you're live.
is bleeding.
You're live.
People are being killed like goats. Young men are slaughtered every single day. Mothers. I'm a grandmother. Grandmothers, we are crying. Our children are being killed. They're in prison. Imprisoned. Why? Because they are supporting Robert Kyagulanyi. And the whole Uganda, 95%, we voted for Kyagulanyi. Yeah? But the unfairness the unfairness of it all is the Western world is supporting Museveni. They are bombarding him with dollars. They are training the army. They are training the army to kill people. To kill people when we have no.
I think we've lost Dorcas, but Dorcas is joining us from Uganda House in Trafalgar Square, where a group of Ugandans have gone to show their disgust at the illegitimate regime and the illegal swearing in of the dictator Museveni. I think the message resonates with all we have been saying here, which is how can you spend 7 billion?
We have no hospitals, there's no schools, so what is the point? And remember, people, Museveni.
Okay, Dorcas, we're going to mute you because I think we're losing your sound for now, and we'll get back to you once we've got a better connection. Thank you for that. Okay, just very quickly, apologies. I think the lady thinks she's still speaking, but we'll move on to Karim for now. Dorcas, please, you can turn off your camera. Karim Ntambi, please unmute yourself.
Hi everyone.
Hi,
Thank you
Karim.
so much, David, for staying up late. Thank you so much for the team for doing this. I'm just up. I'm ready. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for standing with Uganda. The only way we can lose this battle is if we decide that we are going to disband. This shows solidarity. This shows that we are still there. This shows that we are still moving on. I would like to encourage everyone that despite the fact that the dictator has illegally sworn himself in today, the struggle doesn't end. It has just begun. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of enemies that are around us, especially in the diaspora. We are fighting billions of Ugandan shillings, millions of dollars that is being channeled through lobby funds to keep rebranding the dictator I would like to encourage everyone in the diaspora to find offices of Mercury Public Affairs. Those are the people that we need to target. Those are the offices where we need to demonstrate. Museveni just signed a contract with them in April to make sure that they do PR for him between the period of April 22nd to May 21st. So all these newspapers that you're seeing that are painting Museveni as, as somebody who has been doing good for the past 35 years, being paid for. So if you're in the UK, you need to find Mercury Public Affairs. That's where, I think the headquarters are. Here in the US, this firm has offices in Washington, D.C., in New Jersey, in New York, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, in Dallas, in Chicago. If you are in one of those chapters, please make a date, let your people know. We gotta start having protests in those areas. 2, we also have to put notice to our development partners that working with a dictator is unsustainable. Here in the US, we've heard that the IMF intends to give the dictator $900 million for fighting COVID. Remember, in the last year, we received $491 million from IMF, and we received $300 million from the World Bank. We also received $15 million from the State Department, and USAID gave $10 million. All that money was channeled into the campaign. That money was channeled into brutalizing our people. The regime is still using that money to enrich themselves. And on the other hand, it is going to be your children, your grandchildren that are going to be paying that debt. We need to put a stop to this. We need to put notice. We need to hold the dictator accountable. We also have to hold our development partners accountable. We need to continue reaching out. If you are in the UK, if you are in the US, we have been doing this. Pick up the call, pick up the call and call your representatives. Let them know that Uganda is bleeding. Let them know that the dictator is using the money that is being given to vulnerable people to enrich himself and his family. This has to stop, and this has to stop with us. The action has to start with you and me, and it has to start now. The revolution has just started. The road may look a little bit tougher, but if we decide that we are going to stand together, believe me, this will be one. Thank you so much, David. I won't take too much time from the comrades who would like to speak. That has been my pitch for the day. And let us continue the fight. People power, everybody is our power.
Thank you so much, Kareem, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I'd just like to let the people who are tuned in know that if you're looking for drafted content, messages and letters, tweets, Kareem is your person. So, Kareem, both you and Joseph, if you could drop your contact details, or at least somewhere, whether it's a group that people can follow or some kind of socials that people can follow so that they can pick up some of these templates that you spend a lot of time drafting to engage our leaders and representatives. If you could drop them in the chat, that would be excellent. Really appreciated. Okay, we're coming to the last 7 minutes of this protest. This was scheduled to run to coincide with the swearing-in ceremony, the legal swearing-in ceremony in Uganda. And so those of you who have been here since for the last nearly 6 hours. We were here in the studios just before 6 a.m. getting ready to stream this across. So we're coming to the last few minutes of this session. So if you still want to say something, we'll give you the chance and then we'll shut down. Billy, I believe you wanted to speak. I've seen you've just logged in. So please, if you could raise your hand so that we can see you if you're still interested in speaking, and we'll give you the chance to speak. Robert Kabuye, Boston. Hello, comrades.
Yes, hello.
Good to see you. Please, welcome
to see you, my brother.
Good to see you on this protest. Welcome, and please introduce yourself and have your 5 minutes, please. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, my brother. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I would like to thank everybody who is on this platform for this protest today. And I would like to thank my colleague, Kalim Untambi. He has raised very powerful points. We should follow that, and we should do that every day. And I would like to thank the people in London. They have done a wonderful job today to protest. It will be in the history on the Uganda House. And with due respect, I ask my brother Karim so we can do the same soon. Now, I had my brother from South Africa. With due respect, this is not a blaming game. Some of us, we have been in the struggle over 20 years. The NUP leadership or NUP party is still young in politics. So we should know that most of the people, they have just learned how politics runs and how dictators are treating Ugandan citizens. So now we have to know that this is a beginning of the struggle. So now they should know all routes can be channeled. All right. So now we have experience how we can go by democratic way, and we have experience how we can go by, again in the constitutional way, demonstrating with the people. So we have to prepare the people now. We have to. I had my brother in South Africa, in Guinea. He was talking about the cultural leaders, but I want to start with him. I think he's coming from Uganda and he has a cultural leader. How many times he reached out to the cultural leaders? This is our job. Everybody, don't be offended. Like Baganda, we have cultural leaders, we have clans. Let us every day reach out with our clan members, clan leaders, and we tell them about revolution. So we have to start now. This is the beginning. So it's like when you catch a thief, when you have no evidence. You see, FBI, CIA, when they catch you, they must be having evidence. Right now, Ugandans, we have evidence. We cannot say that Museveni is killing citizen, poisoning citizen, and somebody say, show me evidence. I think we have all that right now. And I don't think Museveni is gonna last, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, no. I'm asking everybody to be strong. Let us keep on doing what we do. Let us expose the dictator. Let us treat, let us call members, Ugandans in Uganda, and we prepare them, So that is my points for today, but I would like to thank everybody on the platform. I mean, let us not lose hope. Let us keep the fire burning. Uganda is bleeding, and, it's hard. So that's it, my brother.
Thank you so much, Comrade Kawiye Boston. You're absolutely right. It starts with us, and we should not give up hope. Let's keep on doing everything we can. Thank you so much, and good to see you, as always, and send our regards to our comrades across the other side of the pond.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go to Billy, we'll be with you in a minute. We've had someone who's been raising their hand for a while, albeit physically. Can we get Elaine Hope? Elaine Hope, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I have.
Hello, Elaine. Apologies for the issues, but you now have the microphone. Please welcome. Introduce yourself to the people on Zoom.
Yeah, all protocols held, and I'm speaking from London. I'm a mother and businesswoman and everything, and I'm Ghanaian, but I've been reading everything, and from what I see, the Englishman calls something called lessons learned. And there are some things that we need to learn. For example, one thing I noticed was that I think NUP should have a virtual office. This thing where they physically go and stand there with guns and blah, 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 and everybody's scared and it's scaring everyone. The next minute you have a virtual Zoom, a virtual office, everything is done. You don't care if they drive the whole truck into the office, it's not your cup of tea. Then the next thing too, your presentation. I mean, if you go on Facebook, you get so many rubbish on it. And if you want the diaspora people to help you. You got to come out with people who come with good points. You divert to social local issues about who is this, who's that. And if you go on the NRM thingy, because they have studied and they've deprived you of so many things, you've lost the ability to do your presentation properly. So you got to present, and someone needs to monitor what goes on the thing. I mean, you sit down and R&M people come on your platform to come and put stuff on it and nobody says anything. And these are all the things you need to sit down to do. And when your leader, I love him to bits, when he's coming on, someone should vet what's going to be talked about. And everything has to be done point by point by point, because the way things are going is more of a .com thing. So, so what I'm saying is that, number one, NUP should have a virtual office. Either someone in their garage in London or New York or somewhere, that is what has to be done. So whenever they sweep the whole lights off, they sweep 10 Uganda upside down, nothing changes. So nothing should change it. Nothing should take you by surprise. And I'm not surprised. I think you were very, very rattled. And I think you've done very well. Another thing too, because all the good ones were all put into prison. So I see Bobby sometimes a bit rattled and all over the place. And this is where if you have asked the diaspora people to help you to come in, you type in the right thing, you say the right stuff, the right thing to go on. So you have someone far away who looks at the documents and type the thing, send to him, go on, say this, say that, say this. Not that when he's tired, he's rattling something. So that the English people think we are not serious. Number two, I don't mind you speaking your dialect. It's fine. I am Chi, I'm from Ghana. But sometimes you go on and on and on, and you have had space, you have had time, you have had video, and you have had airtime. And what you are saying, nobody hears it. So you have, instead of having 1.2 million followers, you have 500 people only listen to it. And these are all the things you need to sit down. Number three, you talk of Twitter, right? Me as a mother, it's just that by chance that because of COVID, so I've learned to do more of IT things. From what I see, the dictators don't let you study. So someone should have put a proper program on how to go on Twitter from top to bottom. How to go on Facebook from top to bottom, how to go on, whether you know it or not, everything should have put in place. And so anytime anything goes wrong, you know, bam, you know where to press your buttons. At this moment, I'm hearing all the things you put on have been cleared off. You should have had a B plan. And these are all the things. So the NRM people, they planned themselves. They are not good, but they were scared. You had the victory in your hands. Everything was in your hands. And sometimes the points you brought out to tell the diaspora, the English, now that we know that they are there for the economic reasons, they are there for whatever it is, that's why everybody's flown in in there. You have to have your B plan. And this is where we start moving forward. So number one, have a virtual office from that NUP place where they take their trucks and everything to come and scare you. Number two, you need to have a constructive training on Twitter or all the platforms. Show everybody how to do it. So if today you wanted to tweet United Nations, you just hashtag UN, blah, blah, everybody go on it, bam, then we go on it. Simple. We are not now going to go on all these things. For me, at this age, what you are saying, I don't understand. But the young guys should know. So someone has to come out with a progressive thing. And so if you want the diaspora to help you, you should speak in a correspondence that we understand so that we can help. That's it. I think I've blown my head off.
Elaine, thank you so much. Your feedback is really useful, certainly from someone who is a friend of Uganda and not necessarily understands the language in which the communication.
Very, very well, yeah.
Thank you so much. Really, really useful.
We need a virtual office. Office. Get a virtual office.
So we've picked up virtual office, presentation and messaging, professionalizing that, and obviously use of the language. Thank you so much.
And when Bobby comes on the speech, someone in diaspora should vet the thing before he comes on, because he's tired. Can you imagine everybody around you has died and you are sitting down writing notes? It's not possible.
Absolutely.
Someone should look on it and let's hear everything. That his presentation is everything. There are some places you can dress in a mosque dress. There are some places you need to put your tie on and look like them. So you have to have all those things in place. So when you get there, they take you serious. Now Boris Johnson is saying something different now.
Fantastic, Elaine. Thanks for joining us. Remember, we're here every Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. standing in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Uganda, and would love to have people like you joining us and sharing your thoughts on a weekly basis. Okay, we are over our time, but I will give the last two people a few minutes to speak, and then we will end this online protest. So Billy Ekstrom, please could you unmute yourself?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome to this protest, Billy, and thank you for hanging in there and coming back to make your pitch. It would be good to hear what you have to say. Please introduce yourself, tell us where you're joining in from, and share with the world what's on your mind for the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I call Chinto Ekström. I'm from Sweden. I'm the one who's starting the page People Power Sweden. We try to done the most things we can do, You know, most of the people, they know my English is not the best, but some people, they understand what I want to come to. But I want to say, good job, all Ugandans in this NUP. We did a good job. Many people suffered, many people died, and I want to say rest in peace for these people has died. And I'm so sorry for their families, for their family members, their friends, and everything. I'm so sorry. But continue, and we will do this thing. And we know Robert Chagonani Sentamu won this election. I don't have so many words to say because I was not prepared, but big up yourself, and one day we are going to get the freedom. And yeah, that was like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Billy. It's always good to have friends of Uganda who are passionate about what's happening in Uganda. Please keep spreading the word and letting your friends and comrades know that we're not giving up. We are continuing with the struggle. Thank you so much. Okay, one last person before we summarize and call it a day. Tusubira Fred, you have the microphone.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello, please could you introduce yourself, tell us where you're calling from, and share with us what's on your mind for the last 5 minutes.
I'm calling from Dubai. My name is Tusubira Fred, and I'm a Ugandan, by the way. I want to thank every Ugandan who has done a part. You know, Martin Luther said that at the end, we shall not blame those people who torture us, who kill us, but we shall blame those who keep quiet and see the things happening, yet they see them. I want to thank everyone who has raised his voice to speak to what is happening to Uganda. This is a process. We woke up one day and we say we want to remove this person. But we didn't say that we are going to move him tomorrow or today. It's a process, and I know that we have gone a percentage. If we are around like 60%, and we know that this person is going to fall, we are sure for that. So let everyone rise up. What I can advise, there are most people who say that the Ugandan must rise who are underground, but I can assure you, every moment these people pull out their heads to the street, they are killed, they are abducted. So they create fear in them. What we have to do now, we who are not in Uganda, who are outside, we can use this chance every day, every hour, so that we put this European Union, we put these Netherlands departments, those who are surrounding this person, so that we can raise our voice. Every day we must not stop. Every day we must raise a voice. I know these people will hear us, and when we raise our voices, these people may put sanctions. Let everything that happens from Uganda, the abduction, the killings, be put on camera. Because those people in Uganda cannot rise up. I know that because this guy has a lot of everything. He has guns, he has power, all the institutions are in his hand. No institution that is independent in Uganda, from the bank to the LOC chairman, the LOC one. Meaning, even if our people in Uganda rise up, go on the street, it will not help Ugandans to be liberated. If that one fails, then it is we who are outside to raise up our voices. Let us not stop raising our voices. If we cannot be on the ground At least we can raise finances to help those who are tortured, but we are keeping on raising the voices to blame those people who are standing, who are supporting, who are giving funds like the World Bank, the EU, that are speaking, congratulating this Museveni to stop. Once we talk, all of us, every country, every outside country, Netherlands, Europe, German, UK, everyone, we must rise up. South Africa, we have seen a lot of people doing it. Please let us continue. It's not yet over. Even though he swears in, we have seen a lot of people swearing in, and the last and they fall. So this is just another step that we have to take. Okay? Let us not lose hope. We're starting today, and we shall finish it by God's grace. Let us encourage everybody. I know most people have lost hope, most especially those in Uganda. But I pray that we just open our eyes. At least we are now, our eyes are open. We see everything. Everything is on camera. Everything is seen. Before we didn't see these things. But now you can see everywhere. Everything is done in broad daylight. So this is the only way we can fight these people. Let everyone use every means. The present side. If you cannot run, at least walk. If you cannot walk, at least crawl. If you cannot crawl, at least jump. Please, we can use every means. If you're not on the ground, we can use the Twitter. Our friend from Ghana said, let us use Twitter. We go to UN, we go to EU, every department that is standing, even the World Bank, we post every kind of abduction, every kind of killings. We are going to put this person down. Once they raise the sanctions, these people will be no more. This is how dictators fall, raising up sanctions on them, but we must also be part of that. Please, let us rise up. And we thank every person that is not in any Uganda, outside, that is standing with Ugandan, so that life comes back. We liberate Uganda, and we have a better future. Thank you for comrades. Thank you once again, the UAE chapter. Please, we are standing together. Let everyone speak. Let no one keep quiet. Sometimes people, they say, no matter, it doesn't concern me. It will concern you when it is on your door. That's when you rise up, and it will be late for you to protect yourself. So let us rise up. It is for everybody. You may think it is for me today, but tomorrow it is you. And we shall laugh together, we shall cry together. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Tusubira. That was such a fitting presentation, submission to...
You're welcome. And let's continue praying, please. Prayer breaks everything.
Thank you so much.
Prayer breaks everything. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tusubira. Okay, that was such a fitting submission to end our 6.5 hours of protests. I'd like to thank all of you who've taken the time to join us today. There's been a lot of messages and a lot of thoughts, and a lot has been shared by all the people who have spoken. We've had over 100 people speaking during the course of the last 6 hours, each very passionate about what's happening back home in Uganda. So if there's anything you can take away, remember you're not alone. You've got a team, you've got a network of people who believe just as much in a better Uganda as you do. So do not ever think that you're alone. A couple of things that I just want to play back to you from what we've picked up during the course of the day. The first thing is, remember to celebrate your successes. Let's celebrate our successes, but also remember our strengths. I have never seen a diaspora or an opposition group of people who are as unified as we are and who are as committed to seeing a new Uganda. That is one of the strengths that no one can take away from us. The diaspora works tirelessly, especially those of you who are in the diaspora, tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that things are happening back home in Uganda, be it financially or moral support of our comrades back home in Uganda. And of course, the successes of a party that is barely a year old, getting 60 plus seats in parliament, a president who has been in active politics for less than 5 years, getting elected by the majority. These are key successes. Let's not forget our successes. Remember, you should stand tall and you should stand proud for what you've achieved and what your effort has driven. We said it starts with you. Everything you do and anything you say is a reflection of the state of the struggle. So if in your mind you believe it's a wasted journey, it's a wasted struggle, then your energy and efforts will start to reflect such wise. What we're saying is, remember that with you, start believing that the change can happen and the struggle is only just beginning. This is just a milestone in a journey, a long journey. We don't know how long it will take, but as long as you commit yourself to seeing the end result, however long it takes, once that result is achieved, you would have achieved your goal. So remember, it starts with you, and start thinking about what you can continue doing. This struggle is not over. And if anything, the representation here and the people following on Facebook are anything but. We are a very innovative, resourceful opposition, and we are going to do everything we can to catch the regime off guard to ensure that the voice of the people of Uganda is heard. Remember action. Andrew shared the action, 6 points of action. Those are things like acting now, confidence, make sure you're trainable, learn new skills, learn what you can do to help the struggle. Always present yourself and offer yourself to the struggle. We need people, we need graphic designers, we need motion capture, video editors, we need people who can craft documentation, people who can craft tweets. Your resources are needed everywhere, so please get in touch if you're involved. Always use your intuition. Remember to be organized and never ever give up. So those are the action things. For the people back home in Uganda, you may not be able to go out and protest on the streets, but capture those images, capture those recordings. We need them. The people who are lobbying, the people in the Senate, the people in the United Kingdom need that evidence. So keep capturing. You may not even, sometimes I see people complaining, why aren't people stopping abductions and instead you're covering them with cameras? Because we know what will happen if you try and intervene. But get us that footage and we will do the rest. And remember, if you're not yet on Twitter or any of the social handles, please get on and start tweeting. 5 tweets a day can keep the dictator away. Fourth thing is, don't give up hope. If there's only one thing that should keep us through this struggle, is the hope that you're standing for what's true, for what's just, and for what's right. So don't ever give up hope, because not only are you letting yourself down, but you're letting your generations down the line down. So think about where we are, how far we've come, and remember, do not give up hope. And keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning means always make sure you have the struggle at the forefront of your conversations, especially you guys who are in the diaspora. Keep speaking, keep engaging to your neighbors, your friends, your colleagues. Let them know what's happening back home in Uganda. Hopefully we'll get information from Karim and the crew who will provide us with templates. If you need templates to write to your representatives, we have letters that all you need to do is just change the signature and you can send them off. We've got people sending letters to MPs, to senators. Keep engaging. Keep that message going and keep the fire burning. For one thing, once the people stand for a committed cause, they can never fail to achieve success. Okay, we are well past our closing time. I'm going to give you the chance all to unmute yourself as we stand up in respect for 1 minute. I'd like you all, you'll be all unmuted, but I'd like you to honor our colleagues who have sadly passed on as part of this struggle. We want them to remember that we will never, ever forget them. And then after that 1 minute of silence, we will proceed with the national anthem and the NUP anthem. So please, all of you are unmuted. So please, let's show some respect. Stand up for 1 minute of silence for our comrades in who have passed away. So let's keep that nice and quiet for 1 minute. 1 minute starts now. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, you now get the chance. Sorry, I forgot to unmute you guys. Please unmute yourself and join us for the national anthem. Please sing at the tops of your voices and feel free to chant and sing along as we sing the national anthem.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, full liberty, together we'll always stand.
People power. People power. Our power. Must. Museveni must go.
Museveni must go.
Museveni must go. Chagulanyi president.
Congratulations to His Excellency Robert.
Congratulations, His Excellency Chagulanyi.
Congratulations, Bobby
Museveni
Wine.
must fall. Yeah.
President.
Congratulations, His Excellency Robert President of Uganda.
We're just showing you a little trailer of a clip that that talks about Museveni's brutality. But I'd like to remind all of you that every Saturday you can join us from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Uganda time, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. UK time, and we will be here. Thank you so much.
People give estimates about how many people were exterminated or assassinated
political opposition. Museveni's done more. Yet nobody associates Museveni with atrocities.
Museveni managed to impress the Western world. They didn't know that he was actually a wolf in a sheep's skin.
Museveni's become the master and divide and rule. He knows how to set one ethnic group against the other to his own advantage and for his benefit.
Museveni's army was moving from village to village. If they were not burning houses, then they're shooting people down. If they are not shooting people down, they are destroying crops.
Government soldiers would actually perpetrate these atrocities and then make it appear as if the LRA had committed those crimes.
And rape is being used as a weapon of war. A lot of women who have been raped cannot tell their story because nobody is going to believe them.
Men were being raped for the first time.
In front of their families, in front of their children, and in front of their wives.
Those of us who come from northern Uganda know what it means to be dehumanized, to be reduced to nothingness.
Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch have documented these atrocities. Yet, Museveni is untouchable.
Shocking thing is that the government was able to forcibly displace them, then not provide food, shelter, medicine, or protection.
They were taken to these concentration camps in order to be destroyed.
At its peak, 1,000 people every week were dying because of the conditions in the camp.
Museveni and his key commanders who committed atrocities, crimes of war, crimes against humanity, should be investigated, should be indicted. To date, nothing has happened.
We must not let the world forget. We must keep on telling the stories. We must keep the memory of suffering alive.
No food, no hydration, sexual violence from the soldiers who were meant to protect them. That's why this was a brilliant genocide, a silent genocide, perfect crime.